Right, good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. Did you get your coffees? Did you get your water? Everybody's set to go. We have an intense day today. Sorry for pushing the event 15 minutes later, but it seems like everybody was super exhausted after building the exhibition, after the first day of the symposium. So we figured that to just make sure that everybody hears everything, all the content that we've planned, we'll just push a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. But now we're ready to start. And we have a pretty intense day in front of us today, as I said. We'll start off with discussing AI and how that will influence or revolutionize the interior design industry. Then after that, we're going to take a look at the installation fungible, non-fungible that most of you, if not all of you, have already seen in front of the Architecture Museum. So we're going to have a quick discussion about that, about the process of building the fungible, non-fungible installation, how it all went. And then after that, we're going to kick into higher gear with the panels. So the setup of the panels is similar to yesterday. There are speakers, we have small talks, and then we have the discussions. And then we're going to have 3 panels altogether. The first one being the From Waste to Matter, second one, Farm and the City, and then the third one, Farm and Species. And we're going to conclude the day with a keynote talk by Beatriz Colomina, which is going to happen right before the end of the symposium. So quite intense. We did hear some criticism yesterday that it was too much. So we did provide for like 5 to 10 minute pauses in between of the sessions, but don't run away, right? That's what usually happens. If you provide pauses, then people just flee. Don't do that. Go get a coffee, I don't know, breathe some fresh air, and then do come back for the next session. But yeah, I suggest we start then. So for that, I would like to invite to the stage Andrus Uruma, the CEO and co-founder of Oko, a design tech company on a mission to digitize the future furniture industry. Morning. Since the inception in 2016, Andrus has led Oko's digital transformation journey from a turnkey furnishing company into an AI-powered platform for interior architects, which helps the professionals save valuable time on product search and project management. So, in order to tell us more about how AI will revolutionize the architecture and design industry, please, Andrus Uruma.
All right, so will artificial intelligence take your job? That's a big question. I am Andrus Uruma, as mentioned, co-founder and CEO of Oko Digital. And in the last 7 years, my company has worked with hundreds of interior architects and designers. And there's many things that we have learned, and I will tell you more about it. Let me find the clicker. Yeah. So, in Oko, we are digitalizing the way projects are created in the interior architecture industry. And as mentioned before, we have worked with hundreds of architects and designers, and together we have successfully finished projects for companies such as Bolt, Nasdaq, Takeda, and so on, so many big firms. And before we get into all this, what AI can do, let's just first put up the term if maybe somebody doesn't know yet. Then artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence processes by machines. And I have already talked yesterday to a lot of architects and designers, and a lot of us have already tested a lot of AI-based products and systems and platforms. But what about in the audience? Who maybe can raise the hand who has tried out some AI-based search engine or a machine or visualization? So yeah, there are quite many. And so I really believe that the new AI technologies can really change the work processes within the world of interior architecture and really speed up the work processes. But the harsh truth is that technology has not really caught up in the architecture and design community. And I can give a really easy example around it. It used to be very complicated for us to even buy plane tickets. We needed to call a sales agent or a travel agent to book and find something. Nowadays, you have large search engines that can automatically collect thousands of information from thousands of airlines and really give you this in seconds. And when we look at how in architecture and design we are sourcing products and where we are finding something, it's really a lot of manual process around it. So I'm a true believer that the architecture and design industry will also be digitalized in the next 5 to 10 years. So the tough part is that architects and designers, and this is what we have really learned, are spending 60% of time on administrative work. This means that the most of your day stands in finding products, finding information, finding the right prices, and putting it up into an Excel sheet, answering to customer emails, and doing a lot of things that are not part of creative work, but rather an administrative part of the work. And but can you imagine if all these processes will be automated? So the tough thing is that, architects and designers are spending more time on administrative work than creative work they love. And when we also look at the sales process, so from the manufacturer side, yes, there are some manufacturers that already are digital, they have some kind of logins and so on, but most manufacturers are still sending out their information over emails. So when you need something in a different measurement, or if you need even a CAD file or regular information, there's a lot of manual process in asking what to do. And in OCO, we have worked with over 800 European manufacturers that are also on our platform today. And we can see that all of them actually want to have more digital access to work better and more efficiently with architects and designers. But who from the audience have faced this issue that it's tough to access information and sometimes wait for weeks? Yeah, it often happens that you have to wait for information for weeks. But luckily, there are new technologies available now to help us. And also, all of this presentation has been also designed by AI, by the way. So again, very interesting thing that came out recently is Tali 2. And it would be great to know who of you is already familiar or tried out the product. Yeah. So basically, you can tell Tali 2 anything you imagine, and the computer will design it for you. And I've seen, again, yesterday I talked to some architects who have drawn up the most beautiful building, or they have done so many interesting visualizations with Tali 2. And we also tried out so we also tried out, one moment, I have a clicker problem. Later I'll show what we tried out. So artificial intelligence is incredibly powerful, and it will allow architects and designers to spend more time designing. It will make product sourcing and finding alternatives easy, because a machine can actually recognize products, alternatives, everything really quickly. It will recognize different objects with high accuracy, and it can actually do it in milliseconds. It can scan through thousands of images in just milliseconds, and AI can analyze thousands of product descriptions. So if you search in our platform today, you want a Japanese design something, then it looks at 800 manufacturers and collects in every description where it's written that it's somehow connected to Japan. So instead of you searching it anywhere else, and do it together with this, you get the technical files and configurations and all the information in one place as well. So, and it can read brand price lists and PDFs, so it can collect all this information together really quickly. So through all of this, Our research shows that AI can actually reduce the administrative work by 3 times. But AI can be even more powerful for the game-changing for the architecture and design community. What happens when we reverse the AI to design products for us? So, like I mentioned before as well, if you imagine anything that you want to design as a designer, and you tell the machine, it will be designed by a machine, and it will also create a CAD file and tell you who can manufacture it. This really changes the architecture and design industry because you can do anything you imagine instead of being stuck on the product selection that's already been designed. So, and yeah, here we tried out the Tali system as well. Like, for example, this is a avocado-shaped chair designed by AI. And this is a banana-shaped office chair or a ketchup bottle-shaped chair, also done by AI. Or an outdoor modern chair in the style of a 3D render. Or a futuristic style, or a modern sofa. So, or you can go more complicated and do a dining table with a modern light in the style of Salvador Dali. And also connecting to the edible part of this event. So this is a New York made out of food. And this is all imagined by a computer. Or an impressionist painting of Tallinn done by a computer. So imagine now what all of this can do to for the architecture and design community. But the question still remains, will AI take your job away? But luckily, the answer is no. And the main reason is because uniqueness of the creative process cannot be replaced. What we can replace with AI is the repetitive process can be revolutionized and helped with the help of AI. So you can use AI to work faster and smarter, but the creative part is still yours to make. So technology has not caught up in the architecture and design industry yet, but we are surely moving towards the change. I see a lot of more architects trying out the new systems and products. Artificial intelligence is powerful and will allow designers and architects to spend more time designing and doing less admin. And with AI, we can reverse design products for us in the future and really do anything we imagine. And also, it will truly not take your job away because the creative processes cannot be replaced. So, what I propose for the audience here listening today as well is to really test out the new technologies and support the innovators, the startups, the professors, the students, everybody who come to you and say they have an idea to make your work life easier. Because when we started with Doco as well, first we went to Netherlands, we started to interview architects telling that, oh, we're going to build an AI-based platform. Of course, we had been in the industry for longer, we got some contacts and so on, but first it was not easy to get in front of big interior architecture companies to really show what you want to develop. So really, I propose for everybody to really evolve with the technology and try them out. Go try the Tali too, but there's many more different AI-based products already available when you search for them. And the reason is because their goal is to make your life easier. That's why they're doing this. And with all of this, you will have more time to be creative. So, but how is Oco Digital changing the industry? I already told about the platform that we're building. But around the platform as well, what we are doing is we are building a community of architects and designers and innovators so that we can create the future together, that we can develop this platform together so that the work processes will be smarter. Today already we are cooperating with architects in many European countries. And it's great to find enthusiastic architects and designers who really are looking for those new technologies, and they know that this will be the future, and it's great to work in this way. So for me personally, well, I will be around here in this event as well. I'd gladly talk about AI if people want to talk about it and have a chat. And if you want to be part of the community of innovators or want to learn more about the AI product that we are building, then you can easily scan the QR code. Maybe we can leave it up here a little bit longer later for scanning. And we will be in touch and tell you more what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ander.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the public? Maybe not yet. But what I'm thinking is, the first question that you asked was, has anybody used AI products? And I found it pretty interesting how half the hall actually raised their hands. So I think we're talking to quite an AI proficient community here, which is a resource for you to optimize and to test your product. So in that sense, I think do stay around, do come to the gala tonight and talk to the architects who use AI not just for as far as product is concerned, but AI in the very design process, in the very core of their design process. So I think there is a huge amount of brains here that you can probably, that can help you develop your own offering, let's say. But thank you, Ander, again, everyone.
Thank you.
And now we are moving onwards with our what do you call it, schedule. Yes, the case study, TAB 2022 installation, fungible, non-fungible. To introduce this panel, I'm going to call to the stage Johan Mycelium. Johan is a Scottish architectural designer and digital artist whose work investigates the impact of new technologies upon socio-political cultures through ephemeral architectural objects and installations, of which I understand fungible, non-fungible is one. He received his Bachelor's of Architecture with distinction from University of Dundee before studying at SciArc and the Angewandte. His projects will explore the accessibility and integration of digital technologies within existing physical structures. Johan has also been published internationally. As a researcher, Johan has served as a travel fellow in China, investigating the interplay of mystical histories, ruins, juxtaposed with new consumer-led architectural objects and occupied by megacities. I hope that's close enough. Johan, please.
Yeah, that was really great. Thank you very much. 2 seconds here. Oh, so this is my clicker. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so I'll try to be as succinct as possible. Thank you everyone for having me. I'll spend the next 15 minutes explaining the fungible, non-fungible pavilion, which hopefully a lot of you, if not all of you, have seen already out in front of the Museum of Estonian Architecture. It's going to be there for the next 2 years, so you do have the time to go and spend and visit it as you wish, whether it's night or day. So I'll try and explain most of the ideas behind the project. There's a lot of terms that maybe come up that you might not be familiar with, but I'll try my best to either glaze over them for ones that maybe aren't so important, and for ones that are, I'll define them as best I can. Though I do want to state that the project is a first of its kind, so it's incredibly important to realize that it potentially might be a little bit fuzzy at times for you, and for me, because there are no architectural precedents. It's never been done before, so we're working off of ground zero basically here. So please bear with me. So I think the first thing to start with is, what is an NFT? So an NFT is a term that I'll use throughout, but it essentially means a non-fungible token. And what that means is that it's a record or a store on the blockchain that relates directly to either a digital or a physical asset. So in our case, it's both digital and physical. So the question is, okay, why is this important for architecture? It's important because traditionally architecture is a top-down process, which means that private investments and key stakeholders essentially pull the strings. For an architect, it's kind of frustrating. You try to impose like your ideas, your visions, and often they're swatted because of budget concerns or just far too much experimentation. And from an architect's point of view, there's this notion of the master builder or the napkin sketch, this idea that architects transfer this immense talent and genius from their head to their hand and scribble a piece of ink on a piece of paper that maybe they've found wherever, and they utilize that to pass off to students or pass off to other architects in their office and dictate how the building should be formed. So this is a very typical top-down approach, meaning that this image you see here is the sketch from Frank Gehry on a napkin, I think from a hotel, obviously, for the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. But it's essentially just a scribble, and it's a way for him to communicate to his office, but also to try and impose his ideas, which I think is very antiquated. And I would argue that architecture can be far more inclusive, far more collaborative, and architects shouldn't have this top-down approach to try to push their ideologies or thinking onto the community. And instead, the community can have the opportunity to have the agency, essentially, to design and communicate what they want within their city. And that's exactly what we try to achieve through the TAB 2022 Pavilion. So try to go from a top-down solution to a bottom-up approach, which allows the community to design the pavilion, to fund it, and to dictate the size, the geometry, the form, literally the color, potentially even the types of materials could be pushed as well. But I guess the question is, if architecture can be more inclusive and more collaborative, how do we do that? So our knowledge specifically is in new technologies. So we're architects as a team, we're architects, but we also are software engineers, and we're XR prototypers and AI engineers as well. So there's a lot of kind of knowledge behind the scenes that we're trying to find ways in which we can gamify the architectural process and allow people to essentially become architects. So whether you're trained as an architect or you don't have any kind of creative, or you feel that you don't have any creative bone in your body, the idea for us would always be to give you that platform to enable you to do that. So we directly thought, okay, how can we do that? We need some sort of platform that allows us to design. It needs to be fun. It needs to be relatively easy to get around. It needs to be accessible to all. And we need a way to verify that you designed a piece, you spent this amount of material, you painted it this color, and so on, and then a way to store that information. So we utilize NFTs. Let's see. Oh. Hopefully this one plays. I'll go back one more. Yeah, so like I said, we had to try and make it quite fun, quite exciting, and relatively simple. So we built this web application. There you have a maximum amount of material to utilize. You have a maximum amount of colors and forms in which you can design from. But you work independently. You have this option to design as much as you want until you're happy. You go through the process, you paint it, you determine what the shape is, the form, and then once you mint, it goes to the blockchain where we can then see the outcomes that you designed. So very simple process. I'll try to distill it into these 4 categories. You would sync your wallet. So people that aren't familiar with cryptocurrencies, there's a term called a wallet that's essentially your identity on the chain. You would design, you would color it, paint it, and then mint your design. And once you hit the mint, you're greeted with transactions and so on. And then your information, your design is passed on to us, essentially. So this is the platform that we built. That's me connecting my wallet. This is me starting to design with just some very simple, like Minecraft-esque blocks. I'm then utilizing some of the chamfered pieces that we allowed within the platform as well. And then I get the option to start painting and start playing around, testing. This is done super quick, of course, so you can be as fast as you like or take as much time as you'd like. And at the end of the process, you go through the transaction, and then it essentially ends up on the blockchain. So hopefully it's not too confusing, but what we get at the end is an array of all of these designs, and each design comes with a key set of attributes. So I'm not sure if anyone designed one here, but maybe you can see it. But there are 78 unique designs thus far, but the platform is still open, so we are still accepting further growth of the pavilion. So each NFT, once it's minted, it looks something like this. So this is a 3D model, and alongside it, there's key attributes. So very simple things that you need as an architect. You need to know how much material there is. You need to know the types of material. Is it wood? Is it got a 45-degree cut? Does it have a rounded piece? Very simple, but information that's key for the construction. And then lastly, probably the most important thing for us was to make sure that every single person that designed, or every single wallet that was designing, was credited. So each person is there added in the metadata. Some people allowed themselves to stay anonymous. Some are more open and allow themselves to be public. But one of the interesting things, because it's done through this system, the design are all owned by the people that essentially paid for them. So they pay for the design, they own it, and then they can sell it and make further royalties as well, because they are the architects essentially of those pieces. And we've already had a few people trying to sell their designs online, which is quite fun, because someone has theirs listed for 25,000 pesos, which is the equivalent of 40,000 euros. I don't know if they're going to get it to sell, but it's the thing that's important is the fact that they can. Like, they have that option to then, they own it, they can then sell it, which is really, really exciting, because it changes the landscape of what people own within their architecture and their level of contribution towards it. So in the middle of July, we had to pause, because at some point you do need to have a design to produce, and we need to draw up things like construction documentation and things like this. So then these are the 78 pieces that currently make up the pavilion as it stands today. And if you've got a keen eye, you'll see that on the left and on the right, it's actually the first piece that I showed you as an NFT built in real life. Funnily enough, it's the first piece we built. It was the first piece that was minted, but it was very coincidental, but exciting to see now after it's all done. So each piece was designed individually, built individually, and then once they were ready to paint, we had a lot of helping hands, and we're really grateful for all the students and people that came to volunteer and give us a hand sanding and painting, which is happening on the right-hand side. And then before going to site, just logistically, we can't take 78 pieces individually and just kind of try to put them together like one massive jigsaw or puzzle. So instead, we started to aggregate them together into smaller groups that were liftable by two people. Try to make it as simple as possible, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, sometimes you look a little bit disheartened, unsure as to where the next piece will go. But thankfully, we made it in the end. But like I said, it was this massive puzzle. So at times we were just kind of scratching our heads, like, how do we get that up there? Which direction is it supposed to be? Which is obviously it's a fun and a fun challenge, but I guess sometimes it can be a frustrating one. I guess traditional architectural drawings weren't incredibly helpful for us, so we worked primarily in 3D during the construction process as well. And lastly, I can actually show you guys the pavilion. So if you haven't seen it yet, this is what it looks like on site today. I'm not sure if it's this sunny, but it's pretty great. And this is us during the photo shoot, climbing around like a bunch of kids, I guess. And I think it was replicated on the opening night when, to our kind of excitement, I guess, to see hundreds of these kids like running around, playing on it, and just kind of like having the time of their lives. There's a lot of parents that were very trustful though of their kids that were up quite high, so maybe be more careful with the kids. So yeah, here's the elevation. One thing to note, if you go to visit it and you go up close, there's these small white circles. And if you go with your phone and actually tap it to the circle, then it will take you directly to the individual piece. So each object, each piece that was designed and minted by unique users is then tracked and tagged so that if they come or you come and you want to see, okay, where does this come from? What does this piece look like in isolation? You scan it. You can even go and purchase it if you would like. So if anyone has a spare 40,000 euros lying around, feel free to go and pick up that piece. Yeah, and this is us as we are. And just one kind of final remark. The design is still, or the platform is still open, it's still flexible. So we have this ambition, and the Biennale also has the ambition that the pavilion can grow as the Biennale continues. So feel free to go to tab.iheartblob.com, go through the process. If anyone's really interested in minting and isn't sure how to go about it, feel free to come and grab me, and I can even give you some advice as to how to go through it. So yeah, hopefully, yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Really exciting stuff. Thank you, Sean. And please don't leave the stage.
Okay.
If you could just stay, because we're going to have a moderated discussion in a minute. But before we do that, I would like to ask to the stage Andres Kangur. Andres Kangur is Thermary's marketing director. And Thermary has been the supporter of TAB for a number of years by now. You manufacture wood products, chemically free, with a pretty exciting process that I expect you will tell us about a little bit in a minute. And Andres himself has worked for 20 plus years outside Estonia in different large companies in different sectors, from food industry to automotive. And the last 3 years leading the Thermary brand and marketing. So Andres, if you could quickly reflect and tell us about Thermary, and then, yeah, we'll discuss.
Yes, hello. Thanks for the invitation to talk to you and to be part of TAB. Actually, Ivan, you asked me to tell what was our experience in this kind of a creative project. And to tell it simply, it is a little art project for us, and it is always exciting to be part of that. So 3 years ago at TAB, we supported a team called Steampunk, and maybe some of you were around and saw the fantastic exhibition outside the Architectural Museum. And this team used mixed reality or virtual reality technology. This time then iHeartBlob used cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. So in our view, these teams are actually pushing the boundaries of what's possible and having a kind of a future forward looking challenge on the architecture industry, on construction industry. And this is really the reason why Thermary wants to support TAB in general, and actually these installation competitions, because for us it's exciting. It gets us a little bit outside of our normal comfort zone and the business that we do on a daily basis, and actually for our team to get engaged in these types of discussions and provide products like we did in this case to a team that wants to construct something fantastic, something new, something groundbreaking. It's also exciting for people in R&D, in production, to actually get engaged. But let me just give you a brief overview of what we do before we start a discussion. So the typical facility at Thermori looks something like that. So it's a big industry. We're 850 people, 11 factories across the region here in Finland, Estonia, Latvia, but we're selling across the world and working a lot on different types of projects with architects, with designers, with property developers. But thermal modification actually happens at mass scale and in these kind of a big industrial ovens. So you can imagine this works like cooking or baking bread. So a couple of truckloads of wood is put into this oven, and 48 hours later it comes out as modified wood, which we then use different treatment processes to give it the final look, the final profile that will be used in buildings design. The benefits of thermal modification, just quickly, are that it actually changes the fiber of the wood without using any chemicals. So it's a chemical-free, sustainable technology developed about 20 years ago, and we have been the company that has invested in it a lot and now become the leading producer using that technology. And actually, it helps wood to stay more durable and more dimensionally stable. So, which are the key challenges when constructing with wood or out of wood. So, this is the kind of products we make. So we make applications for exterior and interior design, but the main product categories are decking, cladding, interior design, and sauna, actually. So living in the north, we know a few things about sauna, and we are actually the biggest seller of materials both here domestically in Estonia, but also in Finland, which is the largest market for sauna products. And let me just give you a few examples of applications that we do. So here is just a range of treatments that then thermally modified wood is going through. And we ourselves are very passionate about wood, so we know a lot about it. And we invite architects to use wood creatively and be brave at experimenting it, because we believe bringing more wood to the environment we live in is actually beneficial. So it's bringing nature back to the urban, often or sometimes cold environment. So just some references and to give you an impression of what can be done. So feel free to visit our website. There is much more on it. So here are some applications that you can actually use in exterior, creative mix of wood types, of lengths of treatments. We worked with some famous architects like Snohetta Bureau in Norway on this energy positive building they built where wood is used throughout the facade. And then, on the other hand, some really small, cozy, let's say, retreats that use wood and are built within the woods. There is countries where wood is not grown, like the Netherlands. They use a lot of it, and actually, it's one way to bring nature back to their realm. interior design. So this example is a Japanese shushugiban style that uses pattern of burnt wood or charred wood, which is actually not burnt, but it's thermotreated, embossed, so kind of a imprinted and painted. So you don't get your hands dirty when touching this wall. Generally, we've been happy to collaborate with architects. We work closely with Estonian Academy of Arts, supporting students and their educational programs, bringing in product designers and architects into our life, and using some external thinking to shape our product portfolio going forward. And I know with Ivan we talked about kind of the outlook of architecture, and that was the question posed to me. And maybe here are some points that we might discuss. But I think sustainability needs to be as part of businesses going forward. It needs to be at the core, and also the principles of circularity. I think this conference is the testament of that actually we need to start thinking from the design, from the very beginning. Supply chain, we as a producer understand need to change and evolve to reduce the footprint, and we're doing quite a lot of work in that field. And I think one topic is modularity and customization, which actually would help reduce the costs of production in the future. So that's also a challenge we're working with. So how to be faster, how to build faster, how to create more in the factory before it goes out to the construction site, and how to, for example, use modularity in exterior design with wood. But just to leave on a last slide, so this is our mission, the way we feel about it, so to leave a lasting impact on the society, on the buildings around us, and that's actually a very motivating purpose for us as a team, and has been successful in driving, I think, our success in 25 years now. So thanks. This is all for introduction now, and we can go into the discussion.
Thank you, Andres. All right. How should we do this?
Set anywhere specific?
Say what?
Do you want us to set anywhere specific? No?
No.
It's all good?
I mean, chill. Yeah, we have plenty of space, thankfully, for this discussion. Not like some discussions yesterday, where we had to like cram people together. But anyway, and again, this is a discussion, so it's open to the public. And maybe I'll start with a question or two, and then you guys kind of join in, right? So first of all, what I wanted to ask, maybe, and that's one of the points that came up was, well, you commented already on the experience of working, or why you guys work or support the design and construction of the installation program within TAB. But Sean, what about you? What has been the experience of working with Fermary? How much, for example, wood as a material informed your design? How much support did you get or need? Or like, what's the working relationship has been?
I think the working relationship has been pretty great. It's been a pretty smooth process as well. Like, we proposed that we wanted to essentially have these glue laminated pieces of timber that were, I think, 15 centimeters by 15 centimeters by 15 centimeters. It's not your typical profile at all. We found that out very, very dramatically, I think, when we started to build it, that not many craftspeople had the tools to actually cut it properly, which was something that, because we're not joiners or carpenters ourselves, we didn't really expect. But I think as soon as we proposed it, we were like, yeah, let's do it, which was fantastic. You know, I think having someone that is so motivated to work together to do it and make something happen was fantastic for us. It's something that I don't think we could have got elsewhere in a very efficient manner. So it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, just to add to that, so it was a creative process. Our head of development, I think, spent 2 weeks just chasing the people around the factory to make sure that they deliver onto what the guys wanted, because typically we do more thinner pieces of which then the material is cut. But here we needed to take material from one factory to another, to glue it together, and then to cut it in the machines that are designed to cut at scale different pieces. So we had to improvise, but that was fun. So despite it was in the middle of July and people wanted to be on vacation, a lot of phone calls and emails back and forth, and we delivered you the product. So that's very good, and we are excited just for the experience and to see what is possible to make out of wood.
I think the carry-away from the answer to this question is, if you haven't participated in TAB's installation competition yet, do it, because you won't have better partners than this. I mean, seriously. But okay, any questions from the audience already? Hands? No hands? Oh, one hand. Great. It only took one question from me to get the public going. Great.
Thank you for that, and congratulations to you both. It's really fun and very exciting to see the pavilion. I'm a fan. And also that it will continue to grow and evolve. But my question, I think, to both of you in terms of the fungibleness and non-fungibleness of it, and also being that it's made of wood, I wondered about the final end of life of the installation or of the material. What happens at the very, very end? Does this decompose? How does it work? And what does that mean for the blockchain?
I would hope it doesn't decompose. That would be the goal. It's a potential. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but it is a potential that it can be reconfigured. So essentially, the design documentation is online. So we could work together again and produce it in another city in a different configuration using the same parts.
Actually, can I, Sean, just clarify one thing which relates to the question? Do I understand correctly that the pieces are designed by individuals, but then they are put together by you still?
So there's kind of a two-step process. We're using a set of algorithms to kind of optimize and arrange the objects, essentially. And then there is final tweaks just to confirm structural stability, like constructability. And
why I'm asking is because it could be reconfigured in a different
place, exactly,
in a different shape. Okay.
Yeah. Which is exciting because it means that the actual design pieces they're immutable, so we can't change them. We can't redesign the parts that already exist, but we could redesign the way in which they go together. So, like I said at the beginning, that we kind of made these groups in order to bring them on site just for logistics. We could do that again, but with a different algorithm or with a different set of rules saying that we need it to be completely open or we need it to be really tight and tall, or we can set these principles.
Doesn't look like it. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll continue with the discussion later off the stage. Yeah, please feel free to contact, obviously, Andres, if you have any questions about Thermer's offer. Thank you, Sean. I don't know, this is pretty cool. When industry meets like craziness in a sense, and then they actually get something done together. So thank you very much, guys, for joining us, and thanks to the audience, obviously, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're going to continue with the next panel. Do you need a break or you don't? I think everybody's pretty awake, right, in the morning, so no breaks, we're fine. Yes, no, voting by hands? Okay, we move on, great. Okay, so we're now going to go to the next panel, which is the From Waste to Matter. And I would like to ask Sofia to join here on the stage as the moderator and to introduce the panelists and take it over from me.
Good morning.
Yes, we have one right here. Is it on?
Welcome to From Waste to Matter panel. I am Sofia Visoviti. I'm an architect and professor in architecture at the University of Thessaly in Greece. This session is going to discuss material calibration at the nanoscale. That is the production, the research and development of new materials that are dedicated to reversing climate change. They are biodegradable, they're recyclable, they're even pollution-eating. While this very microscopic work might seem, too small to have an impact, in fact, its impact is crucial because it builds a basis for a circular economy. So we are going to familiarize ourselves with a very fascinating new materiality from waste. Blocks that are carbon negative, that capture carbon dioxide within their matter. Mycelium, which is the root system of mushrooms. Microgreen rhizomes. And material salvaged metamaterial or metamatter salvaged from landscapes of extraction or landscapes of waste disposal. There is a set of 4 practices that are dedicated to reversing climate change, working from the tiny to the mega, from the nano to the tera, thinking planetary and working in very, very micro scale. So let me introduce these dedicated designers. I would like to ask Alison Dring, CEO and founder of the carbon negative, climate positive company Made of Air. Welcome, Alison. Pleased to meet you. Hi. And also Sim Caro, artist and researcher, materials developer, founding partner of the research collective Mycelium, based in Tallinn, and alumnus of the ICA, I believe. Welcome, Sim. Chiara Farinea, Head of Development at the Institute of Advanced Architecture, Catalonia, responsible for sustainable materials, research and development. Welcome, Chiara. And Anika Caldoia and Car Doyave of Studio Aime, a duo which is between art, academia, and research development. Welcome, and glad to have you with us. Okay, so we will have the presentations, starting with Alison, and then we'll have a stimulating discussion. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start with an analogy. A table stands on 4 legs, and it's stable. It's in equilibrium. A horse also stands on 4 legs, but it's in steady state. It is actively standing, although unconsciously. If it were to die, it would collapse. And it's under this principle that I co-founded a company called Made of Air in 2016. It's an idea that we have to start thinking of our planet as a whole system and thinking about the fragility attached to that system. So I want to walk you through what we're doing at Made of Air and the 3 kind of assumptions that we use in setting up the company. So trees are made of air. I get asked a lot about the name of our company, and the question is usually, are you working in atmospherics? And the answer is, kind of. And I guess I should explain. A tree is made of air. Trees and plant life in general, they get very little nutrients from the soil. What they're actually doing is building from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. They use sunlight and they use water. And they form hydrocarbons, and they spit oxygen back out at us. So a tree is essentially a product of our atmosphere. And our planet is the only planet we know of that has this kind of amazing photosynthesis happening. And it's the only planet we know of that can harvest materials from the air. I'd also like to mention another assumption that we work with is that we're facing an era of resource scarcity. Right now, our planet's, I think it's 70%, according to the IPCC, 70% of our non-ice land is under human management. So our land is highly performative. And by 2050, we're going to have cities that are going to urbanize by more than 800%. So according to Bill Gates here, what that means is we're going to have to start building a city the size of New York City every month for the next 40 years. And the question is, if we have this highly performative land that's maxed out, where are the building materials going to come from that we need to build these cities? The third assumption that we work with, we're transitioning, or we're trying to globally, to a 1.5 degree target. You can see here, this is from the IPCC, and you've seen several of these, I'm sure. The point of this, what we draw from this, is that lowering our emissions isn't going to get us there. We're not even going to get there through land-based strategies. So you can see that our land is going to be maxed out before we can do anything nature-based or completely leaving nature intact. What we need are carbon negative strategies. We need negative emissions in order to reach our targets. So we have to face the fact that our cities are emitting carbon. But they could be carbon sinks. So historically, our planet has been storing carbon underground. We have this, what's called a carbon pool. And over time, we've built our cities from that carbon pool. And they're staggering cities. And in my opinion, they're overspec'd. So you could imagine that the next century is about reversing that process. How can we get the CO2 that we've pumped up into the air back into the ground? Can we do it by rebuilding our cities using that CO2? You hear a lot about carbon sinks. Forests are carbon sinks, and they're effective. The issue is that when a tree starts to die and enters a microbial environment, the CO2 that's stored in the process of building the tree is going to be re-emitted into the atmosphere. So a tree is a kind of circular thing. It's great when they're alive for 100 years, but we use wood. And so we have a lot of waste streams, and those waste streams are re-emitting CO2 into our atmosphere. So Made of Air is a company that I started with my co-founder in 2016, and we propose a different value chain. What we have is a process to take wood waste and pyrolyze it into biochar. Who knows what biochar is? Just gonna take a quick, okay. So biochar is a carbon removal strategy. What we do is take the wood waste, which has stored CO2 in its lifetime. Instead of letting it re-emit back into the atmosphere, we capture it, we bake it in a reactor, and we create an elemental carbon out of it. And when we do that, we stop the re-emission of CO2 going back in the atmosphere for centuries. And with this process, we take that material, that elemental carbon from the air, it's biogenic carbon, and we pair it with a bioplastic, and we sell it to manufacturers to make products. And we're aiming these products at the built environment and other manufacturing channels. Then those products are going out into use, so long life cycles, and at the end of life, potentially, this kind of material can go back in the ground. So this is a carbon negative material. It's a way of taking carbon from the atmosphere, cycling it in use, so we can form it like a thermoplastic into panels. It can be injection molded into parts. And at the end of life, this is a material that can be separated at end of life, and the chars can go in the ground, and the polymers can be recirculated. It's an interesting material because it stores a net 2 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere per ton of material. And this is how it looks to a lot of manufacturers when they're thinking about which materials to use. So in the case of a manufacturer working with aluminum, for example, making an aluminum panel, they're generating 11 to 14 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminum. When we do the same process with our material, we not only take that material's emissions off the books, but we offer 2 tons of negative emissions for that manufacturer to play with. We've done it at scale. We're moving to even bigger scales. We've been working with Audi. Their incumbent material is an aluminum panel. We've replaced that with a carbon negative facade. This is the first carbon negative facade in the world. And it's essentially turned a dealership which generated emissions into a carbon sink. We produce granules, so that's actually what our product looks like. They're thermoformable. And we can make them into lots of things. We're injection molding into parts. We're aiming at the building industry. This is an industry that produces 40% of the world's emissions. And we're doing that efficiently in Berlin and in the surrounding area. We work with a lot of companies. We work in different ways. We worked with H&M for a couple years. With them, we do the work of looking into their supply chain, thinking about scope 3 emissions and what we can do by giving them negative emissions to work in that supply chain. We've also worked with Audi in the built environment. We're also working with BMW on cars. I'd like to just propose this idea. A building as a carbon sink. And this is interesting because I know in the kind of emissions game around buildings, it's all about energy. But if you think about the life cycle carbons of a building, up to half of them are associated with materials. And this is a critical half. We've only got about 5 years to make better decisions about materials going into buildings. When we talk about energy, we've got a longer period. We have many years where we can optimize energy. We can't reverse the decisions that we have in materials. It's a front-loaded decision. So this is why materials that can address embodied carbon are so important. So right now, what is the end of life of a building? Well, most of it's landfill. A lot of it's circular. or we aim it to be circular, but the truth is a lot of it is landfill. We want it to be circular. We have materials, we're designing materials to be recirculated above ground. But there's one material that we want to decycle out of the system, and that's CO2. So we have to start thinking about that as a resource. We cannot give up on our consumption cycles. We're not going to make behavioral change in time. What we need are new resources to build. So the question is, how can we design buildings to store carbon? And I think the way that we look at it is we have no choice. So if we were to use right now the building materials that we use in the next 20, 30 years, we will have emitted 350 gigatons of CO2. And that's just the materials, that's not energy. And that is a killer for our carbon budget. So just thinking about that, we propose as a company that buildings operate differently. That instead of becoming emitters, they're decyclers, that we're taking CO2 out of the air, we put it to use in long life cycles like buildings that we can then return to the ground. So Made of Air has a vision. We're out to reverse climate change. It doesn't get bigger than that. We address the fact right now that we have globally waste streams. They're biomass waste streams, whether they're wood waste or other biomass, and they're currently going to true waste. We have a system that doesn't valorize that waste stream, that doesn't take all the CO2 that's stored in there and convert it into a stable, inert form that won't re-emit back into the atmosphere. We are missing a huge opportunity. And so Made of Air sits within this assumption that we as planet can do something about those resources, we can put them to work, and we can put them back in the ground. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I am Siim and I'll be talking about a little bit how I ended up using Mycelium Materials and what are we doing in Mycene. So Mycene is a really young company founded in the beginning of 2021, and we are developing materials that are combining mushroom mycelium and organic industrial waste materials, mainly from the forest and timber and agricultural industry. And in the beginning, we had a focus in the furniture and interior products, but now we are directing our research more into building materials and insulation materials, to be specific. And how I got into the materials, the first encounter was around 6 years ago when we built in Estonian Academy of Arts the science stage for Paide Opinion Festival. And even before that, I would blame Kärt and Annika for the first introduction with mushrooms, because while I was studying in the master's program, they had a studio considering that was focusing on the Eastern Estonian oil shale waste. So my project ended up discovering or using mushrooms as the component that could like filtrate the toxins out from the soil. So during that project, I met a mushroom grower, Erki, who we started to collaborate on several projects, and also with this science stage that we produced these large-scale wall panels. So basically throughout the summer of 2017, we turned the interior architecture department rooms into a production plant. So an important component in our material are the waste or leftovers that are currently not used, maybe not so wisely, in the forest and timber industry. And to give a little bit of context, Estonia, half of Estonia's territory is covered by forests. And the forest industry has a huge impact on the local economy. Because it provides a lot of jobs, and also it provides around 15% of added value to the economy. So Estonia is also the largest producer of wood houses, which of 90% of them are exported. And this is a way of giving value to the wood, but we have also lots of issues around the circularity of the sector. For example, sawdust that we are using is often used for heating the sawmills, or it's just pressed into pellets and exported, and also used for energy production, which results in a fast CO2 release. But with our technology, we can store that CO2 in materials. And we are using mycelium, which is the root-like system of fungi. So the materials really take form in the intersection of waste and mycelium. And to run it through really simply, then we take mycelium and we take leftovers from these industries. And the mycelium acts as a binder that allows us to form the material in any kind of shape. It takes around 5 days to grow in a mold, after which we could remove the material from the molds. So after that, it takes another 5 days to make it grow stronger. And in the end of the process, we dry the material so that the growth completely is finished and it won't have any possibility to grow any further. And as a result, we get material that has amazing properties. The preliminary tests we made in collaboration with Tallinna Technical University have shown us that the material has comparable insulation properties with the commonly used glass and rock wool. It's also pretty strong. It has sound absorbing qualities, and not to mention the biodegradability, or actually it's even better, it's compostable. And as we don't use any glues or chemicals to bind the material, it is completely safe for also interior use. So concerning the installation that we made for TAB, I hope you all seen it already. We wanted to showcase the materials or the fungi's duality. On one hand, the material could be seen as a decomposer in the nature. It takes the dead matter and decomposes it. But at the same time, you can see the process also as a point of new life, because the fungi makes the dead matter into nutrients for new plants and new organisms. So in our installation, we tried to showcase this by using a element that throughout the exhibition will grow, showing the materiality's way of being alive, and at the same time using the same material in an already stopped or inert way. And yeah, currently we are really focusing on the new research path that we are trying to like kickstart. We're putting together a research grant application and coupling this with some investments that we could further develop the insulation material as a product, and which could lead us to a point where we could use this material in the near future as a reality, not just as a concept. So I would also like to use this platform to reach out if anybody's interested in collaborating. So yeah, thanks. That's all from me.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm Chiara Farinea. I work at the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, and I develop their research projects, mainly funded by the European Commission. And in this project, we work on the environment, on food production, and on cooperative environment. So this means what we can extract from nature, how can we generate cooperative environments and enhance the coexistence between the nature, the humans, flora, fauna, animals, through the design and the technology on the other side. So I'm going to show you our vision, let's say, through 3 projects. One of them is the one that you can see here in the Biennale, which will be the last one. I will start with the project, a series of projects, let's say a group of projects working with energy production, so biophotovoltaic energy. What does it mean? It means that we extract some energy from the plants. The plants, near to the roots, there are some let's say bacteria that are producing energy, and this energy can be harvested by introducing an anode and a cathode, so 2 electrodes. The quantity of energy that we can extract is not that much, but it's enough to maintain sensors and irrigation system of a green wall. Therefore, our objective is to create projects to integrate nature in cities, which can be self-sufficient at least, as maintaining nature in cities is hard, like there is the heat island effect, is not the same for a plant to live in a forest or living in a city, and therefore we need some like extra maintenance, and we try to reach a balance. On the other side, we create projects that are working on the microclimate. As I was saying, the microclimate for a plant is not ideal in a city. Therefore, we try to use the materials of the projects and the shape to create microclimate, optimize like the evaporation of the water around them, for example, or harvesting the more water as possible. So through these projects, what we try to do is to reintroduce the nature in cities on one side, and on the other side to try to extract from the nature more than what we are used to. So to create, for example, in this project, as I was saying, energy. Here we have another prototype, and here we have the vision of its implementation. Still, in the next slides, if I'm able to, I will show you other images of further projects that we developed with the same concept to implement the nature in cities. So in this case, we were changing the molding system with a 3D printed system that is helping us with the maintenance, the operations of maintenance of the plants that are not anymore in a hole, but in an entire pot. And here still you can see the system of the sensors in the last image. to maintain the plants. We donated this project to a garden near Ayac in Poblenou in Barcelona, and a group of citizens is taking care of it and experimenting with it. Still from this same project, we developed another wall that has been co-designed with another group of citizens from the Poblenou in order to better answer to the needs of the area. So one of the great things of digital manufacturing is that we can create pieces that are one different from the other. So we can easily respond to the needs of the local conditions, and on the other side to the request of groups of citizens with which we co-design our part of our projects. Or in almost every project we try our best to involve citizens and to create the projects together. In this case, they were also asking us, for example, to introduce the birds houses, the insects hotel, the bat houses that are that small one on the top of it, and to work more on nature. And also to create some textures that could be used for the further renaturalization, like moss that could colonize the project. Here, the second project I wanted to show you, it's also working with mycelium, as the previous project presented by Sim. In our project, we created a system to cultivate the moss in the city and with the citizens again. And on the other side, inside the structure, we are producing panels for isolation. With the mycelium that was, and the roots of the mushroom that were explained before. And here we were implementing also some nature to narrow down, like herbs and other kind of plants, to narrow down the heat island effect. And here is the final result to be implemented in cities, and this is the panel, isolating panel that we produce inside. And finally, well, some more images. And finally, the project that we have implemented here in the Biennale, that is working still on the same concept of making the most out of the nature, like exploiting some hidden sites, like the energy, or in this case, the roots. Normally we have the roots in the soil. However, inspired by the work of the artist Diana Schroeder, we thought, why to not try to create with the roots some building materials. So we were developing textiles for shading. So in the previous slide, you can see our very, very first test. Then we were improving our way, that is the second image. Then we were improving our way of creating these membranes. Here you can see the mold. So basically, we are creating a mold with digital manufacturing and machines, CNC machines, or 3D printing in the case of the blue one. We are creating the mold, we are creating some little channels, and on the top of it we are planting some plants that can be used for food production, and the roots, and as a substrate we were testing both the soil and also the hydrogel. So basically you have the mold, then a sort of net, that is the white one that you can see below, in the first image below the root membrane, and then on the top of it we put the substrate to grow the plants and the seeds. And actually in 4 days from the seeds we were getting the membranes that you can see there. The small one is also in the Biennale, you can also touch it. And here there are the design that we developed for the there is the design that we developed for the Biennale. We were testing like 3 different densities in order to create a shading system that can be applied to different conditions, where is needed more shading, where is needed less shading in a building. So this is the vision of how to apply it on a building. The material, the idea behind is to grow the material from soil and then to have its life cycle in the building, actually behind the glass, because it has to be protected from the water. And then when it ends its life cycle, it can go back to the soil and come back to be a nutrient and start the cycle again. So thanks a lot for hearing me.
Hello, everyone. We are a collective called Studio Aine. That means studio matter or subjects in Estonian. And we have been working with local residual and bio-based materials for about 5 years now. And separately, even longer. In our practice, the empirical method and sensorial approach are essential. We value being close to the research object from a human and personal perspective. And while exploring the materials, we usually simultaneously research the probable practical solutions, working together with experts, companies, and institutions. On the screen, you can see a photo of our previous project, in which we dealt with the largest waste group in Estonia, oil shale ash. For Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal, we decided to look into the waste streams of Tallinn. Tallinn is a medieval town where waste has been organized since the 13th century, when it was mostly collected into cesspits. Cesspits were containers for excrements and household waste, and were located under the floor of the building or outside in the yard. Cesspits were emptied approximately once during a person's lifetime. As archaeological finds, cesspits are very valuable because they help make sense of life in a medieval city. While all organic compounds have decayed, the bits and pieces of ceramics tell us a lot about the food culture and material technologies of those times. Compared to the Middle Ages, the waste economy has naturally taken a long step further from cesspits, but holistic, sustainable urban metabolism is still to be developed. The most important waste treatment centers in Tallinn area are Paljassaare Wastewater Treatment Plant, Iru Thermal Power Plant, Tallinn Waste Recovery Center, and Väo Limestone Quarry. Mixed municipal waste is largely recycled or incinerated in thermal power plant. Waste from construction sites is mostly taken to Väo Quarry as a refill. In recent years, domestic water treatment sludge has formed the largest type of biodegradable waste in Estonia. After processing, the sludge is mixed with peat and made into a compost. Although the possibilities for that are limited due to certification requirements and lack of alternative usages, large quantities also mean that some of the waste ends up in the landfill. In our study, Metamatter, we delve into the philosophy and history of waste as matter out of place and a valuable cultural layer in the metabolism of the city of Tallinn. We have chosen the gypsum board waste and wastewater sludge to speculate and experiment with, which in a way are both unpleasant yet intriguing materials, hidden away from the direct contact with the inhabitant of the city. Gypsum board mostly consists of gypsum with front and back paper liners, containing a small percentage of non-gypsum additives. Even though in one way or another most of us have experience with using gypsum boards, it is interesting to take a closer look into the composition of the material. Gypsum is a common soft sulfate mineral, but what makes it exceptional is that it can be endlessly recycled. In order to reuse the board, it has to be dried in certain temperatures and separated from the paper. This is necessary if it's made into a new gypsum board, but also in other cases because In landfill, the combination of paper, gypsum, and organic substances can extract toxic gases. In the process of working with the material, we became experts on how to cut, construct, demolish, reshape, and reuse this material. Through our experiments and parallel research in the material, we took a direction towards using it in the context of food. What are the future perspectives of extracting the edible part from gypsum board, and how it could be useful for the environment in the face of material scarcity, rising population, and shrinkage of the farmable lands? Here is documentation of an experiment that took about 1 month. The boards were demolished and left to set with water. During 1 month, the so-to-say dough became a solid form of a bowl.
Okay, I will take on from here and continue introducing the processes and proposals of the project, which in fact we see rather as a beginning than a final outcome. So as gypsum contains calcium and sulfur, both of which are essential plant nutrients, adding it to the soil can promote better root development, build the soil structure, and provide better water storage and drainage. So through different chemical and mechanical processes and synthesis, it is possible to turn gypsum board waste into an environmentally sustainable fertilizer, especially in combination with our other material in focus, which is the sludge. And this proposition could influence our food supplies in the future and decrease the use of synthetic organophosphorus compounds, at least in some areas. Simultaneously with mixing the fertilizer-like material, we continued another experiment, wondering what if we add heat to the same material combination. So after meticulously forming the gypsum board waste into tiles, we placed them into a kiln and added high temperatures up to 1080 degrees. And we were stunned to see that through that method, a ceramic tile came out of the fire. So through adding this layer of treatment, the material changed immediately and quite drastically. Also the properties and the sensorial and emotional connotations and the value of it might have changed. As a next step, we did add different glazing to the tiles to add somewhat practical value to the material, making it less porous and perhaps even usable. So we added sewage sludge as a glazing. In some case, besides sludge, also peat, and the oil shale ash that we've been working on previously. So the material that is in every normal situation hidden under plaster or paint or another layer of decorative paper becomes suddenly maybe worthy to display, and meaning both the gypsum board as well as the sewage waste. As you can see, our work has evolved through experiments and craftsmanship, historical mining, and cultural narratives. And new materials and scenarios were created for matter out of place. And by adding temperatures to the material, its perception has shifted from something like rejected matter towards maybe a speculative exclusive value. So in a way, we had reached to where we started. The cesspits with pieces of pottery, fragments that could reveal important information from the past. Now we had created new fragments from contemporary waste from housing, looking through those pieces, what could be possible maybe in the future. And our journey of metamatter at that point had to stop. And we're looking forward to seeing what kind of dialogues it could provoke in the context of material affairs in the future, and what could be the next steps. I will finish our presentation with a beautiful scene that we both witnessed a few days ago. After we had set up our installation at the Solaladu, there was some material left over that we had to put in the rubbish container. A day later, we were happy to see that the scrap found a new function when the builder used them as a support structure for maintenance work. And they fit in the size perfectly and found a new perspective in a slightly different context. So this was our exploration of those two matters, and it was specially made for this exhibition, so we have never worked with this before, and we're looking forward to what's going to be the next material we work with. And we'd like to thank the construction sites who provided us the leftover drywall pieces, and Tallinna Vesi, who educated us about the sewage treatment and offered the raw material to work with, which was terribly unpleasant to work with. And Jus Heinsalu, who consulted us with working on ceramics, and of course Lydia Andretti, who invited us and provoked us to make this special work for the exhibition Brick to Soil section. Thank you.
Thank you all for these fascinating presentations. We should consider these works, the value of these works, as design innovation on the one hand, and of course on the other as environmental ethics. So in this sense, the value of garbage appears to fit or claim an alternative economic paradigm based on economies of care, salvaging, scavenging, collaborating with craftsmen. Your last photo of finding a very humble life, second and third life cycle. While on the other hand, it seems to adapt very well to economies of excess. Like Alison said, we don't need to change our lifestyle, our diet, or our habits. We only need to change our resources. So it seems to be that either way, we can find a way to restart an economy that is cyclical. So that is the first important point to consider here. So it's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of capacities at many levels and different economic paradigms. The other ways, like, design innovation. First of all, we have a new field for architects, artists, designers to engage in, which is the nanoscale of material design, which is something that it's quite recent. I mean, it's a new field of investigation for architects and designers. Would you say that we now have the technology to produce an architectural system that is able to be animated and to live a full cycle of life and death, and to eventually decompose and compose itself? This is one open question. It seems to me that in fragments and very little parts, you're all working in the same direction. And this is a very wisely set up panel. Perhaps in combination of all, we could envision a system. Now, for starters, maybe it would be nice to have a reaction of yours on this first statement, and then come back to some more important questions that are specific to your projects. So, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you. We are working in different countries, in different places, but of course it's a global trend to be looking for these new alternative solutions to materials in architecture and design. And You mentioned nanoscale, which has been around for a while and is an important tool for archaeologists, as mentioned in our project, who are working with these discoveries from test pits. But also in the Academy of Arts, there are new ventures on how to make materials in nanoscale. But the interesting fact about it is that a few years ago, we compiled an exhibition where we showed local material developments from designers, architects, institutions, companies. And nanoscale was around already centuries ago. It just people didn't know how to analyze it. For example, in making tools from steel and iron. And only now we have the technology to really look into the scale to understand it. So it has been definitely around for some time, but now with the technology evolving, we have the possibility to take it further on.
Yeah, continuing maybe from the exhibition that we at that time compiled, which brought together people from labs and from artist studios. It was a good start for a dialogue between these different researchers. And we see the effect of it now, how collaborative projects start to evolve, which brings this little contemplations at the studio or little experiments on a smaller scale, scalable into bigger solutions.
From our point of view, I think we try to use the surfaces of the city that are normally not used or used only to protect the activities that are inside the building to be part of this cycle. So to work with the scale of the city, but in a productive level, let's say, in a productive way, try to use the horizontal and the vertical part of the city to produce something. And to do this, we need to go to a smaller scale, that is the scale of the plant, of the needs of the plant, and the scale of the production of the product. So we try to work on these different levels to reintegrate a sort of production and to make the most out of the city through the design. And as I was telling also, we try to use new technologies like, for example, the biophotovoltaic system that I was mentioning, and also the digital manufacturing.
Yeah, we can see a lot of new technologies and materials that would be, I don't know, in some case like ready to apply in architecture, but that are also ready to be scalable products. But I think one problem with this is that the market is not ready yet, because the currently dominating materials that have been like developed over like 50 or even more years are like much more cheaper, which is the main reason for today's customers for buying something. But I see this will be changing, because we're in a transitional period. And as the regulations will have an effect in like 2030, we have to, in EU, reduce all the emissions by 50%, and by 2055 everything has to be net zero. Then these are like really strong points that will be making the future material use not only considering the price and function, but also the CO2 footprint. And I'm not saying the CO2 footprint is not the only aspect of a material that we should consider, but yeah, I think it's just about how can we now like scale all these new technologies and materials.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a lot going on between all of our projects. And one of the things that we're grappling with right now is this idea of permanence. So what we do as biological materials is question the long life cycles needed to be able to make a building, for example. We have in our society the idea that a building should last 20 to 50 years. We have insurance on building products that are meant to be stable from 20 to 50 years. We don't have a paradigm of biodegradable buildings. We have that in consumer products, which has been kind of amazing, seeing biodegradability come forward. And when I think we could speculate how that could work in buildings, I think what are we changing here? I mean, we spent the last 60 years in a fossil economy. Materials are cheap. They're coming from below ground. Resources were easy. This transition is all about switching our resources, finding new sources. Things are going to be expensive for a while before we get there. I think when I was talking about behavioral changes and consumption cycles, I think what becomes really interesting is that we don't have a lot of time. We can make behavioral changes, but we don't have a lot of time to do them. And one example that I always like to think about is the recent example with plastic drinking straws. This is a big topic. So, you know, we as a society just ruled out plastic drinking straws in the last 3 years. And what we got instead is a paper straw. And who else hates the paper straw? This is a terrible product. But my point is that we accept it because we know it's the right thing to do. We can make societal changes. But we just need to grapple with the idea that a product can be good enough. And I think that's really difficult with our current paradigm. We've built processes around fossil economy that are cheap and easy, and everything is over-spec'd. We have materials that last way longer than they need to for their use cycles. And in the case of the paper drinking straw, it lasts a little under. But I think we accept it. This idea of good enough, I think, would be a strong case to bring into the built environment.
Good enough and sufficiency with the minimum necessary should be our criterion of judging them, rather than the optimum. You know, staging carbon neutral products as luxury or as necessity, that would be one question. And then if we, you know, looking at your work environments, we could say that, of course, art is the primary medium of expression, and then the lab is the place of development, but then really the industry is the catalyst. And Alison, you have this tremendous entrepreneurial energy in your promotion and your collaborations. So coming back to you once again, bouncing back, would you like to describe the reception of these ideas with the car industry, your collaborations with Audi and BMW? And I want to drop in the term greenwashing. So we'd like you to consider that in your answer, please.
Absolutely. It's been a very interesting time. We're having a lot of conversations about this. I think when it came to the car industry, and indeed the car industry is not different than a lot of industries when it comes to this, the conversation starts with a life cycle assessment in our product. We don't start the conversation with a marketing or a branding message. What we're delivering is data, and I can tell you that in the case of very large companies that are working in very large supply chains that are trying to transition to net zero and finding it very difficult, it's the data that matters. So when we work with the car industry, the most valuable thing we give them is negative emissions. And how that works in a supply chain is everything they're working with is creating emissions. In order to get net zero, they needed negative emissions. And that's the conversation. I think if we were to talk about greenwashing, it would be the marketing message would be far lower. I think the impact that they're looking for has to come in a verified, third-party audited LCA that we can deliver to them. So it does become a very black and white discussion.
Right. So data will persuade us all the objectivity of data evaluation. Well, I will now ask a question to Sim. So the installation that is presently at the Estonian Museum of Architecture on the second floor, it is a, partition wall or interior partition wall that has acoustic properties, and at the same time a sample of maturing the compound of sawdust and mycelium within a pit. And you mentioned that this has a life cycle, so it lives and then it decomposes. So one term I would like to address is the idea of a living wall, which 10 years ago was a most innovative convergence of environmental design, landscape architecture, and a new architectural field of intervention. So would you describe mycelium as a new aesthetics of decay that are, transforming the idea of the living wall? And plus, in your Instagram account, we've seen panels of mycelium, decay patterns that are in their minimalist appearance commodities themselves. Like you can buy one and place it over your desktop. So what exactly is happening here? Is it a living wall or a decaying wall? Is it about the aesthetics of decay that we have to change our habits of perception? Or is it, the facts that Alison mentioned, that, it's purifying the air, it's sound insulating, it's decomposable, and that should be enough?
You put it in a really nice way. I think the aesthetics of it is, in a way, fitting in our, current environment where, I would say the main ruling aesthetics that we so far have seen has been just smooth and polished surfaces that we so much prioritize because. And I think it's also about the way that we think that the environment should act, that it should be should be ageless, or it should be it can't decompose. It have to be somehow endless life but this is wrong actually, as we see that we can't build things that are gonna withstand 100 or 300 years, or they could if we find a nice way to use them, but a lot of materials are just too complex for the environment to decompose, and also they might be toxic. But in a way, mycelium, as you said, explains or brings out the way that we maybe should pursue, the way of using materials that are more aligned with the real life cycle, that if we grow something, we have to decompose something. So I think it has a nice visual message as well, besides everything else it does as a material.
Do you know, perhaps it's too early to tell, what is the lifespan of such a partition wall? Do we know when it will decompose? Will it flower?
Well, yeah, it's if it's in an interior context with a controlled climate and so on, I think it will withstand years and years because nothing really harms it. But if you take it outside, the untreated material, in that case, other organisms start to decompose the material eventually. But yeah, we've been using some products ourselves, like for 3 or 4 years in a home environment, and you can see they're still acting as they should.
So coming back to Chiara, you know, in this context we're discussing, it seems that processes, design-wise, processes are more important than objects. Yet in your case, you know, form and geometry are still, you know, very present and very heroic. Would you like to expand on the importance of form? So, you know, correlating with the change of aesthetics. And the processes that you use. We discussed a lot about microgreen roots yesterday, so maybe that's part of the process to explain how it's an auto-generated artifact. So please enlighten us a little more.
Okay. With regards to the aesthetics, yes, actually no, it's work. So with regards to the aesthetic, yeah, we make an effort to try to have an aesthetic that is still a sort of solid aesthetic, like using several lines and what we are used to see, to create with our eyes a clear, that our eyes perceive a clear image, and that's an effort we try to do in every project and I think is probably clear from my presentation. So with regard to the aesthetic, yes, we try to maintain a sort of solid aesthetic partition between the elements and so on. Because somehow I find it comforting to have an aesthetic that is clear in the city and is perceivable, and the eye is used to see and perceive grids, and this is also orientating people, and also people like me that has a lot of vertigo, and this is like creating a clear image of the city. However, in each element, because all our projects are created by several elements that are in a rigid grid that is also helping to simplify the construction method and so on, apart the pure aesthetical part. Then inside each element we try to create something that has a different approach, and the approach is like creating something that really helps the plants to grow and the creation of a microclimate. So we have our sort of little machine, let's say, to create a microclimate there. So try to put something new or done with using a very performative approach in a simplified way, distributed in the city through modules, very repetitive. And the other question was about the process. Yeah, yeah. We work on all the parts of the process, but the most difficult part, according to my experience, that is already more than 10 years working with plants, is to maintain the plants alive. Because the plants, if they are in nature, they are happy, and I mean, they are part of an ecosystem, and the ecosystem is contributing in all its part to the survival of each part of that ecosystem. If you extrapolate the plant from its ecosystem, the plant starts to have a lot of problems, issues, is exposed to pollutants, to too much sun, Thailand effect, and so on and so forth. So if we want to try to recreate a natural environment, all the parts of the city needs to contribute to this natural, to the renaturalization of the city. And this means not only planting a plant, but really reflect on the materials that we are used, which are the effects, the transpiration, the moss keeping, leaving it during the day, for evaporation and creation of humidity that is helping the microclimate of the city. So the most part of the process is dedicated to create like a sort of machine again to make the plants living in the city. And then the rest of the process is dedicated to creating the most out of this coexistence. So creating also building materials, making a productive city, creating the food, the energy, and etc. So we address the different steps so as part of the process.
Coming back, because we are short of time, Annika and Kurt, I was humbled by your presentation, by the sensitivity of looking into the landscapes of extraction, of waste disposal, but also the archaeology of Estonia. And I was very much struck by this last diagram of the ceramic vessels that are coming from the history of your place. And then the idea of the fragment that fills in. So this is an aesthetics of repair, and also fits very much to a model of economies of care. That it's a very small contribution. It's formless also, which is very interesting. And at the same time, it is very artful. So the first photograph you started with, kind of reminded me of a Caspar David Friedrich landscape, you know, a man with his back turned, maybe it was a woman, and then that's an extraction site, a former quarry or a waste disposal. So, art is the mediator. It is, a new awareness and a new cognition and appreciation of the direction. I think it adds value, and it's not really a question, but, if you would like to add something to that about your work before we open the podium to the audience for a few questions.
Yeah, during our previous projects, we have collaborated also a lot with artists, and I'm maybe more than Annika, I'm active also in the art scene and working in between different disciplines. So in a way, it is like a luxury or a privilege to be able to work in this middle section and to work with these fragments and through these fragments maybe have a little view into the future, imagining something into a material, something that maybe is not necessarily possible at the very moment, but could be very big or a big actor in the future. Yeah, and you mentioned the image, the first image that we showed. It was very important for us while we were working at the oil shale ash. How is it called? It's the field. Let's say field. The feeling of being there. It's something extremely beautiful, but then it's very painful at the same time. And the person on the image actually was someone who's working there on daily basis, and who so nicely opened his view on the material that we were looking from a completely different point of view. Because he was a person who's actually taking care of this landscape.
Time to address the audience. So if there are comments, questions, appraisals, yes. We have a question there.
Hi. You were talking about the. I'm sorry, bad names. You were talking about the paper straw. How we all depicted like the plastic ones, and it's a good enough solution, and it's decomposing prior to its real end of use. So the end of life is before the end of use. But when we speak about architecture, we speak about something that is related to our, let's say, identity. And it's like deep-rooted psychology. So this idea of living in a decomposing environment, I'm just curious, what is your statement or what is your thoughts about this idea of not living in a permanent house, so that your roof is decomposing or your exterior walls are decomposing? I mean, I can imagine all sorts of futuristic proposals of maybe going back to nomadic life, but even our hyper-capitalist nomadic life are actually all based upon the idea that the built environment is constant. And so I don't know, I was wondering about this. What is your prospect, the psychological impacts and cultural impacts about decomposition?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation there. I think what resonates with me is this shift. So I deal more on a microscopic level, as we talked about in the beginning. How does a microscopic change have impact in a macro way in cities and in atmospheres even? And what I'm seeing is this shift away from our resources coming from below ground to above ground. But that doesn't necessarily indicate a change in permanence. I think in some examples you have biodegradability. In other biological examples, you have circularity, endless circular chains. And I think it's a question how we want to live. I think the materials will support a societal change. And I don't think that we have to use petroleum or other fossil resources to do it. I think this is it's a question. I think of the psychological impact. I can just say that personally, I find the change to biological to be healthier. I think the idea of origin has come up in the last 10 years around materials. So there's a definite ethics attached to the materials. There's a question attached to the spaces that we live in. We're maybe moving out of an age where we just accept economies of scale and the delivery of finished parts. So this is, I would speculate that we're entering a time where we are, as individuals and communities, more involved in or co-creating in those spaces.
If there are there any more questions or comments? I know it's lunchtime, so you're probably eager to get there, but we could accept one. Yes, please.
Yes, hi. Question to Siim. Tell me about this block you have on the table. Is this the same one we saw 3 years ago in Taab?
You mean this block? It uses the same form that we usually use for the pavements. It's just to like showcase how easy it is to form it in any kind of shape. It is, yeah. It is lightweight. So yeah, if anyone wants to have a touch or feel of the material, then track me down.
Right, so prototypes, fascinating new materialities of waste, biodegradability, carbon negativity, and climate positivity. Thank you very much for this great discussion, and thank you for having us all here, and more during lunch.
Thanks for this, for the panel, dear speakers, the moderator. Just to announce that there is lunch. Well, something that has been announced already by Sofia. But during lunch, there is also an opening of an exhibition, which is called The Handful. It's a schools exhibition, which is part of the TAB program. And it's taking place right here in the building next door. It's called the Estonian Contemporary Art Museum. So do grab lunch and you can go to the opening or the other way around. But yeah, that's all from me, and we'll see you in an hour. Thanks. All right. Welcome everyone back from lunch. We're about to start with the next panel, which is Farm and the City. And I would like to ask the moderator of the panel, Sonia Ralston, to the stage. Thank you, Sonia.
Hello, everybody. I hope you all had a really nice lunch, and thank you to all of our panelists and audience for being here today. My name is Sonia Sabrino Ralston. I'm the assistant curator for the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal this year, and this panel is I'll be moderating. But I'm a spatial practitioner and researcher, and I focus on the relationship between information technology and scientific laboratories and how they produce territory. So I'm currently a Master of Landscape Architecture student at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, and I hold a Master of Architecture from Princeton University. So I've long been interested in Estonian architecture, so particularly the work that took place in rural collective farms in the 1960s and 1980s by the likes of Thomas Rhein and Valve Pourmeister, and the IKEA project at large. So very excited to be in Estonia. So their experimental work and formal designs were really, really exciting, but I think what makes this the most interesting to me was how, in the context of shoring up modern agricultural practices, those spatial practitioners tirelessly bent the rules and standards to carve out a space for their own work in an otherwise rigid aesthetic and logistical regime. So this interplay between architecture and geopolitics demonstrates the complexity of the ways in which the design of the built environment is tied to networks and systems of economic and political organization. So perhaps most importantly, many of the relationships between architecture and territory, and not just in Estonia, but in the world at large, are played out through the very material concern of the logistics of food production. So in creating hinterlands and centers, farms and cities, rural and urban areas, our material loops are intertwined and connected in a system of binaries that in fact are not binary at all. From the scale of the microbe to the floor plan to the regional plan, the geopolitical boundaries of production are marked by a series of irrefutable entanglements that produce social and economic relationships and that are ultimately mediated by architecture and the built environment across many scales. So in this panel, our wonderful group of presenters will allow us to explore what it means to develop localized and circular economic thinking in both the city and farm from historical, contemporary, and projective perspectives. So I'm going to invite all of our presenters to the stage. They'll sit, and I'll introduce all of you at the same time. So please come up. So speaking on behalf, our first presenters are Black Almanac, whose video-based work you can see in the main curatorial exhibition at the museum. Black Almanac is a speculative design research platform that sees artificiality, alienation, and desire as key ingredients in the transformation of the global food system. Initiated in 2020 by Philip Mon, Andrea Provenzano, and Nikolai Medvedenko, the project brings together concepts, tools, case studies, and people for whom equitable, nutritious, ecologically sustainable, and joyful cuisine is the minimum viable requirement for food in the century to come. So speaking on behalf of Black Almanac are Philip Mon and Andrea Provenzano, and I'll introduce each of them. Andrea is an image maker and researcher from Italy. After training as a mechanical engineer, he switched to documentary photography and has recently expanded his practice to include algorithmic and computer-generated images, as in Black Almanac's Other Gardens, Visions of Agriculture Beyond Earth. And he is based in the Arctic region of Finnmark. Philip Mon is a writer and researcher from the UK. He covered the infamous horse meat scandal while working as a journalist in London and returned to the subject of food logistics later while participating in the terraforming program at the Strelka Institute. He has worked for current affairs and culture magazines in London and Berlin, and his freelance writing explores food history, the philosophy of technology, and astrobiology. So welcome. Our second presenter is Johan Tali, whose Supergreen project undertaken with his firm Molumba you can see as part of the Future Food Deal at the museum. And Johan Tali is an architect, a doctoral candidate, and teaching staff at the Estonian Academy of Arts, and he's a founding member of Molumba. At ECA, he is also co-curator of the Open Lecture Series, a member of the Unfinished City Research Institute, and supervisor of the Professional Studio. He was named the winner of the Young Architect Award in 2021 by the Estonian Association of Architects, and in what seems to be a very busy year, he also curated the City Unfinished Urban Visions exhibition at the Museum of Architecture, Estonian Architecture, which explored the many ways to think about planning in the city of Tallinn. And our last but not least presenter is Epp Lenkots, who is an architectural historian and senior research fellow at the Estonian Academy of Arts. And her research interests include architecture and material culture under socialism and the historiography of modern architecture. She's written on social differentiation in the Soviet domestic sphere, the mingling of avant-garde and historiographic practices in Soviet architectural historiography. Her present research centers around the ideas of the socialist leisure society and how they were mediated into everyday environment during the 1960s and 1970s. She's the co-editor and co-curator of the award-winning book and the exhibition Leisure Spaces, Holiday and Architecture in 20th Century Estonia, which was also held at the museum in 2020. So without further ado, let's get started. I invite Philip to come speak.
Wow. Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. First of all, I want to say thank you for the invitation to Lydia and Areti, our tireless curators. Also to Sonia for hosting the panel and for all of her work towards the Biennale. Also to Ivan and Ronja, who I think I gave a really hard time to with sending video files late and all that kind of stuff, but hopefully she'll forgive us. So, Black Almanac began as a speculative design project, but has slowly taken on a life of its own in the material world. Our hope for the longer term is to create a resource and a point of connection for people interested in new ways of thinking about the food system, regardless of whether their role is as a food producer, a chef, a technologist, or simply as an eater. The Greek historian and geographer Herodotus famously visited and wrote about the opening of the Nile River. And in fact, it's Herodotus who's credited with the comparison of the river's broad alluvial banks to the Greek letter delta. Of course, this is a triangle to you and me. In maths, the delta symbol means change. And this is an appropriate inheritance from a site intrinsically connected to the early days of agriculture. Ancient Egypt was historically referred to as the Black Land, as opposed to the red land that surrounded it. That's the desert. In fact, the Coptic word keme is believed to have been borrowed and used as the Arabic alchimia, or alchemy, the root that ultimately in English became chemistry. When we discuss the climate impacts of agriculture today, we are compelled to recognize the chemical foundation that undergirds the special category of matter we humans delineate as food. Even if, from the point of view of the universe, our categories are indistinguishable from the continual churning, mixing, assembly and disassembly of atoms that predates us and will continue after we're gone. Chemistry is an expansion and a professionalization of cooking, a synthetic practice born from the domestic transformation of raw into cooked that enabled us to spread into and transform every corner of the planet. Today we boast about how we know our way around the kitchen, but the fact is we have very little idea what actually is going on in the fields that are reshaped by what we're doing in the kitchen. So we chose the name Black Almanac not only in reference to the fertile soils of the Nile River Delta, but also to the wealth of knowledge in soil ecology, genomics, agro-robotics, and farm analytics that still needs to be created, and for the knowledge that does already exist, but currently remains locked away due to business practices, geopolitical rivalries, aggressive IP laws, or even a lack of computational infrastructure. Almanacs are some of the oldest surviving texts that we have, ancient databases that structured farming practice and provided a site for speculation about our place within the cosmos. Yet there's nothing like a farmer's almanac today, creating instead a vacuum into which performative politics and corporate PR floods to structure contemporary food discourse. Black Almanac wasn't intended to be a uniform, holistic almanac, but rather to highlight this breach, this gulf, this emptiness. We instead see it as functioning as a sort of read-write ledger towards a new kind of cooking. And when I say cooking, I think we can consider this a practice that takes place in software as much as it does in kitchens. Our work at Tallinn takes the form of a glossary of terms, some of which I'll allude to in a moment. You can see examples on the slide there. There are 2 videos, and there's a printout that people can take home and digest at their leisure. We're also going to publish a small book next month called Cooking Earth. This is going to coincide with a week of programming at Media Lab Matadero in Madrid, where we're going to be joined by chefs, designers, artists, engineers, and chemists to question the source of our everyday anxieties around food, to study blockages preventing transformation in the broader food system, and to imagine food futures that do not presently exist. So, in our 2 years of research up to this point, 3 core themes, or maybe we might say ingredients, have repeatedly emerged. Those are artificiality, desire, and alienation. These are not generally the sorts of words you might encounter when you visit the organic foods aisle at the supermarket. In fact, I would say today's brand of conscious consumerism is very likely to reject these words outright. However, we're not positing these 3 as any kind of a solution, but rather trying to highlight through research the way they have been integral in explaining why the food system is the way it is. What do I mean by this? So, to consider artificiality first. Recent research in archaeology and anthropology reveals to us that as far back as 12,000 years ago, which is to say before the rise of mechanized agriculture, humans had already transformed 3/4 of the Earth's land surface, using techniques such as burning, domestication, species propagation, and crop cultivation. This first terraforming was a chaotic, brutal process powered by basic evolutionary drives, which now must be replaced by a deliberate, sense-based terraforming of the Earth that can absorb what we know now that we did not know then. Not only is the past more artificial than is generally accepted, but so is the present. Every day, governments worldwide spend around $1 billion on perverse subsidies, primarily for livestock rearing and commodity crops. This makes disruption almost impossible, whether that be in the form of technological innovation, new farming methods, or even new food cultures, recipes, and food products. As for our desires, we may consider our deepest and most primitive sense, which is the sense of smell. When life first moved on Earth, it did so to capture food. The biochemical term for the movement of cells towards external stimuli is chemotaxis. In our case, as conscious, complex organisms, taste and smell are created in response to molecules in our environment that trigger a neural cascade which passes through the emotion, learning, and memory processing centers in the brain before we become aware of them. In this way, smell is both automatic as breathing, yet as intimate as dreaming. A local drive with global repercussions. We often assume that people have historically been forced out of food production. It's a kind of commonplace that I've heard a couple of times in the last couple of days. But what we might do instead is pay attention to some of the accounts that emerge from the historic record and consider some of the reasons people might have had for wanting to pursue other things. Access to safe, affordable, easy meals is not often cited as a vehicle of liberation. But in the absence of supermarkets, restaurants, and delivery services, the daily challenge of reproducing bodies while keeping them healthy was the principal concern of all but the rich. To quote the food historian Rachel Loudon, and if you don't know her, you must look her up. Her book, Cuisine and Empire, is a masterpiece. To quote Rachel Loudon, until the arrival of the tortilla machine in 1950s Mexico, women without servants could expect to spend 5 hours a day, 1/3 of their waking hours, kneeling at the grindstone preparing the dough for the family's tortillas. Finally, alienation. Some of the worst ways to produce food have been enshrined in a cultural semiotics of pastoral nostalgia that is reproduced daily in children's books, food advertising, video games, TV shows, and just suffused within the broader culture. These agrarian simulations, and that's our glossary term, agrarian simulations, are so deeply embedded that we do not question them and find departures from what is perceived as traditional to be threatening or sinister. And yet the history of technological change, or the arrival of unusual foods from one culture to another, has seen alienation often as its first spark. Think about the elevation of lobster from a bottom-feeding parasite farmers didn't even want to feed to their animals to a symbol of excess, or the widespread embrace of Japanese classics like raw tuna or matcha, neither of which my Irish dairy farmer grandparents would have recognized as edible food. Embracing alienation means recognizing our own alienness as a home to billions of microorganisms who made symbiotic pacts inside the bodies of our ancestors, as well as the sublime planetary metabolism of which food is a major part. In this way, food becomes a medium for transformation that requires us to reject our assumptions about what is naturally given so that we can look directly at our problems and begin to build again. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Johan?
So I'm not so much going to talk about farming, but politics, because when you think about it, what the project Super Green wanted to look at is how you actually initiate change. And one of those ways is actually political will. So the background story is that I think in 2005, European Council initiated a prize to be handed out to a city every year, which was titled European Green Capital of that year. And this was actually announced in Tallinn by the local mayor at that time, Jüri Ratas. And ever since that time, Tallinn actually wanted to be European Green Capital. And what this kind of project or this capital does is addresses sustainability and how we actually live as a city. So the project Super Green is actually, it's a hoax. It's a made-up campaign because we see year after year Tallinn trying to become the European Green Capital and never really making it. This year, actually, when we did the project, parallel to that, a few months later, they actually won. So I'm going to talk about the parallel universe to what is actually happening in reality. And actually our project, which was done in collaboration with the philosopher Eik Hermann and Carli Luik and Harry Kaplan and Ann-Kristin Enson from our office, is actually a kind of a parody of this campaign. And I think a campaign, a political campaign, is a very funny instrument also in terms of architecture, because it's actually a plan. It's a promise of things about to happen when things go someone's way. So Supergreen is a plan as well of what would happen if Tallinn would become European Green Capital and what would they do. So the plan was, this is all kind of like what the let's say the campaign office thought. Okay, I have to say one more thing. This was a kind of exhibition piece for Estonian Architecture Museum's anniversary exhibition, and which asked for a project that would be as a response to kind of disasters of the world and how we would change the world with one building or a project. So we said, okay, we need to do one thing in Tallinn to fix all the sustainability issues. We need to take the Lasnamäe Canal, which probably you know from the Visions competition. It's this modernist prefab housing district in Tallinn that has a kind of central canal. And then the campaign office, which well, okay, the background story is that Lasnamäe is a kind of segregated big part of Tallinn, which actually gives pretty much the big majority of the votes for whoever is in power. And for the, I think, 20 years or even longer, the Central Party has been in power pretty much on the votes of Lasnamäe. So this is a kind of nod to Lasnamäe people, and then to have the project be really kind of centered around them. So it would be a pilot project, and these kind of super green structures would then follow in the rest of the city as well. Also this kind of idea of a super kind of mega structure, which would be basically a building stretching from the city center to the edge of the city in this canal, would be pretty much in line with this kind of metabolist ideas. And what we also discovered is that if you flip the map of Tallinn, it really resembles a human body, and this would become the throat. The actual exhibit in the museum was a kind of freeze frame of that campaign being rolled out. So it's all kinds of merchandise that would need to be handed out to the people once the campaign actually would go, and it would be kind of fragments of these discussions of the bureaucracy that needs to be put in place in order to actually make this project happen. It would be leaflets of what would actually happen in the canal. It would be postcards of actual spaces inside that canal. So ideally, or the idea is that the canal will be covered with a tensile roof, and inside there will be a kind of artificial climate of different zones. So these would be these kind of promises of what this megastructure would do. They are kind of anecdotal. So the first one would be kind of beautiful natural landscapes of Estonia as a kind of museum exhibit. So you would have bogs and different types of natural landscapes. Then you would have real farming as aquaponics. Then you would have, as we're talking about sustainability and moving towards a more sustainable city, and Tallinn is still a city that car use is growing. So the modal split is still leaning towards more cars. So there would be a place where you could actually hand off your car and you would get credits and you would get redemption. So as you probably noticed, we're really talking about greenwashing all the way. So we would also have a greenhouse where you would have Tallinn bananas as a kind of special breed of bananas that you would be handing out. Then you would have these small pods of co-working on sustainable projects. You would have waste disposal. You would have different types of kind of waste sorting. You would have obviously a public amenity to kind of say that this is for everyone to use, which is a beach. And you would have this kind of theme park of prehistoric or kind of paleo lifestyle. So really kind of small hints of all these kind of conflicts and struggles that we're kind of looking into when discussing how to live more sustainable. And as a kind of climax to this, it's a linear structure, and on top of it there's this cable tram that drives throughout Lasnamäe, and kind of linked to history is that always in the canal there was supposed to be a tram, but it never happened. So now we kind of follow through with the old promise of modernists and say that there's a air cable tram, and it leads to a former power plant, which has been completely refurbished into a greenhouse, but it actually serves more as a kind of cathedral of greenwashing. We really took it seriously, but we actually had a lot of fun with these ideas. So it's a kind of combination of really all this kind of green thinking, and we really found that this kind of how do you call it? Like this greenwashing really is a religious. It has religious kind of ideas embedded into it. So it's really like this cathedral of green thinking. The structure is actually there right now as well. So we keep the structure, but we really turn it into a greenhouse. And these slides are just to kind of show the different promises that the super green does. So first of all, it uses existing structures. It's trying to shift energy production from something fossil fuel based into a more kind of contemporary and probably solar based, as you see with the panels on top of the structure. It's trying to kind of reassemble these infrastructure objects as multifunctional and layered. So none of them really matter so much as single objects, but once you combine them, they become purposeful. And And it really tries to evaluate what's being done, and really if it actually produces benefits, and if so, then we keep it. If not, we get rid of it. So it's a kind of always a calculation of all these kind of parts assembled into a really kind of messy kind of object or kind of space in the end. And it's resilient, and it's actually always in progress. It's always in the move. It's changing once the times are changing. And it's also kind of bringing in these different constellations of what used to be kind of separate in farmlands and somewhere outside outskirts. It's really combining them all together. So it's an amusement park. It's basically meant to be exactly the same thing as Hedwig's Vessel in New York. So you basically climb on top. So it's really like a tongue-in-cheek, also in terms of this kind of Bilbao architecture being the kind of in the middle of things. And it's really like a place of praise. It really becomes like a community center. And this is the last slide. So it's serious, but it's not taking fun out of it. So it is a myth, but it's trying to kind of address our past. And for a campaign, you also need a logo and you need a symbol. So this is the kind of warped logo of Tallinn, which is in Tallinn's logo is this blue flag. So but for environmental campaigns, you need a cute animal. So we took the flag from Tallinn and the green cute frog, and we wrapped it in this plan of the cathedral. Yeah, that's the end of the campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. I also love cute animals, so Ep, please.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. So thank you for the invitation to speak, the curators, also Sonia, and also for this challenge to consider that material I'm working with from the viewpoint that perhaps is not being really central to my approach. So, however, these localizations and non-linear patterns that are central to this event certainly appear also in these modern spaces that I'm particularly interested in, and which, for instance, Sheila Jasanoff or Sang Hyun Kim rather prominently have described as socio-technical imaginaries, which are collectively held visions of desirable futures or common good attainable through the advances of science and technology. And leisure and also the uses of nature for that purpose, which were extensively studied in different research projects during socialism, were one of those imaginaries. And they brought about a noticeable change in built environment and everyday life during late socialism. And I hope also that the case study that I have chosen for today, the Socialist Summer House, hopefully shows that these imagined orders were also changeable and loose around the edges. So my 10-minute sketch is really based on an Estonian example, and the time does not allow me to go deeper into culture-specific differences within the Eastern Bloc or even within Estonia. Yeah. So to set the scene very, very quickly, the Soviet food supply, as we know, relied on large industrial agriculture, which was based on this binary food production system, which were the state-owned farms, and then state-controlled large collective farms, which were basically a kind of a pseudo-cooperative organizations, not truly collectively owned. So these large farms were responsible for feeding the nation and producing supplies for exporting to allies. They gave almost all the countries grain for the bread and cereal products, but also meat, eggs, and milk. Collectivization and food supply was also at the center of Stalin's famous campaign from 1948, which was the great plan for the transformation of nature, which was a massive undertaking to improve agricultural performance by geoengineering technologies, afforestation, but also what is much less known fact that encouraging collective gardens and small subsidiary households was also part of this heroic scheme. So this was not actually a grassroots initiative. So these small gardens, they gained full momentum only during Khrushchev's time, when another campaign, which was the third Communist Party program, which Khrushchev released in 1961, basically, which is known as a kind of a roadmap to communism, which set raising the living standards of the citizens of the Soviet Union as its key strategy. And I'm sorry that actually I have a slide, which is basically another campaign for leisure, which doesn't fit to the speech, but it didn't have time to change it in the end. So there are just two propaganda posters. So they're both from the Stalinist period. Sorry for this. So most notably, this campaign, this Khrushchev campaign, was centered around the housing question, but also in the increase of leisure time. So the 1960s was the time when the 5-day work week was introduced in the Soviet Union instead of the former 6-day work week, and also providing infrastructure for increasing free time was also part of this campaign. So this kicked off a massive spread of summer houses and garden plots. And just like collectivization transformed the rural landscapes into urban-like central agricultural settlements, the summer houses and the garden plots changed considerably the urban peripheries around the Eastern European cities in the 1960s to 1980s. They were small, manually operated gardens, and although most of they were meant for personal subsistence, they also contributed to the supply of vegetables, fruits, and berries, but also honey, as the surplus also ended up in state retail dealers and then food production. So active and productive holiday and supplementing the national food supply was a rationale for the individualism these summer cottages represented. Also, like other public control mechanisms were applied, like the ownership form that was based on institutional ties, actually. So you could acquire a plot which was a size about 600 to 1,200 square meters. They were distributed only through your workplace, so you actually had to form a cooperative together with your colleagues. And the land was provided by the state, though, and usually it was not fertile enough for the large-scale agriculture, and so it was given away for small-size food production. And the cooperative had to order a master plan for the area and, work up the land for themselves. So not only building, but also gardening was subjected to regulations, as the state kept the record of all the berry bushes and apple trees. And because there were occasional inspections, and the cooperative had to report, for instance, for the kind of statistical service the state organized. As with food provision, the model of the self-sufficiency was equally at play in constructing those settlements. The small-scale individual construction was not subordinated to the strict centrally imposed rules of cost-effectiveness, but the designs for these simple modernist houses, which were usually made of wood or wooden structure, either standard or one-off, had to rather strictly to stick to the 25 square meter floor space limitation. The owner had to find the ways to organize construction materials, which was quite an achievement in the state, where the demand and supply logic worked according to rather distorted principles when compared to the market economies at the time. And they were mostly self-taught, the builders, supported by simple instructive literature that was also published widely. And so the whole process of constructing and managing the house and the garden was based on various resource circulation. For instance, it's a known fact that in Estonia, that the 1967 big storm gave a kind of a boost to constructing these areas, as the blown down timber was allowed to be collected and used for construction materials. But also other kinds of resources circulated, like seeds or plants or know-how, and in some occasions even the receipts for construction materials changed hands, as occasionally there were inspections where your financial documents were controlled or inspected. You know that you had to prove that you actually bought those materials in order to hinder the formal economy that was also very noticeably present in Soviet Union. So by the 1980s, approximately 10 to 13% of the population was engaged in this kind of productive holidaying in the garden. And so this self-built, slow rise, we can call it seasonal settlements, because they were often in process for many, many years, or the suburbia, as we can also call them, shaped the ground for new urban lifestyles to emerge in the post-socialist suburbia in the 1990s. Where the questions of privacy and family life became particularly manifest. And although masked behind the subsistence farming, the representations of the so-called good life were already present in those very first designs. And as such, the summer houses were a site where this kind of new leisurely lifestyle that Khrushchev had promised became rooted. And appropriating this reductionist aesthetic of the normative space, they also accommodated connotations of idleness and excitement. For instance, roofs were like A-frames, which were the most popular, really very, very popular, a lot of used typology, or kind of saddle-like roofs, which kind of transformed the experiences of the everyday environment of a square-cornered city apartment. Or spaces like walled enclosures that mark the boundaries of the family space within that larger collective. Or, spaces like terraces or pools that conveyed pleasant bodily experiences. So this is just a short tour into this historic typology that is perhaps capable of showing how these clear-cut divisions or boundaries between urban and rural, and urban progress and manual work in the labor become fractured, and how the state interests like food security intersect or get injected with elements that might serve controversial to those imagined orders, but they are necessary in order to ensure its stability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ep. Great, fantastic presentation. And thank you to all of you. This very exciting things that we were talking about. So I'm excited for all the ample fodder we have to talk about. I guess maybe I'll start with one question. All of you have this really interesting way that you think about standards and artificiality, whether it's from the Black Almanac team, thinking about the kind of standards or artificiality we have in our relationships to food, or Johan and your questioning of what does it mean to have, a very artificial campaign for greenwashing, and how do you achieve some kind of real climate justice, and Ep, with your thinking about these kinds of standards of Soviet design that were very restrictive, but were able to be played with in a really amazing way and in late socialism. I guess, yeah, so maybe to what degree, when you're exploring these ideas, are standards and artificiality important to kind of boundaries for you to play against, but also important in maybe the historical context that you're looking at? I don't know, maybe if you would like to start, Philip or Andrea.
I can start. I can start by defining how what we mean with artificiality, because institutions for us are artificial. Philip mentioned the example of subsidies and the perversion that they introduce in the food system, and how they keep on the artificial way we produce system as a bad example of artificiality. In the Almanac, we also have another example, which is the one of, I'm going to drop the bad words, GMO. And we like to joke about it that people don't hate GMO, but people hate intellectual property. So we often are scared by, of course, the unknown, all the problematics can emerge by new technologies, but sometimes they are just there to obfuscate to a problem that it's much bigger, that it's much more problematic, like the intellectual property behind the genetically modified organisms, which are, according to many scientists at this point, I feel confident to say, safe. The problem is that the patent attached to these organisms, seeds, and it's owned by a large part of this patent is owned by a very few amount of corporations, and the access to the information required to use them, it's limited. So we have what we think to be a good model of artificiality, which is the synthesis of organism. And then we have a bad model of artificiality, which is the enforcement of intellectual property that limits the access to a good artificiality.
It's a nicely ambiguous word, and I like when you were describing the way that we'd all approached it, you kind of highlighted that, how it tips into superficiality very easily, and also fakeness, something that's not reliable. I mean, at its root, when we talk about artificiality, I think we're talking about design. We're talking about something that was in some way sculpted. And, food is not really viewed that way, even though it is entirely designed. Humans are a species of animal that cooks, and that cooking is a design process. And, it doesn't have to be CRISPR gene editing in the present. All of the species of plants that we ingest were designed over generations through cultivation, breeding, selection. These are ancient technologies. And I think that one of the primary barriers to, I made the point, I suppose, already, but one of the primary barriers to entry into food system change is this kind of rejection of the notion of constructedness that I think should be applied to food. I mean, when you go into a restaurant, this is a sensory engineering thing, like menus or interfaces. There are all these levels of entry, there are all these entry points for design with this kind of phenomenon that we refer to as food. And I think that, this is why we emphasize artificiality first and foremost, because it's everywhere.
Okay, now it's on. First of all, artificiality, there's almost like in the concept of a European green capital, that's an artificial title. First of all, it's not handed out to the greenest city in Europe. It's kind of the opposite. It's handed out to the one that needs to kind of boost up their game. So it's more like a helping package to reach kind of more sustainable goals. And the whole kind of competition is to kind of have different cities with their own inherent problems to kind of face those problems and come up with a package of how they solve those problems. So this whole kind of title or this award is very artificial in order to kind of boost something which is, let's call it sustainability. And if you think about it, also to kind of address sustainability from kind of like a political point of view is also a very artificial way of operating, because one would think that us living in an urban environment would be over time kind of a sustainable thing, but it's not. So we really have to kind of artificially boost it. We really have to kind of check. And I think the other part of the question was about kind of standardization. And our project is really looking at what's the industry standard, so to say. What's the mechanism that actually operates a city, like the city government, how they operate. And actually, I didn't talk about it too much, but we even had, we looked into kind of meeting minutes and protocols of what was written down and what was discussed in the meetings. And it was a lot of empty air. And in the kind of end sentences, I think the conclusion was, we take all information as knowledge. So basically it was like, okay, we hear you, but not much of it actually carries through into real policies. But once it's done as a kind of package, as a campaign, it loses a bit of seriousness, because it's more like a promise of things. And we're really interested in how many things we can actually promise through architecture as a kind of one-liner almost. And that it actually, in our previous work and also in the research about the city, the way these things are done is very quick. I mean, if someone comes up with an idea that we need to have a new stadium, it's not like you design a stadium to show that this is the design of the stadium. You design the image of the stadium. It's very much about images, it's about the ideas. And it's not so much about following through with the ideas, but rather to put them out there to boost something. So I think that's the also kind of funny way of industry standard, so to say, in Tallinn.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, standards, you definitely, you won't pass them by talking about Soviet architecture, but basically I think the case study was a bit about passing by those standards, but this was not something that was actually somehow happening outside, let's say, this authoritative system. Let's say that, the production systems of Soviet Union were rather unflexible. And so these kinds of appropriations of the standards, well, not in mass production, let's say, but in kind of smaller scale, were rather common. But at the same time, there were a lot of research done in 60s and 70s, a lot of expertise, knowledge transfer available, which kind of worked on more diverse solutions that actually the production couldn't manage. So, for instance, there were different housing typologies for different family types, for those who live by themselves and so on. So this was just basically the kind of, they were incapable of implement. The implementation was poor. So this is something where this kind of playing around with the standards come along, but at the same time it was, well, not favored is perhaps not the correct term, but it was legitimate and not truly perhaps controlled in a sense that we might imagine about talking about Soviet building system.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's really interesting to think about, because I mean, I know that there's so much, it's a very complicated history, but I think it's really interesting that you're bringing this up, because when I was listening to also all of you talk and think about this, it was kind of the degrees of access or kind of agency that people have in the ability to implement their ideas. So a lot of you were talking about kind of the expertise of an architect, or to some degree, or a spatial practitioner, and what kind of ways that they can shape food or food cultures, broadly considered. But I guess what I was thinking about when you were all talking is that how can how can you incur kind of positive social or economic changes as maybe a designer, or even not even as a designer, but someone who is maybe a writer or historian, but even beyond that, you know, the women that you're referencing who are making tortillas for several hours a day. So how can you kind of bring together that expertise in order to affect a kind of social technical change? And also, with our discussion about artificiality, how do you do that in a way that's actually meaningful? But I guess that is kind of the question. So I don't know how you feel about responding to that. Maybe you've just put on your hat, so.
Yeah, I guess the easy answer is you get people on board. First of all, you campaign really hard, and because bottom line, I think these kind of political campaigns, they only matter to politicians. But I guess the big issue is of how to actually kind of shift it around, so to really be more centered around the individual or kind of the actual inhabitants of the city. And this is a big question, because I think change actually happens not on a kind of political level, but it actually happens when all the inhabitants of the city understand the need for a change. And yeah, our strategy, as you see, was to kind of have the frog be a kind of iconic symbol and to kind of resemble, or to kind of mean something, and then to have everyone wear the hat, and then it would kind of seed itself.
I mean, yeah, when this question, which we, at panels, you know, like at biennales and things, always comes up, like, you know, how can we do X? You know, it kind of is the source of anxiety that I was referring to earlier, because you're kind of assuming that any one of us has the capacity, not you, you know what I mean? One is assuming that any individual has the capacity to kind of knock down the first domino that will kind of lead to the, you know, ecological, sustainable paradise that we all desire. I mean, this is, I think, the entry point for our project in a sense, because we immediately see that this kind of individualism is really deep at every level of the culture, whether it be kind of in, you know, the corporations are happy with it, the governments are happy with it, precisely because it actually kind of blocks any opportunity for collective kind of, you know, population level kind of change. And even then, I mean, that's something that I think, the food system is a complex system. It has emergent properties. There's kind of no individual who can kind of change it. It's out of control. It's monstrous. I mean, it's truly this enormous thing. And so I think by looking at, you know, historic moments of, you know, when new foods have come along, or you know, new typologies in architecture, you know, and the kind of ripple out effects that they've had. You know, this is how we came to things like, you know, the libidinal power of the drive towards flavor. You know, this is how we came to looking at kind of the effect that certain technologies have had. I mean, there's you know, this kind of classic example that people give quite often, but, you know, we didn't stop abusing horses because we realized it's bad to abuse horses. We stopped because the car came along. And so technology in this regard is not, you know, it's also not something that's really under anybody's particular control. However, I do think that there's kind of a lot more attention needs to be paid to the kind of who gets to do the innovation, where is the money, how is the funding? I mean, I don't know how much discussion there's been so far about, like, you know, investment in ag tech. It's functioning like, you know, Silicon Valley sort of metrics and models right now. And again, like, the kind of raw market kind of principles probably shouldn't be sort of applied to food production. Anyway, do you want to, can you?
No, I can double down on the anxieties generated by this hyper-individualization of the politics around food, right? We, in the Almanac, we included this chapter where we show a billboard, an actual billboard by Coca-Cola that says, if you don't help us recycling, don't buy Coca-Cola. Right, which is like blaming the customer. Like it's as much your responsibility as ours, but that's not the case. Like, we completely normalize this, and yeah, I don't think it's fair. Like, I should feel free to buy Coca-Cola and then recycle if I can, or recycle if I cannot. But I think Coca-Cola should be held responsible for the damage caused by their product. They are making profit out of that, right?
Yeah, it stops us from seeing where the damage takes place. And I think probably this is something we'll get onto down the line in terms of city and hinterland and so on. But, you know, it's in the same way that the majority of waste in the food system, the vast majority of waste takes place at the point of production. And yet we only ever discuss the point of consumption because it's the thing that we see. And this question of like what's visible and how to get beyond that is definitely something we're kind of interested in. I mean, that's what the Almanac is a speculative idea, but it's the reason for that is that it points to this absence, you know, and we start thinking about what we can design, what kind of institutions, what kind of social technologies can exist in order to, you know, to bring people into that conversation space.
I just want to say that this is not a way to just wash our hands and say like, oh, we are not responsible, we shouldn't
I do
think about
recycle,
that.
honestly, I do.
But it's yeah.
Understood.
Oh, I just said I do my recycling, you know, like.
Well, it's great that you recycle.
Well, I'm an historian, feel rather uncomfortable, you know, saying architects or designers how you should bring about positive change. But, you know, perhaps, you know, looking in the history of the material study, perhaps it's really the scale of every individual or the human experience that you really need to feel the everyday life change. Like this brings about some positive impacts, like on the case perhaps this small garden plot or something. So perhaps this is the scale to consider.
Well, very fair. I'm sorry to ask you as a historian to make comments on us designers. But I guess, so maybe to return kind of to the name of the panel, which is Farm in the City, so which I think is already a very funny binary to have. But so maybe for each of you, and Philip, you just touched on this, but to what degree is your work view the city and farm as something separate? And do you think that the hinterland to urban center model is something that you ascribe to, or in the historical work that you look back on?
Perhaps not. I mean, I think the term hinterland here is a bit problematic. In terms of, basically, you can't kind of even separate the urban or the rural in the case that I was talking about, because the gardens, they actually functioned as addition to the urban apartment. In a way, they are the same. It's just located a bit further down, but I don't think that hinterland is something to consider here in terms of economic ties. So there are no other, basically these were like these grasslands or some, I don't know, unfertile lands which were kind of cultivated. There was no, often there were even very few like traditional farms around, and so there was kind of this, there were no infrastructure there or life that were dependent on perhaps the urban center. So they, in a way, became part of the urban core, or so to say.
Yeah, no, we with the Almanac thing, we just expand this to the whole planet, right? We were talking with Nikos Katsikis the other week, and he has this interesting concept of operational landscape, and he just takes the famous statistic of 70% land for 3% of cities, and then he weighs in saying that in aggregate terms, most of the built environment is not in the cities, but it's outside of them. Right, especially if you consider
the artificial environment.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if you consider like a crop field as a built thing. That's it's just that, like, you don't see it because it's completely infrastructural. It's well, you know, masked because there are plants in it. But that's like a huge built environment. So we really believe that, you know, farm, cities, that there is a gradient and it's very hard to draw boundaries. And I don't even know if it makes sense or if it's helpful, but...
Yeah, I think the title of the panel kind of leads us to talk about the implication of farming for the city, but really it's the implications of what goes on in the city that is relevant to the farm. And the farm is most of the planet at this point. primarily because of cattle grazing and commodity crops. And this has historically been the case. This kind of recursion between, one item being missing or not from your plate can kind of reshape vast territories. And this happens at incredible speed. And that's kind of always been the case, and it's still the case, and it's artificially structured by, farm subsidies, by crop insurance, by whatever farming technologies are kind of determining, how the landscape is used. And I think, recognizing the connection between the two is also kind of an integral part of the mission, because cities are, well, if I say that cities are unchanging, that's, I think, because culture is far more difficult to change than, material environment. And this is why I mentioned social technologies earlier, because I think really that'll be the point at which transformation really starts to take place, because at the minute it's almost an impossible wall of kind of socialized beef on the one hand and capitalist realism menus on the other. That's basically where we're stuck at the middle. We're stuck in the middle. We're stuck in the middle. And you don't. I watched people on the stage yesterday, kind of torturing themselves, thinking how to bring farming into the city. But if it's the kind of farming that goes on at present, it's a catastrophe. You don't want it in the city. You want to change it. And I think the city's connection to the kind of hinterland is irrelevant as a term now, I suppose, because it is planetary in scale. And I would argue necessarily so. That maybe we can get into kind of the question of local and planetary in a bit. But as a little bridge to your work, we looked at this history of factory kitchens in the Soviet Union, which is a really interesting historical moment where under socialism, or really at the beginning, Russian Civil War, you had a proposal from the Bolsheviks that housing would be built without kitchens, to liberate families from bourgeois home economics. And what was proposed instead was a mass feeding institute called new typology, a kind of rationalist constructivist typology called the factory kitchen. Perhaps there are some in Estonia, I don't know. But yeah, so what happened here was processing, canning, food, nutritionists, toxicologists, chefs. They had takeout windows at the back for people on your way to work. You could get a thermos of hot coffee and some sandwiches or whatever. Pret-a-manger for communism. And then you could eat in a huge dining hall. So all of the kind of liberatory, we don't like to think of the kind of ready prepared food as being this kind of tool for liberation, but I think that for many people it has been. And you could eat in a large dining hall, as a result. So anyway, the point is, and these went out of fashion later, but there are some interesting moments of bringing at least processing, if not production, closer into the city. And I think also, maybe we don't have time today, but there are a lot of interesting kind of small islands of kind of innovation in university departments, in startups, in architecture firms, where there are some very interesting ideas that maybe could bring farming into the city, but not in its present form. There isn't space.
There's a funny paradox about the relationship between the city and the farm. The farm always has been the place where you produce, and the city has been the place where you consume, and seemingly now there's a kind of hope, or let's say promise, that if you bring the goods closer to the city, then the footprint is smaller, meaning transportation globally is smaller. Like if we think about Ukraine and how the grain got stuck and all of Africa was supposed to starve. So kind of the idea is that you don't want to have it in the city, but you want to have it very close to the city. So this is a kind of paradoxical, because farming has a very big footprint. So I think certain innovation needs to be kind of explored in kind of, even if it's very, we have some clients that actually want to have a house, which is a greenhouse, which is basically producing all their food as a kind of prototype. It's very, now the clients are kind of slowing down, saying, okay, they don't have the money to heat the building in wintertime because it's, in Estonia it gets cold. But I mean, there's a kind of lifestyle that says that food has to be around you. And I think once the people still in an urbanizing planet are moving towards the city, and I think it's probably, I always kind of try to think of a city as a kind of more sustainable option to kind of really be condensed in a dense environment, to have everything nearby, to get rid of supply chains. So now the question is, how do we actually change this paradigm of farm being on the outside and really kind of have the food in the inside? I don't have the answer to that. But, I mean, Super Green did, but
Is that what you told your client? Well, I don't have the answer.
Well, he actually came with the answers. He was like, okay, that's how the tanks look like. That's how aquaponics works. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to.
Can you tell us what was in the house? Like, what are they capable of growing?
Basically, all plant. I mean, basically, it's a greenhouse still. But, I mean, you don't have cows there. But, yeah, I think he was vegetarian as well. But basically, he said that you can have most of your like vegetables and green from your garden. I mean, and we basically grow up in Estonia with this mentality. Either it's your summer house or your farm that your ancestors used to live in, or it's your suburban home where you actually still have a greenhouse. So this is nothing new to us. So when we in Estonia discussed that basically you can have your own produce from your own garden, it's like, it's a reality. It's like, it's fine. We have the food in the city. That's fine. Let's do it. So it's not so far, but to have it as a kind of mass-produced, it's a different story. So I think
because if you scale energy-hungry greenhouses up, it's a bit of a, well, it doesn't work.
I guess that's the biggest problem that we have with this kind of project. So like yesterday there was this word biophilia that was, it's an extremely interesting concept, and I don't really understand why sometimes architects have to, push it all the way down from biophilia to solve the food problem in the city, right? So I think that if you want to, I grow vegetables at home. I think it's great. I never thought for a minute, especially like after realizing how complicated he's, like growing his. Like I never thought for a minute, I'm going to solve the problem with this. But I still enjoy and do it. So I don't know why there's always this need to, make it whole, make it, definitive. Like, it's okay, you grow a building with plants in it, around it, on the side. And that's just already a great achievement. That's great, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's always a little unfortunate when when people take like growing things in their own house as like a infinite solution to all the world's problems, because obviously they're much larger than that. And so this maybe leads into our next question, which we were all talking about. So do you, again, part of the panel's description was about new forms of localization, and I think you're all talking about this kind of maybe very, very specific form of localization to the scale of the individual versus the scale of mass agricultural farming. But do you agree that localization is a good strategy to develop cities and farming practices that develop a circular economy? And maybe even what is a circular economy to you and what you look at? Because yes, like I said, I think it can lead you into certain kind of paradigms if you think of only within a certain scale, right? So I don't know who wants to tackle that.
I mean,
please.
We explored already a bit the concept right now, so like already said most of the things that I wanted to say. I just maybe want to add that it's an extremely appealing assumption, right? Local equals sustainable. Like it makes sense to our brains for some weird reasons. Maybe because we love like binary thinking. So if global and industrial is the problem, then local is the solution. And I grew up with slow food. Like I was born the same year in the same region in Italy as slow food. So for me, in my teenagehood, going to McBoon, which is the burger chain alternative to McDonald's, but approved by slow food, was the big deal, right? Like they are doing the greatest thing. And then doing the research for the Almanac, I just had to, all my beliefs collapsed. And it's like, no, what slow food is doing is not that much different from McDonald's. There is like a quote by the chef José Andrés that is defining McDonald's as a genius of organization, development, and marketing. And that is true for slow food as well. They're just taking the product of my neighbor and they're just like shipping it to New York to sell it for a much bigger price to some people that legitimately want to experience that. But the moment that you market it as like, we are the solution for the problem. And then I understand that the biggest thing that I can learn from you is how important supply chain are and how important it is to have like a interconnected, interdependent world is, then like your claim of localization to be the solution like fade away. So that was my rant on slow food.
It was founded the same year the first McDonald's opened in Rome.
Yeah, 1989.
The Golden Arches. The question is really what we're talking about localizing here. I think bringing in practices of, gardening, if you want to do it, you don't have to. If you want to grow your own tomatoes, that's wonderful. It can be really beneficial. And nipping out into the garden to get some parsley when you're cooking. Love that. However, to focus on localization as kind of the most important or like a really valuable avenue for improving the food system is to suggest that geography is the primary issue, the distance between production and consumption. And I don't really think that there's evidence for that. The problem is farming itself. Transport, there are many, many studies that show that transport is actually a relatively small contribution to the emissions, the total emissions generated by food. So, I feel like this emphasis on localization is usually a kind of, in one sense, it's a screen for, I want to focus on where my food is from rather than what I'm eating. Because, there are all these amazing statistics about you'd have to fly a bunch of bananas 100 times around the globe for it to have the same emissions impact as a kilogram of beef. I don't think that necessarily transport is the issue. And of course, we're at a point where the things that can be grown locally are without, underground, energy-hungry green, vertical farming systems or whatever, all of which I think are interesting, but, the kind of energy economics at the moment, it doesn't make any sense to kind of scale them up yet. But, what's available locally is something that historically people wanted to shrug off. They were like curious about foods from overseas. Like the country of origin label has this, David Wengrow, the anthropologist, he's kind of cited examples from 6 millennia into the past of people putting stamps on that says, this is from that particular terroir that everybody desires for their wine or for their olive oil or whatever it is. People have always been curious about food, and to now say, you can actually only eat I'm from the UK, so turnips and leeks. I like these things, but I also like Sichuan peppers. So, I think this is very unlikely to happen. So there's a kind of mathematical issue. There's an issue of like what's available. There's also the issue of, this kind of benign figure of the local farmer that we have, which we can get into the, kind of reality of farmers as economic agents and landowners versus, farm workers who are an entirely different class of people. But also, a lot of farmers, wherever we are, I'm sure here today, there'll be farmers nearby who are growing food for export, whose livelihood would collapse entirely if we refused, to send things out, which is the corollary of refusing to buy things in. And just very quickly, I wanted to address your mention of scale. I think that we are rightly concerned with the scale of land use in farming. That's primarily in the way that it's used. This is like probably the most important question to answer in terms of the future of food production. But, I don't think that there's, sorry if I'm going on to your next question and advance here, but I don't think there's any one scale at which it's correct to, engage with these sorts of questions because all scales interlock. Our atmosphere was produced because of a random mutation in algae, which led to them producing excess oxygen instead of nitrogen. Genes change the weather. The scales are all interlocked. yeah, I mean, when I kind of talked about smell earlier, it's precisely because an evolutionary drive towards sweet things leads to kind of the creation of vast sugar plantations somewhere else in the world and so on. But yeah, I don't think I'm kind of ranting now, sorry, but I think that scales. There is no kind of single scale. What's important is scalability, right? Like it's the ability to think about how scales sort of interlock, and that kind of almost Kantian proposition of like, I have made a perfect, garden for myself where I can grow all my vegetables and so on. Okay, how much land does that cost? Times that by the number of people, living, and those that we know are going to live based on current projections and so on. And what happens to the landscape as a net kind of effect? And this is the thing that we're really incapable of doing, is kind of asking ourselves, if our lifestyle were to be scaled to the population, what is the net effect? The reason we grow bananas in Colombia and not in Tallinn is because they grow there efficiently, and the shipping is way less. And the shipping is way less than the carbon cost of erecting enormous Tallinn. Oh yeah, you mentioned Tallinn bananas, didn't you? I'm so sorry. I'm sure that will be the exception that proves the rule. Yeah, you see where I'm going with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you have.
I just maybe quickly want to talk about kind of local problems, and I think the super green, the political promise was that it's going to fix the local problems, but it kind of brought us to ask a question about how to fix modernist problems, and I can be critical of the campaign because I am the author, but I'm not, because I'm also kind of reflecting on kind of politics that kind of make such campaigns. I think supergrid is a very modernist idea, kind of implemented in a kind of modernist cityscape. I mean, Lasnamäe, before it became this prefab housing district, actually was a farmland. And now it became 200,000 people living in very kind of idealistic sameness of an apartment, and then having a car, driving it through the canal to the rest of the city as a kind of modernist idea. And this kind of local fixing problem is that we insert now a kind of central public space into this modernist way of living. So that's what Supergreen was trying to also do, to kind of have the canal rethought as not just a kind of transportation corridor that everyone takes daily, but to have it as a kind of greenwash corridor that everyone kind of focuses on a kind of daily basis. There's no merit to it in reality, but I think just to kind of understand what kind of modernist living means also today still.
Can I quickly add one last thing? Sorry, I know I talked for ages. But I think where the local... I don't want to give the impression that the local is not important in kind of what I'm describing here. It's extremely important. And I'd say one of the ways in which it's most important is understanding the ecology of the soil and the climate and you know, all those things wherever food is being grown. It's just that I don't want to pretend as though the place that's closest to me is the best place to grow food, even from my perspective as a consumer necessarily. But, there's so much that still needs to be discovered. And the soil is the kind of great unknown of kind of agriculture.
Yes, of course. And I think even though we're coming up on time, but I just wanted to mention even the scales of localization that involved the ability to build those summer houses with the storm in 1967, I think is a really beautiful indication of that kind of localization. I don't know if you want to speak more on that. We have a couple minutes. Are you?
Well, not about that. I was actually thinking from my point of view, or from my practice, what perhaps is a metaphoric take on localization. Just trying to, make it useful for myself. Perhaps, me as a scholar in humanities, about how localization is good, how it brings about positive changes. That we work with circulating ideas all the time. And what localization of those ideas, makes is that it gives perhaps certain vitality to the concepts we work with, and keeps them going on, changing them a bit, altering them a bit. This is what makes those so interesting, and this is perhaps a platform with a dialogue rises. And I don't mean locality here as a kind of a geographical term, perhaps, or a spatial term, but perhaps even a location might be another discipline. So yeah, I moved away from food for a moment, but
intellectual food. Okay, well, we actually have run out of time, and I wanted to offer anybody who had a question in the audience, if you have one question, please jump up. But if not, I think we're going to close it. Oh, we have one question in the front, if that's okay.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit difficult if you are running out of time, but I was just trying to offer an alternative interpretation of the title of the panel of the farm and the city. When I was listening to these presentations from the Soviet Union, that is kind of planned economy, to the nowadays populist politicians who kind of think about the voters as a bit like sheep. And I started thinking that what about if we would interpret the current city as a farm where the people are the animals who are being farmed for intellectual capital, for example. For example, I mean, if we would step a bit out of our usual anthropocentric thinking, where we would think that people are the top, aren't we just yet another species in the same pattern? And what would that mean for city planning and architects and so on?
Just a question of then who's the farmer, if we're the farm animals?
That's basically, well, if we are talking about populist politicians and so on, then they would think that they are. But maybe this is the question of how we are thinking about our actual farms. If we are thinking about our food production as the humans being the top planners who just create large monoculture farms, then this is the dystopian version. But if we are now starting to think about the ecological farming, where the species are kind of more interacting and have more agency and more freedom, then this is kind of the equivalent of more democratic cities, but still.
Well, I think that's a very good actually lead into our next panel, which is about a farm and the species, I think is what it's called. So exactly. Maybe you can have some answers for your questions in this next panel. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and thank you so much to our panelists. It's been great.
Thanks, everyone. We're now going to have a 5-minute break. So feel free to just roam around a little bit, stretch, re-engage your higher metabolic processes, and then be back here at exactly 3 o'clock for the next panel. Thanks. Do good. All right. I guess the speakers can already go to the stage. Welcome back, everyone. It was a nice 5-minute break. Hope you had a little stretch, feeling invigorated, and ready for the last discussion panel of the day, which is farm and the species. And I hereby give the floor to the panelists and the moderator, Matilda Marengo. Please.
Hello? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for joining this last panel of the symposium. It's not the last inputs. We'll be hearing from Beatrice and also Lydia and Areti a little bit later. But in the words of Vanessa Williams in her 90s R&B song, we went and saved the best for last. So here we are to discuss farm and the species. Before I kick off, although Areti and Lydia are not here, but Ivan was, I think that we should all give a huge round of applause to Lydia, Areti, and Ivan. They've been thanking a lot of people up until now, and so I would like us to take the opportunity to thank them. So. Thank you very much. So this being said, welcome to Farm and the Species. So I'm going to give a brief introduction to how I see, or what are some of the challenges that I see in relationship to this today, and also thinking a little bit about what we've heard up until now. So urbanization, as we know today, represents one of the main threats to fine ecological balances. It's also home to the majority of citizens across the globe, but also a plethora of fauna and flora, as well as different technologies and cultures. Cities are growing at an incredibly fast pace, creating ever-growing risks for ecology, which is responsible, in turn, at multiple levels for the health of the citizens inhabiting these spaces, as well as the planet in general. In this sense, urbanized areas, among which farms, and consequently their design and planning, become key in addressing such issues in order to maintain the well-being of all living and non-living systems. The approaches developed are often designed to counteract the impacts of anthropogenic pressures on the ecology, rather than empowering ecology to actively adapt within today's highly urbanized world, becoming an active partner within the definition of this transition. Within the realm of spatial design, this condition raises the question, or the essential question, of how nature and ecology and all of its species can there too have an active role. To this end, concepts such as renaturing or rewilding, both intended not only to restore nature, but allow it to thrive independently, offer an unprecedented challenge for designers to approach landscape, in whichever of its forms, under a dynamic, collective, multidisciplinary, and multi-scalar perspective. Whether by the development of tools and technologies to understand and interact together with our environment, or understanding how we can give back to the environment beyond mere mitigation. Whether by the identification of keystone animal species as landscape constructors or instigators, or the development of new spaces for multi-species habitats. The approaches, projects, and research that we will see here today have the potential to empower designers with a set of new elements to understand, represent, and create landscapes that embed nature as an active partner, functioning together with a multitude of species, not only plants, animals, and among which, of course, people, but also technological and cultural species, and producing for this multitude of species. In doing so, they reconsider the polarization between the environmental, technological, cultural, and anthropocentric forces, providing an opportunity to consciously design for and within climate change adaptation. To start us off in this multi-species journey, it is a huge pleasure for me to welcome my dear friend and colleague, Jonathan Minchin. John is a multidisciplinary architectural designer and maker, working between the built environment, digital fabrication, and with a particular focus on rural contexts. He founded the Green Fab Lab at Valdaura's Yax Valdaura Labs in 2013, and is currently the project manager of several EU projects, among which the Climate Resilience Agriculture and Robotics for Micro Farms. He also runs a fantastic farm in Benifayet. John will start us off sharing tools for the observation and practice in ecological design. Please help me welcome him.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Matilde, and to the organizers as well for the invitation to be here. And I'm very excited to continue the discussion from the last panel, which raised some really interesting points that I hope we can bridge to and perhaps begin to formulate some answers. So for this topic, I would like to talk about observation and practice in ecological design. And for me, this very much works with a longer research of how do we involve ecological indicators as the drivers of our designs and of our technology choices. So to do that, I'm going to talk about a very personal and practical experience that I've had over the past 10, 15 years. So what you see there in the middle is the Valldaura Labs campus, part of the EAC community, and it's just outside Barcelona in the hills of the Collserola. I also work in the Taipei Urban Gardens, which is a converted baseball stadium in the center of the city. And I also live and work on a farm of 10 hectares in the south of Catalonia. So this is a very involved living experience of working on a farm as a farmer and also working with innovation. So for me, just a few points and observations as we go through. But when we look at the concept of the edge, this is an ecological concept, and it's really what I think that is one of the most important zones of study. So here you see the Mediterranean, where the sea hits the land. It's a place where the city is touching the forest. And it's also where you have a real history being pushed forward in terms of innovation. So these are intersections, these are collisions of biomes, and it's always in these collision zones that you begin to find inspiration for innovation and emergence of species. Another concept away from space is that of time. And I think when we're really trying to look for innovation or change, we need to be able to absorb and try and embed a cognizance of change. And that sort of baseline, where do we take our understanding of ecology from? Is it 10 years ago? Is it 10,000 years ago? So just to highlight this, there is Valldaura Labs, and you see those wonderful oak trees, the white and the holm oak. And we look at that and we think that that is nature. But in a real sense, that is only the nature of now. The term of Valldaura, the place of Valldaura, means Valley of the Laurels, Vall del Laurel. But you don't find that many laurels there now, and that is because of the human intervention onto the land. So that natural succession has changed because of our interaction. In a very modern sense, and we touched upon this in the previous discussion, what is it to work with nature, and where are we trying to go? So in a real sense, this is a shift from the industrial optima to the ecological optima. And to do this, this is moving from specialization of monocultures into a diverse and a polyculture practice. But what we also see is that change of scale, which is moving from a massive, large scale of cultivation or farming to a very small scale. But also you can see the complexity change, but you also see the position of the farmer's back. The tools need to change also. So when we think about scale, we think about place, we think about context. These farms, let's take this one in Brooklyn Grange that we know about, is a polyculture farm, but it embraces a whole sense of diversity. Actually, through the market studies that we've done with the European Commission, what we've discovered is more than 50% of registered farms in Europe are actually polyculture micro farms. And a micro farm is a European term for a farm less than 5 hectares. This is interesting if we do want to make that transition to a sustainable farming, to try and embed an ecology in that would also mean a drop in production over time. And what is the reason for that? Is because we would have to wait for the trees to grow. We don't have the techniques nor the technologies to be able to farm in such a complex way. So this 7-layer of farming system is possible on the small scale, but very difficult to manage once you start to scale that up. So it does beg the question, working with nature and not against it, is it easier? And I would say no, it is not. Diversity is inherently complex, and dealing with that complexity is what we must face. So when, again, looking at Vidauda, and we're taking this from very much a human perspective, trying to promote an abundance of difference, it's the same idea. What we see is potentially not what plants or other species want. So asking the question, what do other species want? When we look at that, we see green. But green is the only part of the visible spectrum that plants actually reflect, and that is why we see them as green. But what do plants want in this way? We don't know. We need to accept a loss of control and to embrace the unknown. And in that way, I think we can only begin to start to work with an ecology of complexity and to be able to afford an ecological optima. How to do this? I think working in terms of botany, I will turn to the work of E.O. Wilson, the late E.O. Wilson, who came up with this idea of consilience, a literal jumping together of disciplines and knowledge, and trying to form a convergence through empirical study as well. So for me, when working at Vidauda and trying to create a material circular economy within the site, that really does mean starting at primary resources. How do we begin to grow nutrients, grow materials, and start way back in the industrial line before we can start to adapt to a new future? So that means looking at biology, agrology, forestry, before fabrication, before design. And so this is observation. How do we, as designers, as innovators, as engineers, become cognizant of biotic function before we start in our design process? So there's new tools, there's new lenses, and I'm very interested to work with those lenses as a way to inform the design process. So this may be scanning, it may be working with digital tools for mapping of mutualisms and creating associative patterns. But again, data is not information, and information certainly is not wisdom. And wisdom, in my sense of it, is not practice. I think it's very important to get our hands dirty, and in that way, we can observe change by engagement. These are some of the workshops conducted at Vidauda across the board, and they are all tacit, empirical learning by doing. If you want to be a beekeeper, you have to get to know the bees. And the longer you do that, the more that you see change. So we can't do these things without observation. To deal with constant change, we need to be messy and adaptive. And we need to create tools which respond to messiness in this way, the unexpected. I'm going to go quite fast here, but towards a computational agriculture, a computational agroecology. So this is where I think computation and agroecology meet quite so well. Let's take the work of Masanobu Fukuoka from Japan, and he's talking about do-nothing farming. Let nature do the work. And when we look at Larry Wall and his philosophy, the inventor of Perl language, they agree that we should be lazy. We should slow down, stop, and observe more, optimizing the conditions to do as little as possible. So for me, in a design sense, this means working with computation of plant layouts. What does it mean to create a farm where there are no rows? What does it mean to create a garden bed where each of the plants afford the nutrients, create the cycle for the next, offer protection? Well, this makes things very, very complex, but we can be supported by some new tools. Okay, so last little run is 2 existing projects. So robotics for microfarms. This is creating open source machine learning tools that can work in the field for farming communities. So these can be adapted to working on the farm, to doing many, many complex and menial tasks, but also this affords a more complex environment. So it's not trying to make things easier, it's trying to make things harder, because we can do that with the power of ecology. This might be the scanning and phenotyping of plants. We've never been able to do this in the farm before, but if we are able to scan, we can begin to even segment and understand angles of leaves, of organs in the field in a live way. This is farming data, but it's farming down to the micro part of these plants. And to do that in context as well. So also referencing to the terroirs and these microclimate environments. What might we plant to improve the soil? Last little sprint on these projects is we don't only have to see things in different spectra, but we can also hear. So what does it mean to listen to another species? Well, in this sense, the open source Beehive project allows us to download and customize and change the shape of a beehive. We can fabricate and customize those things to suit local environments or materials. But we can also monitor. And in this way, what does that mean? It's not just an understanding of temperature and humidity, but we're actually looking for signatures, sound signatures that are coming from the hive. The queen is often shouting and telling us what we need to do. Being British, I do understand what the Queen said. So in this sense, we're really looking for these signatures that came from the hive, and we're beginning to learn new languages and behaviors and be able to respond to that with our design and our practice. To do this, we need more ways to interoperate. So bringing environments together with species, together with needs. In that way, we can produce innovation. And this is a very long-term project of creating digital and distributed networks of designers with regional similarities. So how can we learn from each other, from the environments in which we live? Finally, I invite you to my home. This is my small, humble home in the south of Catalonia with a wonderful view. And I invite you to come and join me to be a constant gardener in an environment of perpetual change, but definitely to get your hands dirty. Thank you very much.
So thanks so much, Jonathan. If anyone's interested to visit him in Benifayet, I suggest you don't let him run out of the room before you get the actual address. Our next speaker is the one, the only, Mitch Joachim. He's a co-founder of Terraform One and associate professor of practice at the New York University. Formerly, he was an architect at the offices of Frank Gehry and Yao-Ming Pei. He has been awarded a Fulbright Scholarship and fellowships with TED, Moshe Safdie, and the Martin Society for Sustainability at the MIT. He was chosen by Wired magazine for the Smart List and selected by Rolling Stone for the 100 people who are changing America. His design work has been exhibited at MoMA and the Venice Biennale. So when I asked Mitch for a one-liner on what he would be presenting today, he gave me this. My topic is rice. Yep, just yummy rice. So get out your appetite and help me welcome Mitch.
Super good to be here. It is an amazing show. Big thanks to the curators, Rati and Lydia. It is absolutely fabulous. The work there is amazing. I'm going to show our contribution, which is a micro exercise in research on rice, but all the other projects are just thrilling. And, you know, I don't say that easily. I kind of hate everything. So that's something that I actually think that this is a pretty phenomenal show. So we are Terraform One. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. No one owns it. You could start one here if you wanted to. We think together on topics that are usually wicked problems, especially around climate change, which is an issue that's not easy to solve, and we better get there. Our mission is design against extinction. So just need to do a little bit more than sustainable architecture and and green design, which is good. We think that this is the key problem. All the work that we're doing involves another species or organism. It's not really human clients. Our clients are things that don't have a voice. And we also get deeply worried about things like this, such as extinction of species like the white rhino. Another project that we did is about the monarch butterfly. This was for the Cooper Hewitt. Our client was this beautiful, amazing creature native to New York City. When we started this project 5 years ago, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had said this was an at-risk species. It's very hard to count them. In fact, within that year, 90 million had disappeared. Now, as of last month, they are officially endangered. You probably won't see the monarch butterfly in your lifetime. My kids won't either. Like the bald eagle, they're almost gone. It's probably, it's a crime to kill one. Although we don't go out and kill butterflies. It's the things that we do. It's development. It's the practice of architecture. It is not necessarily directly, it's not just us, but it's how we treat the landscape. The problem is systemic, and that, unfortunately, has hit that organism hard. Every 7 minutes, we lose another creature on this planet. So we designed a sanctuary for monarch butterflies. That's a system, a facade system that fits into a building that's there to give them a chance to jumpstart their populations. And we did this a few years ago. Another project of ours looks at mealworms. These are kind of fun to eat. 80% of the world eats insects. In Europe and the United States, we really don't, at least not purposely. They're usually contaminants in our food. Here we're looking at, we do an insect thing later, but here we're looking at insects that eat our waste. So this is mealworms that devour styrofoam. We did this project with the Bloomberg Foundation in a place called Camden, New Jersey, which is a really indigenous population. Difficult group, and we wanted to show them that urban junk spaces could be solved by having mealworms eat styrofoam e-waste. So you dump your waste in there and the mealworms eat it. We also produced a farm for mealworms. They were our clients, looked at everything from their life cycle, their frass production, how they propagate, and make sure that they can eat that styrofoam and make sure that they're happy doing it. That's tough to find out with various clients that are insects. Another effort that we looked at was research into eating crickets. So here's an alternate form of protein you can produce inside cities, not livestock far away, but they're inside cities. It can replace cows, pigs, chicken, lamb. It's got the same amino acid structure. It's 300 times less greenhouse gas emissions, 2,000 gallons less water for the same gram of protein if you can eat a cricket. Now, I can't eat them because they're a little scary, but if you powderize them and turn them into bagels, pasta, bonbons, they're fantastic to eat. They can taste really good, and you do your part for climate. So that's yet another project we had worked on, this super sanitary, hygienic environment designed for the crickets. And then another kind of background project to what we've been up to. This was the urban farm pod or plug-in ecology. It is farming inside your home using cellular agronomy, where you want to get high-yield crops, not stuff like corn and wheat, which you can do in big fields, but stuff you want to have fresh and local and immediate. Arugula, wheatgrass, different types of mints that you'd put into your salad. So when we were approached to do this project here for the Biennale, we were given this sort of assignment of digestion and lounge. I think that was it. It sounded very Greek, surprisingly enough. And we were like, okay, so we want to do rice and something for facades. And it changed a number of times, as it should. And the concept is also still evolving. So, forgive me if some parts of the theoretical aspect of it isn't quite there yet. But what we got by taking rice as a client from a single grain and its various operations and growth patterns and nutrient structures and carbon loading in the atmosphere to a series of data sets and rice as data and architecture produced on these scaffolds to let us unpack information about this powerful food substance. So what's great about rice is that basically 45% of all of us eat rice every day. Almost 4 billion people consume rice every day. And then it passes through our system and goes back into the earth, and then we consume it again. It's also something that grows on every single continent except Antarctica. And that's another powerful thing about rice. It's been cultivated for more than 9,000 years. Since basically the beginning of agriculture, rice has been there. What does that all mean? And then there's new technologies about rice, such as it's been engineered to grow in salt water. And there's other concepts on how we could make it greener, because it has an enormous impact on the environment. And rice, if you want to talk about plant-based architecture, it's been around for at least 2,000 years doing its job. Here in the Great Wall of China, guess what? Most of the mortar since the Ming Dynasty was made with rice, also lime and blood. I guess they were busy stabbing pigs and, oxen and slaves and mixing it into the mortar, producing a wall that lasted forever. I got contractors that, say the stuff that they're putting in my building the last 20 years. This is a 2,000-year architectural product. It's still pretty valid. A lot of new research is happening on it. This is an actual wall in Nanjing made from rice mortar. So we looked at many types of rice. There's too many to discuss, but the main ones are red, black, and white. A majority of the various types of rice varieties that come from different stalks, 71% of it is white rice. So we created these informatic models, these maquettes, for this micro research project that are divided up based on those exact stats. So this one is consumption, where you can clearly see the differences between the consumption of red, black, and white rice, around 71%, et cetera, is built into the scaffolding system of those models. We also looked at the impact, the environmental impact of rice across the world. So methane gas production, 27% of that comes from rice. That's an enormous impact on the environment, especially with greenhouse gas emissions. We can do better, and we looked into research on how to grow rice that doesn't have the same methane gas production. It also does a lot with fresh water, around 9% of all agriculture, including anything that has to do with farming or cattle. So this particular system here, this model, was very much about those impacts, and we captured that in these Boolean operations, subtracting it from the main rice grid to show those differences in the impact model. And finally, there's balance. Balance is the model that we looked at where we considered what can we do to make a difference, or what has been done. A lot of it has to do with farming systems. Upland is much better than flooded versions. There is a lot of off-gassing due to fertilizers being exposed to the stalks and flooding and irrigation problems. All of that could eventually look into a model from saving fresh water to greenhouse gas emissions to different types of fertilizers. We could reduce rice's impact by 45% globally. These are the different maquettes as they are together in this different suite, from consumption to impact to balance. We actually love the kind of visualization of it. We worked very hard to build a system, a kind of a tectonic, to make it work architecturally at some level. And we sort of designed a kind of a rice brick. We got very Louis Kahn, what does the rice want to be? I don't know, but we got there so far. We used a lot of rice in the process. 15 bags of rice, 450 pounds of this stuff was made. We had 7 people working on it for a couple of months. Not all of them were happy. We started off doing different material studies and failures. We got algae growth on top of it, or microbial growth on top of it that killed many of the early studies that we did. Also frying it and puffing it. Hard to do, but once you do something like that and you do it sustainably, it has a 30-year shelf life. Rice is pretty great. We wanted to combine storage and nutrient as one system, not separate those two, and that makes it easier for distribution. We looked at different ways of mixing rice and producing rice paste, because we wanted no distinction between mortar and brick. They are the same in this case to produce this matrice. A lot of it was drying sheets and large scales of drying sheets. And then finally, production of these rice voxels, which have the intense density of all of those nutrients compact in the most usable module. If you get too small, they don't work. If you get too big, you get issues of lack of tensile strength and shearing, and they don't quite work, barely at around a brick size. It's somewhere in a sort of a bite-size element where they become the most efficient system to work with. Then we assembled them, placed them inside our grid system based on the informatics that we worked on, and then arrived at these kind of final positions, which are not final by any means, but where I'll leave off for more of the discussion. We looked at a pile of rice, and similar to Gordon Matta Clark, a pile of anything becomes art, but it wasn't really satisfying, even though it's very easy to allow gravity to do its thing with rice. We then looked at the most anal retentive version of what we can do with rice, which is printing them in precise, compact angles, each and every grain, into these perfectly formed voxel modules, which made some of us happy, but wasn't realistic because it didn't consider the mortar. So the final one, the matrix variant, we look at rice itself as a paste system, very easy to produce with just a modicum of water, a little bit of salt for preservation, and then the actual grains themselves placed together, and you get this very usable voxel-like module that you can build into an architecture. For us, it was intended to not only think about not only explaining what rice does, but to add them to buildings to jumpstart rewilding in cities. Allow them to coat different surfaces in an urban area so all kinds of things can feed on them. The stuff of life can thrive and get a chance to live, whether it's, rats or pigeons or all types of insects, maybe some humans, didn't matter, but we wanted a system that was ephemeral, temporary, and filled and rich with nutrients. Anyway, that's some of our work on rice. Thank you very much for listening. Go sit down.
Thanks very much, Mitch. For our next speaker, Pedro Gandano, zero is not enough. Pedro is an architect, curator, and writer. As 2020 Loeb Fellow from the Harvard University, he was a curator of the contemporary architecture at the Museum of Modern Art, New York. Between 2015 and 2019, he was the founding director of the MAT Museum in Lisbon, where he initiated more than 50 exhibitions, curating new commissions, as well as major interdisciplinary shows and publications. His latest book is Climax Change: How Architecture Must Transform in the Age of Economic Emergency. to take us from zero architecture that must now be more than sustainable or passive to an architecture that now needs to actively deliver energy, negative emissions, food, and ecosystem services. Please help me welcome Pedro.
Is this the green thing? Hello, and thank you for having me here 20 years after my the first time I was in Tallinn to see this amazing transformation, but also to participate in an event that I think makes me very happy in the sense that only 2-3 years ago I was kind of anxious that climate change was not being addressed by the education system in architecture or even the curatorial system in the art and architecture world. And I can see that 2 years after, everything has turned into the direction of climate. And this is, of course, excellent and fantastic because we do need a massive change. And we have talked about change over these few lectures recently. And that's also what my book is about. And that's what I want to talk about here. How can we actually produce and start that change? And of course, seeing so many work in this biennial, like also at the Oslo Biennial 3 years ago and other recent events, both in the art and architecture world, I think it's wonderful that we can harness the creative energy of students to come up with new ideas. I think it's fantastic that people like Terform are exploring for a number of years now all the possibilities, all the different pathways, as I call it, to actually start that change. But my question is, are we keeping it in a sort of academic and professional bubble? And how can we burst that bubble and actually make that change go into the profession at a larger scale? And of course, there you have to have clients, you have to have markets, you have to have policy driving that change in the sense of architects embracing those possibilities and those pathways. But of course, we also have to know what we're talking about. And one thing that concerns me, and I would say it's transversal to many fields, including the scientific field, is the fact that people are looking at very particular aspects of the major problem, and they are getting very specialized, as we mentioned yesterday, about certain topics there, but then they're losing the bigger picture and what is really happening that impacts our practices, both scientific, architectural, or others. And so one of the things that I found most amazing along this symposium was that the word decarbonization was used perhaps 1 time or 2 times. And if we put two fields together that we are discussing here, the built environment and the agro-food systems, we are talking about the 2 sectors responsible for 69% of carbon emissions around the globe. 38% in the build sector, in the building sector, and 31% in the agro-food system. So basically, what we should be discussing is actually how are we to contribute towards that massive change, which is to decarbonize those 2 sectors from here to, people say, politicians say gladly, and of course completely diluted, till 2050. I mean, scientists say the mission is impossible, as we have heard here as well about, producing food in cities to make themselves sufficient. So the task is apparently possible. But I do believe that we have in our hands already a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of practices that point in the right direction. So now, perhaps we really should, in terms of the education system, in terms of the curatorial system that is spreading knowledge and information, we really should be talking about the elephant in the room. That way in which we can actually produce decarbonization. How can we upscale those small experiments that we are talking about here to really become market forces that change the way we are doing things. Because let's face it, one interesting aspect of the first resource war, as I like to call it, although it's the second, it's not the Syrian war, it's the Ukrainian war. It's a war about energy, as you know. It's a war about food, cereals, but it's also a war about fertilizers. And the fact that most of the fertilizers around the world come from those two countries. And now we have a crisis next year in Latin America because fertilizers are not arriving to produce the food that is needed to feed the whole population over the next year. So we'll be hearing about that soon in the news, but perhaps first we should really think about what is behind the scenes and what is driving these major ecological change or emergency, as I call it in the book. And what the book tries to do is really to create a context both inside and outside the discipline by looking at aspects like whatever happened to the environmental avant-garde of the 1970s when a similar crisis of 1973 really produced incredible thinking in the field of architecture towards a more ecological architecture that then bluntly failed because, of course, the technology was not yet available, as it is today, actually, to produce those ideas and to make them scalable and to make them part of the mainstream production of architecture. Because let's face it, what we're talking about here is fringe production. And the question is, how long will it take to get into the mainstream? This is the basic idea, because it may be too late in 10, 20 years to have those solutions spread out into the whole of the market. So that's why change is so urgent. And that's why a part of the book is precisely concerned with the social and political mechanisms of how this kind of change can start. And as we have discussed here, it will not be on an individual basis, it will be on a political basis, and people ultimately say that the way you can drive change is voting for the right politicians. Because that's the only way things will start to change in a way that then will influence the practice of architecture through policy. There's another way, which is emergency. As soon as the crisis is so catastrophic, of course, policy will start pushing people into action. And we were discussing this earlier. I believe that's one of the ways in which change will actually happen in a very Marxist way, like Philippe was addressing yesterday as well, which is the fact that reality will force change onto people. But even then, we must know what we talk about. And I think for us to produce the kind of change that is required, we have to think about the scale of the modernist movement beginning and altering the way we produce architecture, and think about it by 100 times in terms of speed and in terms of dimension of change. But what we can learn from early modernists is the fact that over 10 years, with a lot of propaganda and some nice takes on how to aestheticize new materials, they actually changed the world. You know, Corbusier, Gropius, Mies van der Rohe, they changed the world of architecture in about 20 years. So I think now we can emulate that sort of capacity to change the field and really move towards a new direction. Because, of course, what these people did as well was promoting the materials that now we see as the weapons of ecocide. The fact that concrete is responsible alone for 8% of emissions around the globe tells us that we can no longer aestheticize concrete as the material of choice to express our architectural likes. So that means that we really have to go into alternative materials, alternative ways of building, and much more. And in fact, embark in what scientists call the Great Transition, which is basically changing our ways of life over the next 30 years. And this is what I think the field of architecture can contribute towards in effective and important ways. But we really have to understand the context and what we're talking about. What I think is interesting from the political aspect at this very moment is the fact that people in Europe, for instance, they expect to overcome this crisis just by receiving a 300 euro check from the government to cover their energetic needs for the next few months. They don't understand that what we're talking about is the beginning of an energy crisis, resource crisis, that is so large in scope that you cannot expect to maintain your level of life and your quality of life just by having these sort of economic one-off help or support from the government. So this is again what we have to understand as a context, even as architects, when we do want to change our practice and even take the opportunity of what all those bright Green New Deals are offering in terms of capacity of innovation and the possibility to actually reshape the field. And for that, for me, one central chapter of that book is this idea of thinking like a building, which I picked up from a philosopher called Stephen Vogel that is reading Aldo Leopold's classic book of Thinking as a Forest, Thinking like a Forest, and bringing that back to the built environment. Just to say that the problem, one of the problems here is the fact, and I think that went through most of the discourses along these days, it's the fact that we still consider nature as something outside of what we do, something that can be integrated, that can be interacted with, that can be related with, but something that is external to us and something that we are working against. So of course, we have to understand that what we do as hands is part of nature. And there is no original nature untouched by man. Everything is touched by us. But now we have to understand that our buildings are also part of that nature. And therefore, that's why they cannot be passive or just zero net. No, they have to do much more than that. They will have to produce towards nature. They will have to give back to nature. As fortunately, we have heard from many people around these round tables along these days. So, of course, that's where we talk about design for the interspecies, or where we talk about forest towers with their problems, but also with their role models for change, and making people more aware that these are at least some small contributions towards that major change. I actually thought it was amazing that very recently a bank in Portugal used this building to show what transformation could happen, collective transformation that could happen in the near future, by showing a sort of corporate building being stripped off and revealing this building as an idea, a metaphor for collective will over the next few years. And I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing. That an image from the world of architecture is producing that sort of impact in the commercial banking world is quite surprising. And of course, part of what I was saying earlier, the impact in our lives of what is happening relates also to degrowth, to the idea that actually we have to consume less. That's what we've been discussing here. Before we even produce for consumption, we have to think how to consume less and how to operate in cities also to produce a culture of degrowth. And this is like anathema in American culture because economically it has been driven by consumption since the beginning of the 20th century, and that's where things become more radical in terms of the need for change. So I think, unlike the international style, it's not going to be about one style or one way of doing. It's going to be about these 1,000 pathways that we have precisely seen in this biennial. Hundreds of small solutions that, if they pass on to the market, if they upscale to large quantities of production of the built environment, then they can be significant and they can be important. So there are a few examples which I invite you to see in the book, also involving biophilic, urban farms, many of the projects that we've discussed here, turning facades into productive and negative emission production mechanisms, the projects by YAG that were mentioned already here, but also an exchange of information and knowledge between North and South. Because, as we know, there is also a lot of climate injustice. And we have to share this knowledge that we're discussing here in a totally white auditorium with the people that need this information and this knowledge first. So really, we have to start moving these ideas onto the places where they are needed immediately, because we still have maybe 20 or 30 years ahead of us before we need them desperately in action to respond to those problems. So now is the time. This is the famous graph that scientists are afraid of, the Oki graph, in which almost every graphic that appears over the latest few years about, carbon emissions, temperatures, all the graphs look like this. Over the last 50 years, they have shot up, and we have a big problem in our hands to now correct that line, or at least to plateau it for the next 100 years. So this is also about individual responsibility. I do believe that if each of us does the little thing that is possible in their fields to change their action before climate, if we all do it at the same time, then maybe we'll achieve something. For me, writing that book was my first responsibility and task. Second is regenerating this farm, since we are in a panel about farms. And so it was thinking about the water systems first, thinking about self-sufficiency, and in terms of energy, in terms of food, and maybe in a sort of a prepper way, making sure that in 5 to 10 years I have food and energy sufficient to keep me living there. But of course, as we heard in the panel before, and very well explained, and very well told, of course, this is no solution for the 8 billion people that inhabit the Earth. I mean, it's not going to be in this way. So we have to find other ways to make things work. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh. Thank you, Pedro. I hope that after these couple of days, not only will maybe we achieve something, but definitely will achieve something. I'd like to welcome our final speakers for this panel. They are Sim and Sille, and they are homegrown here in Estonia. Sim Karo is a designer and a material researcher and co-founder of Mycelium. In his Wrong scene. That's another scene. Ah. Oh, shit. That's fine. Everything's fine. I'll start with Celia. Everything's fine. Sorry. It's fine. I'm going to get it. So, Celia. Sorry, Sim. I'm so sorry. Sille is a practicing architect and researcher and tutor and co-founder of the Algorithmic Timber and Architecture Research Group at the Estonian Academy of Arts. Am I on the right, Sille? She completed her master's in the University of Applied Arts in Vienna and practiced as a design architect at Morphosis Architects in LA, as well as Coop Immelblau in Vienna. In 2020, she defended her doctoral degree on methodological development of somatic modularity for algorithmic timber architecture. And Sime Tuksam is a practicing architect researcher at the Estonian Academy of Fine Arts, Faculty of Architecture and co-director of PART. He also co-founded the Algorithmic Timber Architecture Research Group and the Timber Architecture Competence Center, PAC. He has been developing his practice through exhibitions, installations, writings, and architectural projects. At PART, he's been devoted to developing algorithmic tools for the design and delivery of prefabricated structures and the critical discourse of digital architecture. So Sille and the Right Sim are enabling the inhabitation of building facades with urban crop pockets. Help me welcome them so that we too can co-inhabit between the farm and the species in cities today.
Hi everybody. There has been already a very fascinating last few days. So I hope we will continue on that ride and inspire all the students and architects in this space. So what we will discuss today is a dacha wrap. It's a research project that is somehow started in our office. We are the practicing architecture office in Estonia, and has now moved into academic bubble, as Petra said. But we are in the middle of bursting it, so don't worry. What we are tackling is, of course, the health and humanitarian crisis and questioning how we grow our food, and at the same time questioning the housing crisis, or in that terms, trying to find ways how will we live together. And the one topic that Lydia and Areti so nicely made us to question and ask is like, how can we grow food, and what could be the ways of how practicing architects can tackle the terms in the city center. So dachas, the term dacha comes from the Russian term dat, to give, to hand out, and the terminology for dacha is then meaning the land that is given by a prince. Or somebody in charge. This was very common, or still is, a common practice in Estonia, and of course all the Soviet Soviet areas, to hand out land that is approximately 600 square meters, and where is still the food being grown. It also has added to the land is a small hut, a rather primitive one that would then host all the tools and equipment necessary. But of course, with the growth of cities and the growth of capitalism, there's a lot of dacha settlements that has been taken down or moved away. I think the best example of it is near to Tallinn airport, becoming more international. The airport had to grow, and just recently the last settlement of that nearby Tallinn has been removed, and also with all the surrounding areas of Tallinn. So we are questioning if there's a way to bring those qualities that are there in the small territory of land closer to the citizens, and ask if we can implement that into a building facade.
Hello. I will continue the presentation from the side where it all kind of started, and it's a part of a longer research project that we've been developing called the Slender Project, which is looking at the housing culture in Tallinn. And 100 years ago, people in Tallinn used to live in timber buildings that were actually constructed fast and cheap, and were to house the factory workers that moved into the city. And now we are trying to look how we can once again use a more ecological material to create housing nowadays. And our research is interested in the prefabrication of buildings, so we're closely working together with the Estonian timber house manufacturing industry. So we are trying to bring those ideas into mass production. So how do we tackle mass production? We are very much inspired by this idea of a spatial structure. And spatial structure as a kind of philosophical term, meaning how natural, physical, economic, and political circumstances actually enable reality to be constructed. So we're looking at the ecology of factory-built houses and what kind of elements concerning structure and fabrication, but also the kind of spatial flexibility should these things be constructed out of. So we have arrived at the method where there's an underlying structure that allows for plugging in different kinds of elements, like floor slabs, structural elements, and that have allowed us to treat the space of the building a lot more flexible, as everything can be rearranged within this grid. But what we're talking about today is actually the outer layer of that building and how the interior and exterior can also start to intersect and actually become a thick boundary condition that can be inhabited. And Sille will explain the project that we did for the main exhibition now that is about this habitation.
Mm-hmm. So arriving from the slender housing apartment building that it was when we brought it to academia, it became, or it's slowly growing into a research project on communal apartment buildings. And the Taja wrap is actually tackling a specific part of it, the inhabitable facade that is overhanging, that is now allowed according to Estonian laws and standards of construction up to 1 meter. And we were questioning, like, if we could take this 1 meter and insert there alternative routes to get to your apartments or to the rooftop gardens, alternative areas to grow food vertically or, again, on top of the roof. Also ways of how we communicate to each other or how the community itself gets together and on their vertical streets. Then maybe this could also be a way of aside of producing food, also producing energy for the building. So that's the prototype that we're exhibiting. Let's not call it a prototype, let's call it a mock-up, a 101 mock-up that you see in the Metabolic Home exhibition in Estonian Architecture Museum is actually a cutout, a 3 by 3 meter cutout out of this system. But of course, we went further and really started asking, like, what is the heritage, the historic heritage of housing we have in our country. So 1/3 of Estonians are actually living in Soviet housing blocks. And here we see examples where there's always this firewall that has that sometimes carried some monolithic art pieces, but usually was an empty, often south-facing facade that could have been much nicer to have balconies in this direction. So in any case, we were wondering if this Raumstruktur that Siim was mentioning, or the metagrid, the underlying idea, could give us a possibility to create some kind of circulation on the facade and help to reach the roofs, and also creating possible evacuation staircases for upper apartments, but also inhabiting certain species that could be a possible pick of the either the landowners or like the apartment owners in the building, or it could be the community garden for nearby people. And thus doing that, we would be then wrapping it into possible energy producing facade panels or something alternative. So I guess what we are proposing in exhibition is a study on those architectural qualities or those spatial properties that we hope to see on the facade, and the materiality of it, it's still in the process of defining. And that's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Yep. Oh, fantastic. So thank you so much, Silencium. Okay. Yes, fantastic. So to start off this roundtable discussion on farm and the species, I wanted to sort of begin with a reflection also in relationship to our previous panel, where in the discussion there was sort of the indication that the farm in fact is most of the planet, as well as some of the topics that came up in our panel today. Jonathan was talking about ecological optima, consilience and convergence, and interoperability. Mitch was telling us that we can, in fact, reduce the impact of rice growing by 45%. Pedro was a little bit worried about the fact that we're keeping it in an academic or research bubble, and you guys just took us through rethinking architecture to host a dacha wrap, which in fact becomes a new form, I guess, of public space in some way. So beyond associating the farm to the city or the farm to species, do we need to refarm the farm? And since I kind of had a sneaky little conversation with my dear friend John about this yesterday, I'm going to pass the mic on to him first.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much for that. And I think that, yes, we do need to refarm the farm. Simply put, the methods in which we farm currently are simplistic. We have got better and better and better at more and more efficient at doing single things. When you look at the massive combined harvesters that you see farming with wheat and grains, this is a single species. Species don't work like that. They don't work in singularities. We can force them to do so, and we can use fertilizers to enforce that. But when we look at a forest, you don't need to add fertilizer to a forest to make it grow. It creates its own. So why are we then needing of fertilizer? And this is for me a very strong indicator that we're doing something quite wrong. We're not doing something in an intelligent manner. And if we begin to take our cues from existing ecologies of what might have been before the land use change that creates our farms, we might be able to adapt systems to be much more efficient. And so when I think about computational agroecology and the systems that we might put in place to recreate a farm, that really means dealing with complex abundances of different species. And I think that it's now possible, honestly. I don't think that this was possible 5 years ago. But I do think that with small, robotic, lightweight, customizable tools, with the affordance of artificial intelligence, species mapping, we can begin to work in a much more complicated environment that changes the nature of the farm and creates a much more diverse crop in a way that is not dependent on fertilizers or petrochemical pesticides or, simply put, diesel to power our massive machines. So yes, I think we need to refarm the farm, but interestingly, a lot of that innovation is happening in cities, which is an odd kind of dichotomy there. So yeah, simply to answer your question, yes, we do.
Thanks, John. Maybe touching up on that sort of the idea of diverse technologies that can be embedded into this refarming of the farm, and engaging actively with technological species in order to do this. I think that maybe Sim and Sile, but also Mitch, you can add through your experiences to how you see this possibility to refarm the farm.
What sprang into my mind when you were talking is we're not just fertilizing crops, we're also fertilizing people by creating those super efficient ways of farming. We are also enabling the population to grow, and the issue has become so much more complex. So is the technology really that advanced that we can take on this very well-worked-in supply chain and well-working system that is enabling us to live the way we live now by using this technology? And also, I think it's a huge issue of scale, the way we farm extensively on huge plots of lands. And it's not just the crops, but also forest. And this is a very hot topic in Estonia, the deforestation, big areas of the forest being cut down for profit. But as we're seeing people moving into the cities, we're also seeing people moving back into the country now with the COVID crisis more and more. And people actually see this deforestation more and more, and they're so much more concerned about it. So I really hope that this technology will help us to also maintain forests in a more kind of organized way, that we don't have to cut down everything and then ship half of it to be burned and use very little of it actually for building timber buildings and creating products and people and things that actually produce value for us.
Yeah, I would actually continue from there, because I think we're in need of actually mapping down the species or the vegetation that could be diversely growing in more dense areas, let's say, that it makes sense to grow in a city center. And then there's, of course, maybe crops that is meant or should be grown in vast lands. So as I think Epp Blankos was today presenting also that most of our food at Soviet times came from this communal farming, but and there were crops and dairy products. But at the same time, for example, the 92% of all the potatoes consumed in Russia are still grown in dachas. So there's certain certain vegetation that should be or could be grown in more dense areas that a 600 square meter per person or like per family is, compared to the vast lands of I don't know, corn and other products. So I think this that would be my interest on also how to continue on the diversity of, or how to keep the diversity of edible vegetation in the city, but also understanding that what does not make sense to be brought into urban environments. And I hope that this mapping or understanding the what makes sense is something that we could also continue on our research on.
Yeah, so in some way, not working with a one-size-fits-all answer, of course, but rather customizing, no? Actually, Mitch, you produced an image, which I think was in the New York Times several years ago on the future of New York, yeah? And it was an image that was sort of bringing together lots of different species, technological, ecological, and much more. And so maybe the reflection on how we refarm the farm, I guess in some way that was one of your visions of how we might refarm the farm. How close are we to that? Or where do we need to go next?
Yeah, I fully agree with all the presentations, not only from this panel, but from the previous one. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to agree with the keynote, although I don't know. I can't wait for that, yeah. And Jonathan really, just not enough time in 10 minutes to get through some really complex, profound topics. And there's just these words that, describe textbooks of information. So, a simplistic answer to refarming the farm in some ways is it has to do with human population. There's just too many of us, and we've overshot the problem. We've solved it in the most incredible way. Humans have been working on farming for 12,000 years, so we got this tech down, absurdly so. So now it's a matter of, let's look at all the different facets of this issue. And it's in waste. It's in the actual food production, what we cook. It's in air quality issues. It's in water issues. It's certainly in all of the gas issues, the climate issues. So, I don't think there's going to be any one particular answer to it. It's going to be a host of a myriad of solutions that will eventually get us to refarming the farm, because we always have been taking on that problem. I don't think at any point in any culture, in any aspect of humanity, hasn't tried to do just that. It starts from survival, feeding your family, and then eventually gets to mercantilism and prospering as a community, and then helping others, and then globalization, not necessarily the right direction. When we look at farming, we particularly attacked something that I found one of the biggest problems in a sea of problems is what we do to the animal kingdom. And roughly, we have 13% of wildlife left on the planet. Everything else is a farm animal. So all the animals out there are something that we're basically producing to eat at an enormous capacity. And so much of it is wasteful. That really hit me. And I was thinking, could I change behaviors to start off with that? I'm like, no, I like steak. We had steak last night. I had salmon, but it just tastes too good. And could I reduce it? Yes, I want to. Do I expect everybody to do that, especially in America, for these people who are voting for Trump? No way. As soon as I tell them, or anybody like me, that they have to reduce it, they're going to buy 10 more steaks, eat it, put it on TikTok and say steaks, support American farmers, something like that. So it's a curious problem. Are they going to eat bugs? Well, not right away. But an interesting story in that research is lobsters. Like, no one ate lobsters. Like, just no one in humanity went around and looked at those things and said, oh, that's tasty, let's make a lot of them. We fed them in the United States to prisoners in Maine. It took over 200 years before they became an actual delicacy and a cuisine. Of course, the prisoners didn't tell people how good they tasted. We adapted. So, does it mean we lobster farm? We got a range of weird people that we work with. One of them is Kanye West, who's that guy. And he came to us and he wanted to produce a vertical farm. We've been doing vertical farms since, since we started with Dixon Despommier at Columbia University. He did the book on vertical farming. So Kanye wanted a vertical farm in LA for his new Donda School, which is a basketball school for kids. And he wanted the farm to produce an entire sushi menu. He got some LA chef this guy is going to do, make sushi all within this little, 2-acre plot of land. And he wanted the fish, 4 types of fish, farmed in Los Angeles for the sushi menu. We had Gene Giacomelli, world-renowned expert. He runs the Biosphere 2 project. We had a whole team of consultants, and most of these fish had never been farmed. And there's a Blue Ocean initiative to do more fish farming, because what we do in oceans, we trawl oceans. If you've ever seen Seaspiracy, I shouldn't have had the salmon last night. Actually, it's just unbelievable what we do to wildlife in oceans. So we looked at that problem, and even the basic science isn't there, because people just thought it would be absurd to fish in a desert or a semi-arid climate. And we produced these projects. The result was he just wouldn't take no for an answer. And he wanted everything in there and produced an interesting exercise, and probably never again. So again, I guess there's a little bit of, I'm on a rant or rambling, so I'll stop there. The problem is, just a library of issues. I think it begins with us. We're going to work not towards one single answer, like a silver bullet. It will be silver buckshot. There'll be many bullets that'll probably tackle this problem, and there's a lot of people working on it, and this conference represents that dialogue.
So I guess Kanye proves that money is the power, as they say in the Renaissance. I have many music references. And thinking a little bit about that, but also about what John was saying, that natural systems do produce, for example, forests do produce the fertilizer that they need. But Pedro, you were referencing the fact that we are sort of in the face of a fertilizer war, as you were saying. How can we, or how do you foresee that we can overcome or maybe circumnavigate in some way this question of geopolitics, this question of money and power, in order to go back or maybe change or understand how we can get back to the values of the ecological systems, values that are actually embedded into the systems?
I think it gets back to what we've been discussing, which is behavioral change and how we can drive that change, social change. I started doing composting a few years ago, and now I go to my mother's place and I see that she doesn't do composting, and I get anxious, because I think we are losing time in the fact that that compost could actually be fertilizing. From what we produce in terms of organic waste in cities, it could be fertilizing all the fields, all the agrofields around. And people are taking too much time to move onto those little measures, which will have to be driven by policy. So the EU is now pressing for that policy, but has given all the nations in the European Union 3 years to adapt. Do you think they are adapting right now? No, they will adapt in the last month in which the law comes into place. And this is stupid, because people know already that the problem is there. They know already that they could start working on the problem right now, and they will do it last minute. And so, again, there are psychological arguments that explain why people are like this, or why people feel uncomfortable if we talk about these issues, and they want to resist it and not think about it. My 13-year-old is very cynical, and he says, humanity has to be wiped out because we have destructed the planet. This is what 13-year-olds are thinking. Humanity has to be wiped out. And I think, wow, that's shocking. Take it easy. But, we really have to understand how to pass the message more. And the fact that I was talking about an academic bubble was also in the sense that scientists are now concerned that climate information is not passing in the right way to people. And this is a problem of the science community, because people have to understand the problem and overcome that psychological anxiety and start to deal with it very naturally. I must say, I'm in my optimistic phase right now, because I had my pessimistic phase when I did research for an exhibition, and I read everything about climate change over 6 months, and I understood that, God, I didn't know anything about these. And now that I know, I'm really shocked. And now I'm already at the stage in which I understand that there are pathways, there are technologies which are pointing the way for solutions. But politically and socially, this is where things have to happen, because then people will get used to it and they will find it as a natural part of their lives. And then they will accommodate that change very naturally. Because, I mean, we talked about it here. We do recycling now as a very natural act. But if you go and talk to older people, some people still don't understand why you do it. And how stupid is that? So I think we really have to think more about how to drive behavioral change also from the field of architecture. And there, I do think, and we have discussed this earlier, sometimes clients are the ones that are asking for that change, and architects are actually resisting it because they are too comfortable with the language, the formal languages in which they have built their status quo, and they don't want to, disturb that status quo. And that's problematic. That's what we have to discuss, because we have to overcome that barrier as well, and be open to these other possibilities, which are also opportunities to form making, to aesthetics, everything. Everything is there as a potential for a great creative moment. And that's where I become optimistic.
Well, it's good to hear that you're optimistic. I also feel pretty optimistic most of the time. So, I think that it's interesting because you're talking about behavioral change and people need to overcome. But then on the other side, John was telling us how we should be lazy in order to observe. So maybe it's a different kind of lazy that we need to be, and that too is a behavioral change. And so I guess in some way, to some extent, what we need to shift is maybe our system of values, no? So before Sim was talking about they cut down the forest for profit, but it's an economic profit. So what are the other profits or what are the other values that we can embed into our design practices and sort of, as you were saying, overcome also as designers this discomfort, this change. And in that sense, what would you suggest to younger designers for them to sort of emerge and entice this behavioral change over the coming years? I don't know if anyone wants to take that one.
I can just take it in a very specific respect, which is go out there and try to understand deeply what ecosystem services means and how they are now being considered into law, so that when you do anything, you have to consider what your building or structure or landscape is bringing onto the community and onto the ecosystem, because this is really the answer. We have not valued ecosystem services over the last 20, 30 years, but now lawmakers, policymakers are starting to value those ecosystem services. And so once you have some plot of land or a dacha, and you know that you're also producing and receiving even money from the state because you're producing that ecosystem service, then people will also be stimulated to contribute and to do more in that respect.
I'm going to give you a segue. I want to say something. Sorry. No, I was thinking that it's not only what it brings to the community, but also what it brings to design in itself. And in that sense, you guys are working with sort of materially informed also design. So not just what the design in itself produces, but also what the intelligence embedded within the materials that you work with allow that design to produce through a series of parametric or other design tools. So you can say what you were going to say now.
I was going to say, it's fascinating actually to see how this summer houses actually use laziness, or you're allowed to have a vacation, and then on your vacation, what you did, you produced food for yourself, and you built the house, and actually it created more work that kind of cultivated a way of living. So in a way, it's about reframing how we make these behaviors attractive. And in that sense, I think aesthetics is also a big part of it, and form, and how people kind of perceive those things that are coming into the city. At the moment, there's a lot of talk about we need to not mow the lawn that much so that more species can have a life in the city. But at the same time, we have headlines, "I was bitten by a snake in the city." And that's just, we can't have that. I mean, we need to mow the lawn again. But if this becomes desirable for the people, if they see that it works, it's aesthetically pleasing, it's a way of getting out of the house and meeting people, growing yourself something, and having a nice leisure time that is active at the same time, then it could bring about a difference in behavior.
I see a lot of potential for architecture to be an educational tool that is directing the change of behavior. And I think in that term, what you were asking, like how we are trying to do that with shifting materials in the interiors of spaces, or showcasing the fact that that this building is built out of timber by taking away the interior finish and leaving the structure of the building there. So in that terms, like avoiding. So that's why I like architecture as an educational tool that is not screaming into your face, do that, go there, turn around, do this. But it's much more of hinting and directing into possible new futures. So instead of your mom telling you what to do, it's actually like her letting a lot of freedom of you finding your own way. And I think that's why our field of expertise is really good. It's not through words and ways of saying, but it's through directing towards the change.
You know, I'm going to address the "what do you tell the students" thing. So the first thing I tell students, is two words: question authority, which basically means me and anybody else who's teaching you. Which is okay. It doesn't say, kill them, although I think killing your father and mother is also a part of that lesson somewhere along the line. I had to do that to like Frank Gehry and Zaha, who I completely loved, and then realized that's not the kind of architecture I want to do whatsoever. And I have been doing the interspecies thing for, I don't know, almost 25 plus years. I've been doing engineered living materials and biofabricated structures and adaptive reuse and social justice-based projects as soon as I heard those terms. And I think we've got 100 more years of those terms. But I expect my students to just finish me off, get to the next level. I mean, I look at Greta Thunberg, and she sits there in front of the world leaders and says, blah, 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 to a bunch of older people. I'm an older person now, and I've been doing this forever. We didn't solve it. So for the students, it's, wow, pull out your knives, get some blood. I mean, we have like 5 years left, according to the United Nations. You're going to inherit this shitstorm. I'll be, I got a couple, I'll be around, but I've had a good life so far. I have kids, that worries me. So I think that's really the base of it, is maybe more experimental, more radical. Think of new heroes, think of new paradigms. We've got to get there. The pandemic was this kind of shift, and we're out of it. I don't know. It's a time for flourishing. But the level of radicality has got to get to that next level. That's just my thought. There'll always be others who have different opinions, and I do respect them. It's not that I don't respect Gehry or how they build desire into those forms, and you can learn from that. But this is titanium, and institutions like that are not necessarily going to get us out of this particular issue. They've got to be also rethought.
If I can sort of talk also across generations, but again, across this sort of rural city divide. It's very interesting for me. You know, I grew up in London. I know I don't sound like that, do you know what I mean? But I did. My mum was teaching primary school kids for 20 years. She won awards doing that. And most of those kids had never been outside of the city. All they knew about anything that was growing and green was what they found in the park, you know? And some of them had never been to the coast, and they'd never seen a forest. And these kids, you know, this is what they know. And so when we're talking about cognizance, we're talking about what we can do next. We need to be aware of how interconnected we are with natural systems, food systems, and that we are not separate from nature, we are a part of it. And we can't do that unless we have the opportunity to be cognizant of what nature is. And I think in that sense, in a sort of intergenerational way, but also in a spatial way, the blurring of the boundaries, that, you know, creating environments, ecological environments within cities, but then also outside those cities, changing the nature of how we live. The village that I'm in, I'm very positive about this now, but the village that I'm in has 700 inhabitants. Now that is split between people over 70, nobody in the middle, and then a whole bunch of youngsters. And I'm now in the middle with a lot of people who are coming back to these rural environments. And the kids are engaging with these incomers, you know, these immigrants into rural places. And they're interested not in what their grandparents are saying about farming with tractors. They're interested in Arduinos. They're interested in microscopes. They're interested in new things. And so sort of this blurring of the boundaries of cognizance, I think, is greatly afforded by bringing farms or ecology into cities, but also the cities back into the farms with different types of ideas.
So we have a sneaky 2 minutes, and I wanted to ask if anyone from the audience had a pressing question they'd like to address. Yes, we have one in the front.
Hi, just a quick question about the timescales. As you, multiple of you said, we are in a really hurry, but traditionally architectural processes are really slow. And especially if you are trying to move towards engaging all the stakeholders, the communities, it gets even slower. So is the speeding up of architectural processes then a radically important thing that we should focus on?
Yeah, it's a slow medium. It's a resistant medium. And therefore, it's difficult to conceive of these type of changes. But I do think that at the same time, there's, as Mitch was just saying, there has been a lot of research already. The question is passing that research onto a more practical professional field and welcome it into a professional field, which I think will be possible within, by pressure, and the need even of builders and other elements in society to incorporate these ideas. So I do think that we have already produced the kind of knowledge that can be put into motion when it's needed. But as I say again, yes, we have to reconceive lots of aspects of how we consider architecture, including this idea that just being durable it equals sustainability, which is not true anymore. And so you have to rethink really how you operate within architecture to respond to that sort of problem in a different way.
Thanks.
Thank you. Oh. You have 2 seconds.
Oh, finish. So much of the research that we have been developing in the last 10 years about ecology has been developed in a perspective of like energy abundance. I mean, we were speaking about ecology and the impact, but from the perspective, at least from the first word, of energy abundance. Here now in Europe, we are facing for the first time, from one day to another, a scenario of energy scarcity. And this is bringing with it like a poverty in general of the people. The price of the food is increasing because the energy because of the processing of the food is energy demanding, so when it rises. So which would you think will be the impact on our research of the energy scarcity, and how much of the research that we have been developing until now we can bring to the next phase in the case of a scenario of energy scarcity? And this I would like to ask to Joachim and Pedro from a more practice perspective and from a more academic perspective.
Pedro and I had a great conversation before. I'll try and bring in a little bit of that. And I agree what he had just said, which is an energy answer. There are libraries of Civilization 2.0 in most major universities with incredible projects, innovations, ideas, and actually provable engineering to get us to a fully self-reliant, self-sufficient system when it comes to energy. Probably 50 years of really good research that's there, collecting dust in libraries. Recently, I mean a couple of days ago, MIT, love MIT, nailed it, sat away, creates a battery out of sand, sulfur, and salt. Better than lithium-ion, supposedly, doesn't explode, doesn't get too hot. Anyone could make it. You don't have to get it from rare earth metals in China. You don't have to go get cobalt someplace in Africa. We can make the stuff here. It's amazing and it's astounding. About 5 people no one likes my posts anymore, but no one seems to care. This should be major news. I don't need to, well, there's a lot of stuff in the news that we don't need to learn about. This is yet another game changer. Just last month, Time Magazine, energy was a whole issue on energy, and this came from harvesting turbine systems beneath waves as far better than wind, far better than solar, geothermal, biomass, readily available, proven, 10 years, certainly scalable. The reason with energy that we have a problem with energy, amongst many other problems, is something we call predatory delay. Those are those big companies that support these cool projects. Say, well, I love your solar panels, something dacha building. I don't know if there were solar panels in it. I love your building. Don't do too many of them. Here's some money. Keep doing the research, throw it in the library, keep it in the ivory tower. Because every single day, these energy companies stay in business. They're making trillions of dollars in profit. So it's okay from a public relations perspective to support these new inventions and concepts, to give them some money, but not to let them overtake the system. Predatory delay is about the speed. It's something we need to fight, and it's hard to fight because they're not disagreeing with you. They're just sort of slowing it down. So, it's quite a monster.
I'm sorry, we're going to have
just to finish, one potential perverse effect of the war is the fact that it's pushing the EU to really go into renewables, because the things are there. And they haven't moved because of economical lobbying, which prevents us to move onto that field. So maybe the war can actually have a positive effect of pushing people onto renewables. And then, not to speak about these high-tech solutions, I mean, for me in the farm, what's been interesting is thinking through systems that are almost crafts and just hands-on, which is thinking of solar panels to bring the water up the hill so that by night the water comes down, micro turbines and so on, and produces the energy constantly. And so there are many solutions, again, to make you self-sustainable in terms of energy and solve part of the problems. The food problem is actually much more difficult than that of energy at this point, because we have to feed 8 billion people.
And on that note, unfortunately, to the gentleman who had a question, you will have to save it for later. I think what we need to do is be creative, be experimental, be positive, and don't be scared to co-inhabit, co-design, and co-produce with all of our species. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the audience for your attention. Please feel free to hound the people on stage down to ask your questions afterwards, and on to the next subject.
Wow, what a panel. We're going to have a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back for the keynote lecture by Beatrice Colomina. So, 5 minutes. Be back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I see that everybody is excited. Do please find a seat. Also, the people in the back who are all standing, there are plenty of seats in front as well. So just find yourself a place to land. Let's start. Yes. So we're about to have our final lecture, the keynote lecture by Beatriz Colomina. And in order to introduce Beatriz, I would like to welcome to the stage one of our curators, Lidia Kalipoliti.
Hi, everybody. Again, it is really an immense honor and privilege to introduce one of my favorite people in the world, but also one of the most important architectural historians and impactful thinkers also in the world, Beatriz Colomina. She has such a long body of work and a long list of accomplishments that I'm just going to name a few. But Beatriz has been at the forefront of the discipline for over 4 decades with a massive body of work that in time has become ever more urgent. Her books include Sexuality and Space in 1992, Privacy and Publicity, which is a bestseller and has been translated in many languages in 1994, Domesticity at War in 2007, The Century of the Bed in 2015, Manifesto Architecture, The Ghost of Mies, Clipstamp Fold, Are We Human, in collaboration with Mark Wigley in 2016, all considerable bodies of literature. In parallel to this long list of books, Colomina has curated an equally long number of internationally acclaimed exhibitions, most notably the Istanbul Design Biennial of 2016, Are We Human, in collaboration with Mark Wigley. With her curatorial work, Colomina has forged a deeply collaborative and collective line of research that redefines authorship and in turn fuels her pedagogy and her writing. I was lucky enough to be part of one of these types of research, Clipstamp Fold, which was it was an exhibition and a book in 2007. It started as a PhD student at Princeton University. Colomina is the director of the PhD program, a professor and the founder of the Media and Modernity program at Princeton University. In 2020, she was awarded the Ada Louise Huxtable Prize for her contributions in the field of architecture. Overall, I would say that although her work is extraordinarily precise historically, it exceeds the historical dimension and the exposure of facts that have been overlooked. It forms in many ways projective archaeologies that evidence current crises by unearthing the origins of obsessions, blemishes, and shadows that were always present in design culture. The world in a pandemic crisis was the topic of your recent project, which was an eFlux architecture project and an exhibition on sick architecture. The pandemic crisis, both as a pre-existing tendency, and I quote from her eFlux text here on sick architecture, making visible the invisible city, not just the invisible urbanism of hypersocial microorganisms, but the invisible urbanism of inequities, hidden workers, and uneven access to care or empathy. In continuation, her recent book, X-Ray Architecture, aligns with a topic that we have curated with Areti Markopoulou in this Biennale, examining the body in architecture. We explore how the body ingests the planet and how in turn the planet becomes the repository of our excretions and food becomes the medium for that. Also architecture, another medium that shelters the body in many ways. And Colomina today is going to talk to you about the weak body of architecture. So please welcome Beatriz Colomina.
Very much, Lydia, for your very warm introduction. I love Lydia. I love her from the moment she arrived in Princeton. The energy, the intelligence, the brilliant
person that she is, and that is demonstrated in this wonderful Biennale in collaboration, of course, with Areti, who I just met these days here. What a power couple, amazing exhibition and amazing insights, and I hope I don't ruin it all for you now, because I really had this question all the time. Why are you inviting me to this to do this keynote? I don't talk about metabolism that much, and ultimately it's a little bit of what you were saying at the end. In fact, I think metabolism and therefore architecture, and so I will give you the what could be the final line at the beginning, is ultimately bacteriological. So I'm going to concentrate a lot in these microorganisms that are actually the invisible clients of modern architecture. Architecture has always been understood in terms of a body, but what body is this? It's always this athletic, male, white body that has an incredible persistence throughout the centuries, right? From the Renaissance treatises to modern architecture, from Leonardo to Le Corbusier. Why are we still with this macho man there at the center of architecture, despite all evidence, right? Yet, what I'm trying to demonstrate is that the real body of architecture is not at all a healthy body, but a fragile body that is prone to sickness or already sick and in need of support. And that in many ways architecture is a kind of orthopedic support, a kind of crutch or an artificial skin for this fragile creature. Architecture discourse in this sense is from the beginning, and I will try to demonstrate that, medical. And the architect is always presented from Vitruvius to our times as a kind of doctor, and the building as a medical instrument. It's difficult, of course, not to think about the recent past. This is a grid of empty bed. It's in this cavernous space waiting for bodies. One architecture, you can say, inside another. It's a field hospital that you probably have seen that was made to accommodate 5,500 patients in 2 convention centers in Madrid. So buildings that were designed for temporary events were now hosting an emergency medical architecture, a space for disease. And of course, it's not just Madrid, but of course Belgrade or the Javis Center in New York, and Mount Javis Center, and outside the Mount Sinai Hospital in New York again, and all over the place. These kinds of spaces. It's also interesting that it's not the first time that this has happened, as can be seen clearly in photographs from the 1918 flu pandemic in the United States, showing thousands of beds in a field hospital inside a cavernous spaces, these kinds of spaces. But sick architecture, my point here, is not simply the architecture of medical emergencies, such as this one. On the contrary, is the architecture of normality, the way in which the past health crises are always inscribed into the everyday, and each architecture somehow carries the traces of prior diseases, but has been in a way completely shaped by them. In fact, all architecture, you can argue, that is sick. Illness and architecture are inseparable. It could even be argued that the beginning of architecture is the beginning of disease. This was already somehow argued by this fellow that you see in the screen, Dr. Benjamin Ward Richardson, who in his introduction to our homes and how to make them healthy, which was actually a compendium of tests by doctors and architects in collaboration for the 1884 International Health Exhibition in London. And here you have some pictures of the exhibition and the grounds of the exhibition and the kind of exhibits that they were shown. It's incredibly popular exhibitions all over the world. This one in London, but they were in Dresden, in Paris, health exhibitions all over the world. No? And then he says, I'm only going to read the last part of the sentence, of this quote that you have there, man, in constructing protection from exposure, has constructed the conditions for disease. I mean, actually, this can be demonstrated even recently when excavations in Neolithic settlements have demonstrated that they had tuberculosis. Right, the moment that we went indoors, in the moment that we brought our animals and our plants, domesticated animals inside, we developed diseases that didn't exist before. So you can say there is no disease without architecture and no architecture without disease. And perhaps that's the reason that doctors and architects have always been in a kind of dance, often exchanging roles, collaborating, influencing each other, even if not always synchronized. Furniture, rooms, buildings, cities are produced by these medical emergencies that layer on top of one another over the centuries. And again, we tend to forget very quickly what produced these layers. As soon as the emergency passes, we develop collective amnesia. We act as each pandemic is the first, as if we're trying to somehow bury the pain and the uncertainty of the past. This is of course, you remember how shocked we were when we were asked to wear masks, but these masks are actually not very different from the masks that these nurses and volunteers of the Red Cross are wearing in Boston during the flu epidemic of 1918. And of course, you can think also about the plague doctors of the 17th century, which went around with this long, big mask to keep people at bay. But also inside this long, big, there were herbs, because it was believed that the smell is what was producing disease, right? The theory that this is the cause of the disease. And yet, you know, and other ways in which you can think about the parallelism between the past and the present, no? Cholera in Palermo, and images that those of us living in New York during the early days of the pandemic became accustomed to see these scenes in the street. It was incredible. The whole of New York empty very quickly. Millions of people left. I think there were no cars there were no cars even parked. There was nobody, and it was incredible. You could walk in the middle of the street, right? And one day, because at least we could walk, not like in Spain that they didn't let you go out. And I was walking down or up Sullivan Street with my partner, with Mark Wigley, and it was empty. There was no cars, there was nobody. And at some point I said to him, they think there's an ambulance behind, because the ambulance didn't even put the sirens on in certain, because there's no traffic, so they didn't have anybody to fight. And then you see these incredible scenes in which the patient is completely encased in this plastic bubble, very reminiscent of the 1960s, and the medical personnel is all dressed up practically like astronauts, right? So again, the parallelism between the waiting vehicle, the body, the attendants, etc. And yet, despite this amnesia, we could argue, and I think it will be an interesting history, we will argue that the history of the cities is the history of the seas, that the pandemics of the 19th century brought us the infrastructure that we still have today in our cities, clean water, sewage systems, urban parks, and that they also, in a way, revolutionize the design of interiors, furniture, and buildings, as could be seen in the exhibition of 1884. In fact, these are images of the Great Stink in London in 1858, which of course led to the construction of the embankment of London, and which incorporates, of course, the sewage system for the city. But do we remember that all these things in the city come actually from pandemics, that the history of the cities is the history of the accumulation of all these things put in place to counter disease. This relationship between architecture and health is a very, very old story. In fact, as I was saying before, it goes to the very beginning of architectural theory. Vitruvius already in the 1st century BC, he launched Western architectural theory by insisting that all architects should also study medicine. as if we didn't have enough, right? So why? Because helpfulness, it was the most important objective of the architect. And he devotes a huge part, a significant part of these 10 books on architecture to the question of health, giving very detailed instructions on how to determine the helpfulness of a proposed site for a city by returning to the ancient practice of sacrificing an animal that lives around there and inspecting their liver. And if their liver is sound and firm, then that's a good place for the city. Likewise, for the health of buildings, he discusses the theory of the 4 humors, which was, of course, the dominant medical theory at that time. Even more interesting, Vitruvius argues in reverse that those who are unwell, those who are sick, could be cured by architecture. That's really another step, right? He says, for example, that architecture could rebuild the system of those exhausted by disease, including consumption. And of course, you know, consumption is an old word for tuberculosis. So already in Vitruvius, you have the idea that architecture is both prevention and cure of disease, and particularly tuberculosis, something that, as you will see, has persisted over the centuries. In the Renaissance, the very first schools of design, the very first schools of architecture, you could argue, were established. The Accademia del Disegno in Florence in 1563, founded by Giorgio Vasari. You could say they could have placed themselves anywhere in the city, right? But where did they place the Academy of Design? Next to the medical schools. And even more interesting, the students of architecture, the students of design were required to attend the dissection in the same way that the students of the medical school were required to attend dissection in the local hospital, Santa Maria Nuova, and draw this body for days, even as the body was getting putrefy, and there were some reports that the students were getting ill, that they were getting nauseous, the faculty was also getting ill. You still have to be there for days on end drawing this decomposing body. Every subsequent architectural theory added something to this medical paradigm. Cities, as I say, represent a kind of accumulation of theories of disease from ancient times to the present. One could even argue that disease is the real design of cities. Modern architecture, because we have little time, we are going to jump right into modern architecture, was produced also under emergency conditions. Throughout the 19th century, millions were dying of tuberculosis, and that is including the first part of the 20th century. Every year and all over the world. I mean, globally, it was 1 in 7 was dying of tuberculosis. In the United States, it was 1 in 5. And in big cities like Paris, it was 1 in 3 was dying of tuberculosis. So you think COVID is bad? That's nothing compared to what we... And what is interesting then is that architects took upon themselves the task of doing something about it. So modern buildings offer kind of a prophylactic defense against this invisible microorganism. All the defining features of modern architecture, wide walls, terraces, big windows, detachment from the ground with pilotis, were presented both as prevention from tuberculosis and a cure of tuberculosis. I mean, here you have other examples. This is interesting because it persisted for such a long time that still in 1952, you can see the cover of this Revista Nacional de Arquitectura de Madrid, that in case you had missed the connection, and of course all the historians of modern architecture had missed the connection because there had never been a history of modern architecture that traced this incredible fact that modern architecture comes from the obsession with tuberculosis. They place a modern building superimposed to an X-ray of the lung and the sun, in case you have missed the connection, or you think, in case you think I'm exaggerating, right? It's very clear for that generation that that's what modern architecture is doing. And it goes from a cure in a sanatorium to prevention in the open-air school, for example, perfectly healthy kids in an open-air school, which, of course, as you know, it came back during COVID, the idea of the open-air school. Images of modern architecture are always filled with exercising bodies in terraces, and, of course, the great obsession and the great fascination of modern architects with X-ray, which I don't have time to go in today, and the way in which, in fact, modern architecture itself starts to look like an X-ray. I mean, they collected X-ray, miscollected X-ray. It's almost impossible to imagine the glass skyscraper in Berlin without, now that you know it, it's impossible to. At the same time that the X-ray reveal through the skin that which was hidden in the body, buildings also suddenly had to reveal that was behind their facade. Well, in order to produce this idea that modern architecture is healthy, all of a sudden 19th century architecture had to be demonized as nervous, unhealthy, and literally filled with disease, especially the bacilli of tuberculosis. You know, this is the poster for the Weissenhof-Siedlung in Stuttgart in 1927, right? You normally in a poster you put what you are going to do, not what you are not going to do, right? But here is the opposite. What is crossed out is 19th century architecture, right? Modernizing architecture was first of all a form of disinfection, a purification of buildings, leading to a health environment of light, cleanliness, and smooth white surfaces without cracks or crevices where contagion might lurk. Even women, it's very fascinating to see women's magazines and women's manuals. They were advising women by home economics founders like scientists like Ellen Richards or Maria Elliott to leave Petri dishes in their living room to make sure they have eliminated the bacteria in their cleaning routine. So it was not sufficient that it looks clean. You have to demonstrate that the house is actually clean, right? So the housewife becomes all of a sudden a bacteriologist, and her home is the laboratory. Of course, the architects also will become bacteriologists. I'm just going to go very quickly through this example of Alvar Aalto and Aino Aalto, the Arpaimio Sanatorium in Finland, not very far from here, 1929, with, of course, the dramatic terraces in the sky, and the building in a way kind of has kind of an uncanny resemblance to this, in canonic photographs such as this one, to the X-ray, which is, of course, the primary tool of diagnosis for TV. You know, look at these clean line bedrooms without any kind of ornament, and they were designed precisely to minimize surfaces where dust could accumulate. Even the intersection of the floor and the window, as you can see, is curved to stop the accumulation of dust, because it was believed that in the dust the bacillus of tuberculosis is hiding. And they were right, because if you know you have tuberculosis and you spit and that sputum is now dry, 15 days later it's still contagious. But if you expose it to the sun, and they didn't know that, but it's right, if you expose it to the sun, in a few minutes it's completely neutralized. So they were onto something, even if they didn't have the science still. The rooms were equipped with all this furniture and sanitary equipment that was all designed by the architects, and included the chairs whose back, the famous Paimio chairs, whose back was angled to facilitate breathing and expectoration, and sinks to design to reduce splashing and spitons and all these things, and even the door handles that were designed not to catch the sleeves of the doctors' white coats. But of course, here is the handles. But the main equipment was this top floor terrace, 7 stories above the forest, where patients were wheeled out to take the regular doses of fresh air and sun in the specially designed chairs, again, chairs not to accumulate any dust. And here is Aino Aalto, the designer of the chair, who is also interesting that she photographs herself, or has herself photographed lying in the chairs. So it's not anymore the heroic man in front of, the heroic architect in front of the building, but the architect herself as a patient of tuberculosis lying on the chairs. Tuberculosis, here's another picture of Paimio. Tuberculosis made modern architecture modern, and I'm going to insist on this. So it's not that modern architects made modern sanatoriums. That will be the easy thing. But Aalto is a very interesting example because he was a perfectly neoclassic architect, and he would have remained that way. Before, he said, his conversion, he talks about it as if it was a religious awakening, conversion to funcionalism in 1927 when he was he was asked to enter this competition for a tuberculosis sanatorium in Kinkoma, a competition that he didn't win. But somehow this project of horizontal lines and wide terraces in many ways anticipates Paimio. For Aalto, the sanatorium was not architecture in the service of medicine, but a form of medicine in itself, a medical equipment, he calls it. The main purpose of the building, he writes, is to function as a medical instrument. That's his words, I'm not making anything up. The room design is determined by the depleted strength of the patient reclining in his bed. So here is the client of this architecture, right? Aalto himself had been very sick at the time of the competition for the building. This is also interesting that we never talk about the conditions under which people have to work. He was sick, and he claimed that having to lie in bed for such an extended period of time had been crucial to his understanding of the problem. Architecture, he says, is always conceived for the vertical person, and he makes these beautiful drawings during a lecture. But here you have a client, he says, that is permanently on the horizontal. So the whole design of the room and the building had to change, of course, accordingly. Light fixtures cannot remain in the ceiling, irritating the eyes of the occupant lying in the bed, and you have to think about everything. You have to think about the view through the window to the forest outside. I think I passed too fast, but you see, for example, how this very thin rail and low parapets allow the patients lying in the terrace to see the landscape. He also pays a lot of attention to the colors and to the effect of the colors on the psychology. He talks about soothing quite dark blues for the ceiling and the walls in lighter shades, and bright canary yellow in the reception and in the linoleum of the lobby, in the staircases and the corridors, to evoke sunny optimism even in cold and cloudy days. So psychological factors are also very important to him and to them. He says an extended period of confinement can be extremely depressing for a bedridden patient. A tuberculosis sanatorium should be, to all intents and purposes, a house with open windows. Okay, that's normal, right? A sanatorium, we want to make it more cozy, we make it like a house. But for me, the most interesting thing is when then he reverses it and says, not only that the hospital has to be thought as a new kind of house, in reverse, he says the generic house needs to be thought as a sanatorium. That's a radical thought, right? I was able to discover, he said, that the special physical and psychological reactions by patients provide good pointers for ordinary housing. So the bodily and psychological somehow sensitivity of the sick person is used to recalibrate architecture. Even the specialized furniture became everyday pieces, as you know. This cantilever Paimio chair was designed, he says, or they say, because Ino was very much involved in this project, to open the chest of the patients, allowing them to breathe easier. And likewise, the design of the rest of the furniture. The sanatorium, they say, needs furniture which should be light, flexible, easy to clean, etc. And they established some sort of a workshop next to the Paimio to fabricate all the furniture for Paimio, to produce, they say, furniture which will be suitable to the long and painful life in a sanatorium. Okay, but only 2 years later, Artec opened. And then the same furniture that had been designed for the sick person became all of a sudden furniture for everybody. The ambition of the company, according to the publicity brochure at that time, is to support and nourish human beings' physical and psychological well-being. The reference point, therefore, for the Aaltos is the seriously ill. Aalto even claimed that architecture had to design for the person in the weakest position. right? So that's the opposite of the universal man, of the modular or anything, right? So in the weakest position, if you think about it, it's like the road not taken in disability studies in a way, right? Because if all we do as architects is add a ramp or other things that don't work for anybody. In fact, here we have had the possibility of following Aalto and designing for everybody, no? Designing for the person in the weakest position means designing for everybody. And if you think about it, we are all in the weakest position most of our lives. First because you are a baby, then because you are old, in the middle because you are pregnant, then because you break a leg, or you are sick, or you have cancer, or I don't know. Multiple things. So this fiction of this athletic white man not only excludes half of the population and that is all the women, but excludes significant amounts of people. It excludes everybody, but it's a fiction. It's only if you are ever in that situation, you're only there for a very short period of time, right? So he says that this is the reference point for architecture. The tuberculosis patient becomes the model for modern architecture. In other words, sickness was no longer seen as the exception, but as the norm, and varying degrees of sickness define the human condition. The modern subject, of course, suffers from multiple ailments, physical and psychological, and architecture, in a way, is kind of a protective cocoon, not just against the weather, and other outside threats, but in modernity, more notably about internal threats, psychological and bodily ailments. Here is again the subject of the house. It's also interesting that Aalto compared his experiments in Paimio and their application to everyday use to the exaggerated forms of analysis that scientists use in order to obtain clear and more visible results, such as stained bacteria for microscope examination. So it's very interesting that he sees design as a form of medical research, with the sanatorium acting as a kind of research lab for modern architecture. And this leads to me, in a way, to the idea that the clients of modern architecture is this invisible client. In fact, the whole, this moment is the moment of the invisible, it's the years of the invisible, in a way. Sigmund Freud, the X-ray, bacteriology, and the germ theory of the disease all emerge somehow in the same short period of time. And if you think about it, they are all about looking inside, acknowledging the invisible, the unconscious with Freud, the skeleton, the micro element of the bacteria, the bacillus of TB. Architecture, likewise, turns itself inside out. The threat is no longer outside, but inside, in the invisible, right? In this micro scale of the bacteria that became the base for furniture, rooms, houses, and cities. The micro and the macro, you could say, the bacterium and the city. Cities were suddenly seen teaming up with unseen occupants that, in a sense, became the new clients of modern architecture and urbanism. And the architect became a bacteriologist, too. For example, an architecture itself became bacterial. This is Le Corbusier, when he writes, we need a diagnosis in precision. It's a very famous book, but nobody pays attention to this moment. He tries to say that he's doing laboratory work, isolating my microbe. I watch it develop. The biology of my microbe appear in indisputable clarity. Certainties acquired, diagnosis. Then, by an effort of synthesis, I threw up the fundamental principles of modern city planning. So, and the modern city planning of Le Corbusier at the center is not this model, or is not this athletic man, but is this microbe. So the real client of modern architecture are the microbes. Microbes were both literally and metaphorically the basis of a new architecture and urbanism, and modern architecture paradoxically had to represent this new invisible order with bright, transparent images seen as clean and clear and healthy in a kind of visual hygiene. The history of modern architecture is actually full of sanatoriums. Think about Hofmann, the Purkersdorf outside Vienna. Think about all these beautiful sanatoriums in Davos, the Queen Alexander, for example. In Davos, think about Thonestral. In Hilversum, think about by Blingen, by Richard Docker. Think about all these great sanatoria. Typically, I mean, almost every architect design a sanatorium, and at some point the sanatorium defined them. The sanatoriums were also like the testing ground of new materials and techniques of construction. And it's also interesting that they involve collaborations between architects, engineers, and doctors. So they typically were disconnected from the city, like the Hilversum outside Amsterdam, floating like ships on mountains, in forests, or by the coast, with rows upon rows of some terraces, like little beaches, like these ones, in the former Czechoslovakia, in the Czech Republic, and sometimes linked to artificial beaches on the inside of the building, like these little kids there in this artificial beach in the south of France, or real beaches outside, like in the sanatorium in Odessa. And the buildings themselves seem to be taking the cue. All this architecture itself is like at an angle, right? The whole building is adjusted like a solar device. Sometimes it's stacking itself, like you can see here, in a steep angle, like in Marcel Breuer project for an 1,000 bed sanatorium, or even more interesting, more radical, the Nicola Bisontai 1934 project for a sanatorium in the Italian Alps. But perhaps my favorite is this crazy one, this extreme, again, collaboration between a doctor and a radiologist, André Fardet and Jan Seidman, to make a 25-meter revolving sanatorium, 16 meters above the ground, that always faced the sun for the TB patients. And it was the first of 3 such revolving sanatorium. They were so successful that he ended up building another one, several other ones, actually, one of them in Janmagar in India. And they had these very sophisticated, retractable glass panels and specialized focusing instruments to increase the exposure. Even the beds were suspended in metal frames that enabled them to rotate to a very steep angle to be aligned with the instruments. The sanatoriums from the beginning were, as I say, laboratories for incubating new attitudes towards form. For example, the Purkersdorf that I mentioned before, well, it's a Hennebick construction. It was the first Hennebick construction, I think, in Austria, with this very purified white surface and radically sharp lines and cubic furniture, and it used glass and electricity, and it was all considered part of the modernity of this hospital, that included also this kind of torture room for strengthening the patients. There's a critic, Hevesi, that was so enthusiastic that he checked himself into the hospital and admired this naked Hofmann building, whose walls were lined with porcelain tiles, a white painted white tile washable wall. He's so enthusiastic, he checks himself, and he uses all these therapeutic devices in the mechanotherapy room. Electricity itself was understood as a medical instrument. This was commissioned by this fellow, the neuropsychiatrist Richard von Krafft-Ebing, who died before the Purkersdorf was completed, but was very influential in his theories. Krafft-Ebing had argued that the modern metropolis was damaging the nerves of the inhabitants, and that air, light, and nature were the most effective therapy. He wrote these books over unhealthy and sick nerves, and also psychopathia sexual is also very well known because he coined the term masochismo and popularized the term sadismo. So here again, once again, you see health was understood in psychosexual and architectural terms. It's also interesting that the Purkersdorf was very frequented by a very kind of notable circle of patrons, including Gustav Mahler, Arnold Schoenberg, Hugo von Hofmannsthal, Solomon Moser, who had designed the furniture, and even the architect himself, Joseph Hoffmann, checked himself in and out of the sanatorium regularly. He had suffered from and was treated for a nervous disorder. They were all suffering from nervous disorders prior to the commission of the Purkersdorf, and was sympathetic to the ideas of Krafft Ebing. And according to Seckler, who is the biographer of Hoffmann, that's why he accepted the commission. But it's also interesting that the Purkersdorf accepted patients with all kinds of disorders. So you could go into the Purkersdorf because you had tuberculosis, but you could also be suffering nervous disorders of every kind, neurasthenia, eating disorders, substance abuse, and hysteria. So they really didn't make any distinction. The sanatorium, in fact, had become a new kind of social. Here is Solomon Moser. I don't know what he was suffering from, but here you have him in a photograph during this period. And this is a critic, Bertha Zuckerdorf, that wrote in the newspaper that the Purkersdorf was a cross between a modern hotel and a modern therapeutic center. And here is Karl Kraus, that was much more skeptical and say that it was what did he say? A healing swindle institution. They say they will heal you, but in fact they don't even know what you have. Critics hail the building as one of clarity and truth. So the success of the institution owe a lot to the modernity of the architecture. Modern, by the way, was becoming a new and sophisticated test among the bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia, who were supposed to dine around a single table at the Purkersdorf in a kind of talking cure and sleep in these kind of Spartan white rooms and subject themselves to these regimes of treatments in white spaces. The association of cubic forms, white forms, with mental and physical health was already so strong that it was acting actually as a placebo. And this is an idea that you already find in literature. This is this beautiful novel of Thomas Mann, a very short story called Tristan that he wrote in 903, so way before the Magic Mountain. It's the same year of the construction of the Purkersdorf, and is set in an imaginary sanatorium called the Einfried. A long, wide, rectangular building, he writes, won't be recommended for lamp patients, but also for patients of all sorts, sufferers of gastric disorders, people with defective hearts, paralytics, rheumatics, nervous sufferers of all grumblings. Okay, and when one of the patients in the novel asked another, why are you in the Einfried really? What cure are you taking, Mr. Espinel? He answers, cure? Oh, I'm having myself electrify a bit. Nothing worth mentioning. I will tell you the real reason why I'm here, madam. It is a feeling for style. Obviously, people feel one way among furniture that is soft and comfortable and voluptuous, and quite another among the straight lines of these tables, chairs, and draperies, this brightness and hardness, this cold, austere simplicity and reserved strength, madam. It has upon me the ultimate effect of an inward purification and rebirth. It is morally elevating beyond a doubt. Okay, so what is he saying in the end? That style is the real cure of whatever is affecting this Mr. Espinel, which, by the way, wears a white jacket and a white hat in this all-white building in a spotless white region, all covered in snow, with white armchairs and white folding doors and white. I mean, inhabited by the white faces and white hands of the patients with their white veil, desired by passion driven. So if you read this very short novel, the insistence on whiteness is so striking. It's the most distinctive feature of the building, the landscape, and even the faces of the patients in this Einfried sanatorium. Now, how are we doing for time here? I don't understand. I don't know what time did we start here. All right, so then I don't have much time. I'm going to pass through the whole Davos, which was, of course, the famous place for the cure. All these great people on the site of the magic mountain of Thomas Mann, and where Katia Mann, the wife of Thomas Mann, went for the cure. And then I'm going to go very quickly to maybe this is important, right? This is important. These sanatoriums always hide death. It's very interesting. Death is always hidden. Sanatoriums in Davos and in other places did not upset very ill patients because death was a spot in their reputation. And they have subterranean tunnels. It was discovered when they were renovating some of these sanatoriums to make them big luxury hotels, carrying the dead away and out of view. And at the Schwalbs, which is 300 meters above the town of Davos, the bodies of the dead were sent down the mountain by toboggan in winter, as Thomas Mann describes in The Magic Mountain. And already in Tristan, Mann has written, sometimes a death takes place among the most severe cases. When this happens, no one knows, not even the person sleeping next door. In the silence of the night, the Wachsenguest is put away and, like at the entrance, goes tranquilly on with his massage, his electric treatments, douches, baths, exercise and steaming and inhaling in rooms especially equipped with the triumphs of modern therapeutic. Right? So death, of course, in modernity is always hidden. We don't want to see it, right? Visual hygiene also means designing what you don't want to see. In Otto Wagner, for example, plan for the Großstadt of 1911, high-speed trains, and you may want to ask yourself what is the rush here, were to remove the dead, transporting corpses in their coffins from specially designed mortuary stations to cemeteries in the outskirts of the city. He writes, every large city will soon be in a position to limit the transportation of corpses to railroads, and it seems therefore proper to provide each ward with a mortuary station for that purpose. More significant, I think, that the architecture of the sanatorium as a medical instrument is the impact of medical thought on all of modern architecture. The constant preoccupation with ventilation, with sunlight, with hygiene, with white walls that turn buildings into medical equipment. As Ulrich, the famous character in Robert Musil, The Man Without Qualities, a novel written in about 1913 Vienna, but written in 1930, Ulrich says in this novel, modern man is born in a hospital and dies in a hospital. Therefore, he should also live in a place like a hospital. Right? So Musil was probably referring to Wagner, who had already formulated the idea that modern man should live in a place like a hospital, when he claimed that the hotel room, for example, should not be different than a hospital room. Clean, white surfaces should replace the upholstery interiors of the 19th century hotel, where dust accumulates and illness is latent. So, if architecture shelters the human, the first responsibility for modern architects was apparently to shelter humans from microbes. The buildings were understood to be cleansing machines that must themselves be constantly cleansed, but also exhibit their cleanliness. Modernizing architecture was first and foremost a medical procedure to evict millions of these tiny, threatening creatures. But if I had more time, I would have gone into Kistler, because Kistler is a fantastic example of why not all modern architects saw the weak body in terms of hygiene. He actually dismisses the aesthetics of sun, air, and hygiene as the magic fake of pseudo-functionalism that is vomiting its indigestion. Inside the endless house, he suggests that healthy architecture has to avoid threats like the cancerous growths of ducts imposed on buildings by engineers and the filling of the basement with excrement from the digestions of our house life. For Kistler, of course, the solution is this sensual body that he presents in contrast with the body of the repressed body of modern architecture. I could be, yeah, well, okay, these kinds of things he says. He's completely against the international style, and it is a very interesting thing that I want to tell you, in which the curators of MoMA come to him to see whether he was going to be included in the exhibition of the Museum of Modern Art. And he says, I'm going to pass through this, through the endless house. Okay. So these guys come to see him. Philip Johnson and Henry Russell Hitchcock came to see the plans of my work. And our friends of the steel, it was known that I have deviated from the quadrat. But Van Desburg was enthusiastic, and so was Mondrian. The others were doubtful. Mies was neutral and reserved. I was terribly poor. Here were the plans for a building that looked like an egg, not like your customary box. It wasn't square, it wasn't in steel, it wasn't in glass, it wasn't in aluminum, it was outside the mode of the international style. Kistler, by the way, was starving. Apparently, that's kind of a New York story. He survived thanks to a coffee shop owner on 6th Avenue and 14th Street who fed him and his wife, Steffi, every day. And when he finally was thrown out of his apartment because he could not pay the rent, he was let in by the doorman that had become a friend of his, where the new tenants were out at work. Imagine the typical nightmare of New York. You think somebody has been in your apartment, but of course that makes no sense, right? But somebody has been in your apartment because the doorman will let this guy in to use the drafting table that had been confiscated by the landlord so he could keep working in his architecture. Inside the endless house, he describes his inability to afford even the basic expenses in terms of the same emaciated body that he identifies with modern architecture. All in all, I'm down at the bottom and practically have nothing left. These expenses are the bone structure, and there is no hope for either skin or flesh with which to cover the skeleton. So Kistler obviously could not separate his body from architecture. Is not an accident that he's always presenting himself inside the body of the building. He replaced the heroic, athletic, muscular body of modern architecture with a frail body in need of protection for architecture. So in conclusion, the clearly defined athletic, vertical, gender man gives way to a multiplicity of age, sexuality, and physical and mental conditions in multiple combinations and collaborations with other species. So I'm talking about now, today, what we should be doing, what we should be thinking. I'm jumping. Sickness is not a negative term, but the generator actually of new potentials, the very engine of modernity. And bacteria is no longer the enemy. On the contrary, they are the very construction of human metabolism. The human body is never simply human. Tens of thousands of different species are suspended between each human, and the body is itself suspended between a dense environment of countless species outside it. It is never clear where the human begins and ends. The body is inhabited and constituted by thousands of microbes, many of which have existed for millions of years, way before we existed, and have evolved in parallel with our species. And we depend on those for our survival. So metabolism, and therefore architecture, is ultimately bacteriological. Thank you.
Just in case. Any questions?
Yes. We open the floor to questions from the audience.
Don't be shy. Use the opportunity. All right, we got one. Great.
Thank you so much for this really interesting and fascinating story through modern architecture. I was wondering, what is the correlate nowadays, or what's happening after the Second World War when we have the pharmaceutical industry taking over? So what would be the correlate of the pharmaceutical industry in architecture and their discoveries, and also maybe the transformation that parallels from sanatoria to spas?
In fact, thank you very much for your question. In fact, it's from spa to sanatorium because, as you know, people, you may know, throughout the 19th century, sanatoriums were the places where only not just the poor, but the super poor were cured. If you have any little money, you will be treated at home. And towards the end of the century, you start this phenomenon of the spas, of the places to go and take care of your nervous problems, to take the waters, etc. And it's actually this that opens the way to the sanatorium movement. So from there, this confusion between the spa and the sanatorium. Now, the pharmaceutical industry, in many ways, this is very interesting because, of course, the discovery of streptomycin in 1943, and it took then maybe another 10 years to become widely distributed to the public, eliminated or canceled all these sanatorium as the places for the cure. The interesting thing, I think, is that it took so long to find an antibiotic that was effective against tuberculosis. They try many things. They try vaccines. They try all kinds of things. They work against other diseases, but not against tuberculosis. That the only cure was environmental, and therefore architecture was all of a sudden very important. Of course, we were doing a huge work for humanity, I guess, because the sanatorium, to a certain extent, it worked, right? Once the streptomycin was invented, of course, most sanatoriums end up closing or being turned into a luxury hotel because it was so easy to pop a pill. And it's interesting how architecture then changed. And the same architects, like Richard Neutra, for example, that had himself suffered from tuberculosis, had been a year in a sanatorium in Switzerland. His brother died of tuberculosis, so you also think about the trauma of many of these architects, right? And he arrives in Los Angeles and teams up with, of course, Dr. Lowell, which has all these theories about health and nutrition, precisely. And he designs this architecture that says it's for the prevention of tuberculosis, right? With the white walls, with the terraces for sleeping outside each bedroom, etc., etc. The moment streptomycin is invented, without changing much of his architecture, all of a sudden, his architecture is very good for your mental health, right? So the architect, all of a sudden, is providing care for the most important problem of the post-war years, with all these people having all kinds of nervous breakdowns after the war. The housewives also having a lot of mental problems with being isolated in the suburbs, etc. Is the years of, I mean, Nixon, as vice president, declared the mental health week in recognition of the pain of the country. It was mental pain more than in the United States. But all over, you see this transition. As soon as one crisis passes, the architect shows a doctor. Now we are good for COVID. Of course, everybody knows that we have done so much, right? Everybody became an architect with COVID, right? Everybody knew all of a sudden what 6 feet looked like. Everybody started making arrangements in there. So architecture had something to contribute. The pharmaceutical industry, in a way, exacerbated a problem that was also produced by architecture. This architecture that in many ways presented itself as healthy was actually ultimately not that healthy. Right? It brought us the sick syndrome building among other things, and of course the overuse of medication has brought all these big bugs. I mean, in this moment, it's actually more dangerous to go into a hospital. You have more chances to die from something that is in the hospital, and one of these bacteria resistant to antibiotics strains, than from whatever you came in to take care of, right? So they are dangerous places. So architecture likewise. So in fact, that's why in this precipitated end that I gave, I was trying to argue for this kind of interspecies precisely. Architecture in which you acknowledge that it's not at all a question of eliminating the bacteria. We are bacteria, we are made of bacteria, we need bacteria for our own survival, right? And in many ways, architecture is starting to think that way as well. So the hermetic building that produce all kinds of problems, allergies of every kind, the environmental sensitive. I mean, there never been so many allergies to the environment as they are right now, right?
I think we can maybe take one more.
Yes.
There is Elika right there in the back.
Thanks for the wonderful lecture. My question would be thinking about what we heard today and all about this topic, basically about the ecological footprint, and then to start to think that it makes sense to live densely in the cities and, you know, to have short distances to everywhere and kind of live collectively and not to use cars and such so much, but then listening to you and yeah, kind of this health aspect and thinking about our human aspect. So it kind of makes sense to live in the forest. For example, here in Estonia, we live quite sparsely. Would that be kind of too unpolite at the same time to be very self-aware how weak we are as humans?
Yeah, maybe. But perhaps what I was trying to say is that because I'm speaking from the point of view of the historian, I was kind of arguing that we have it the other way around, that at the center of architecture we have this very healthy body, this very athletic body that doesn't actually exist, and in fact we are a very fragile body. Of course we can go to live in the forest or in a farm, some people have talked about this. It's not for everybody. Cities are places of contagion, but contagion in multiple senses, right? They are places also of great incubation of ideas, of energy. So what we need to think about is solutions that work for many more people than those who can afford to live in a farm or those who can afford to live in the forest, right? I suppose. I mean, we have discussed this so much, but of course the unsaid thing is that of course COVID is also an environmental disease, right? So there is a clear connection between what have been discussed here previously and what I was bringing, which is another side of the question, which is the question of disease. And we are never going to eliminate disease. Disease has been with us from the beginning, right? And particularly the moment that we went indoors. So unless we go outdoors, as you say, and we live in the forest, I mean, and then we will have other problems. Anyway. It's not a solution for everything. It's not that it's impolite. It's not for everybody. No? Billions of people cannot afford to do that.
All right. Thank you. Let's just thank Beatriz again. Well, and with this, we're done. Now for some closing remarks, I would like to ask Areti and Lydia to the stage. But otherwise, well done, us. And thanks all the speakers. Thank you to the audience, just from my side. I mean, the closing remarks will be Areti and Lydia's, but it's amazing to see that we actually have the full house. So yeah, please, dear curators, yeah, you made it, right?
Wow. We made it to the end. We're very tired, but we're very excited, and we're so happy to have had this journey with all of you, this journey together with Lydia, but also with Ivan and with an amazing team of people here in Tallinn. We started meeting them through a screen, as you can imagine, and then we became in-person friends. It's great to be able to close these 3 days with this symposium, because that multilateral, multi-layered discussion that happened during those days adds to everything that we're trying to showcase in the exhibition. I think that one exhibition or 25, 30, 35 participants are not enough to offer the solutions that we need, but they are enough to start a very strong conversation and to offer the ground for the next steps that we as designers or citizens or decision makers need to take and make. So we hope that you enjoyed that journey as well. We hope you've learned out of it. We hope that you've rethought things out of it, and you have reflected, and you have managed to discuss with your peers on another perspective on what it is space, what it is time, what it is matter, how resources could come back to our environment. And maybe one of the things that we have been discussing with Lydia is that we wanted to close these closing remarks maybe with highlighting 4 topics or reflection moments, points, I don't know how to call them, that we can take with us from edible. So we have discussed this yesterday, but some of them we will repeat them just for a sum up, and maybe Lydia.
Well, we'll try to improvise so that we don't say the same thing repeatedly over and over. For the past 2 days we have been doing that, and it exhausts us as well. But first of all, before we go into these 4 reflections, kind of reflecting on a broader, web of questions that are raised for us on what we have learned from this exhibition, we want to thank each and one of you personally for being here, for participating with us, and mostly we want to thank the organizers of the Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal for their tireless work in production, and for hosting us over the past 2 years on your screens and literally on this stage. So I'll start from reflection number 1, which I really enjoyed. Mitch is my dear friend for the past 20 years, and I really enjoyed your description of Connie West's project to create a vertical farm with salmon that is going to be local, but the sushi that has to be made has to be farmed from, I don't know exactly the details, but it sounds crazy to me. And as you have described, it becomes, it really reveals in many ways the kind of moment, it's a startling revelation of a hubris that we have all engaged ourselves within. And what we want to point out that, as Beatrice also has shown us in her remarkable lecture, that modern architecture and the kind of modern logic that has been established since the Enlightenment has been helping us to consider ourselves that geoengineering, pioneering is a solution to several world problems. So in this exhibition, one thing that we want to point out is the precarity of life, that we are not in any way or form suggesting a project of restoration necessarily. Neither we are suggesting a project of a return to a harmonic past, which has also been addressed in the panels where the Black Almanac group, Philippe Mohan and Andrea Provenzano and Eb Lankatz and Johan Tali were participating. That was moderated by our wonderful assistant curator, Sonia Ralston. And it was also pointed out that, we have constructed this idea of sustainability through the modern lens, that it's a problem to be solved by us, the kind of dominant species, that the Earth, the image of the Earth is to be held in our hands as a species. And I think that this is now evident at a tipping point where the climate crisis, the public health safety, and social inequity have become so evident in the past few years. We totally failed in many ways. So I think that humility is needed, and one thing that we have strived and maybe did, or we hope to do in the future, is to demonstrate the fragility of different processes, which Arati will speak about in point number 2, but also the kind of different kinds of solutions that are not just about wholeness and stability and totality, but really engage a wider web of solutions. So you want to?
Yeah, I mean, the fragility of the production and distribution processes, this is a fundamental aspect. It requires, a totally different mindset on how do we bring on our table or in our hands what we actually need. It requires, of course, also a global change of paradigm of how the production processes operate. Like we produce very far away from where we consume, then we transport to consume, then we are consuming, we are creating waste, and then we transport our waste back into other places. So this kind of linear system needs to definitely be rethought, and it cannot be done only by the top down, but also from the bottom up. And food insecurity, the impact of the pandemic in the agricultural production processes, the Russian war against Ukraine and the energy crisis, different kind of global events, the blockades of the Suez Canal that ceased global transportation of products, all these events are actually calling an urgency for rethinking and reflecting this centralized, very distant, far away processes of producing and distribution. So that is something that we want to raise as a very important point, a shout out towards new practices and mindsets that they are more closer to localization, local production, and of course, different kind of lifestyles or habits in relation to what can we consume according to what can we produce locally or what do we have as local resources.
I mean, there was a panel that critiqued localization today.
I know.
And we have to think about that, the bananas and the transport. And Philip, we have a long discussion to make. But I think what was really interesting in that panel, which may reflect in the third point, is the crafting of desires and how these desires are designed via architecture and are established, distributed, and sustained in culture. So why is the agrarian logic reflecting this idea of sustainability? And in the kind of, in one panel, this agrarian logic was reflected in video games, but also in positions for a heroic kind of nationalism in the lecture of Epp Lankotz. And I think it's really important to create different desires that combine what we have called in the Biennale interspecies alliances that really might point to an alternative paradigm of how we understand dichotomies of life and death. And this is something that we have discussed with Arati together throughout the years that we've been working about this project. So in our minds, interspecies alliances is not just giving right to other species to exist or designing for them, but also it ultimately creates for better life for multiple stakeholders. And in order to do that, it is very important to question traditional dichotomies that have been established for a very long time of what is nature and what is artifice, what is resource and what is waste. and try to understand materiality and design within a continuous web of life and death, and in a kind of flow of energy and material patterns and flows.
And maybe last but not least, we've heard actually lots of times in this couple of days the word scarcity. We want to highlight the fact that we want to send a message of optimism. We want to try to, let's say, question the mainstream idea of sustainability that is actually asking everybody to do less, to consume less, to produce less, to emit less, to move less, to eat less. No? We want to question that because we do believe that we can need different things. Mitchell showed us what. We can produce more things in different ways. Many of you have shown that. So we want to shift this idea of scarcity towards a paradigm and a mindset of abundance, understanding and rethinking what is useful, what is resource, where can we mine that resource, these resources. So this idea of rethinking our urban environments or our peripheral environments as mines, that we can use our byproducts, we can put them back in cycle, and this could provide abundant resources in different ways, for building, for inhabiting, for producing energy, for producing food, for producing built matter. And we actually also wish that this whole event, the projects that they have been presented, the talks that you have all participated in, they become not just a speculative idea, a fantasy, but a kind of an arena of actions that both designers, decision makers, citizens can also see the possibilities of these actions. And we want to send this message, an optimistic message towards a world, a regenerative world, that is able to continuously recirculate the food, quote to quote, that requires to sustain itself.
Thank you so much for being part of this project, and we look forward to talking to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Actually,
can I have huge thanks here to an amazing team, our producer, Anna, Anu, Ronya. Is Ronya here? Ivan, you should also come. Okay, come. Has been an amazing team of people that made this happen.
This was also a biennale of many babies, which
it was.
No one knows about, but they emerged along the way of producing the exhibition, and each
how many
one
in
of
total?
us. 1,
Three?
2, 3, 4, 5, Sophia 6. So between the 4 of us, 5, and one more baby with the exhibition designer, Ivan, you have to have one immediately.
I mean, we had a running joke that I'll have to rent one for the Biennale. Otherwise,
yeah, please, you are babes without a baby. But we just want to thank this team has been tireless. We obey them without question, and we want to thank them for everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with this beautiful note, we're concluding the. With this beautiful note, we're concluding the 6th symposium of the 6th Tallinna Arhitektuuribiennaal Biennale. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. And I don't know, free time now. Congratulations. Gala, yes. Okay, the gala at 8 o'clock. I believe it's at 8 o'clock, right? Yes, 8 o'clock here. And then another little remark is that if you've seen this huge building called Linnahall next door, then the Estonian Center of Architecture is organizing an excursion into that building tomorrow at 11 a.m. So if you wake up by that time, then make sure to come. Anyway, thanks everyone, and see you a little later.